Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome to another episode of Picks to Watch. With the mid-season update comes a brand new meta. We don't really care about that, so let's have a look at some of the fun and interesting champions that could be making their way to the Rift. If you hadn't guessed from the flute and the ponytail, our first champion is none other than the montage maker Yasuo.
Who says I can't handle my drink?
While there were no direct buffs to the Sword Master, many item changes have made him a popular pick. Doran's shield has been very quickly rising in popularity thanks to the additional damage to minions, along with the regeneration that you gain from taking damage from your opponents. You also get 2 health pots, which is lovely. This means that shields are the way to make a sword user's laning phase easier. Who'd have thought? Additionally, cost reductions were added to both Zeal and Infinity Edge, which are core items for Yasuo, meaning he can hit his power spikes earlier into the game. Aside from item changes, Yasuo also does very well against control mages like Syndra and Talia, given his great mobility to dodge skill shots. Or don't dodge, just make them face the wind, and then laugh. Ha! Finally, with tanks once again on the rise, the 50% additional armor penetration that he gets on his crits comes in quite handy, making him one of the strongest tank shredders left in the game. Remember that while he does have a lot of mobility, that is heavily reduced in tight jungle spaces with no minions, so be sure to pick your fights where you can best optimize his strengths. Otherwise your Soriers will be Sornos. Keeping with the theme of swords, our next pick continues to long for a worthy opponent. It's Fiora.
You have already lost.
The Grand Duelist is well known for her ability to scale, but often it can be hard to get there due to her weak laning phase. Thankfully for her, tanks are the taste of choice for most players right now, giving her the ping cushion she needs to scale up. Specifically, champions like Galio and Sejuani are great opponents for Fiora as they struggle to force her out of lane, while also having highly telegraphed crowd control for her to riposte. For an artist of the blade, she likes to build a lot of axes, with a primary focus on an early Tiamat for wave clear, followed by a Black Cleaver into Ravenous Hydra later. The biggest difference is you may now see a Guardian Angel being built as a third item, because it now builds from a VF sword, the bonus attack damage synergizes well with her kit, and it gives her wings! It's at this point though that her split pushing power becomes almost unstoppable. However, remember that while her dueling is strong, that doesn't mean she can win that 1v5. Trying to fight a full 5-man unit is an easy way to say au revoir to your pointy stick. Seeing as we have a theme for sharp things, let's continue with our next champion, who's found a creative way to make feathers really sharp. It's Xayah.
The next one to call me edgy is getting choked to death.
The Bird Lady should be considered more of a scaling hypercarry rather than a laning powerhouse. Largely, this is thanks to her short range, which makes it easy for long-range AD carries like Ashe and poke champions like Karma to harass Xayah without much risk of taking return damage. I expect her to be picked into champions that don't have the greatest amount of lane power like Ezreal and Jhin to give her the freedom to scale. For Xayah, there are 2 build paths that are currently prevailing. The first is Blade of the Ruin King, followed by Runans and Black Cleaver, which provides more kiting ability and tank shredding power along with a stronger mid-game spike. The second is Essence Reaver into Runan's Hurricane, followed by an Infinity Edge. This build takes longer to have an impact, but it will be sure to rustle your feathers later into the game. Something important to remember is that Xayah has no dashes or escapes built into her kit aside from her ultimate. This means that just like trying to fly, you can either ascend to great heights or fall flat on your face.
Damn it!
Xayah isn't the only new champion looking to flourish their feathers, as our final pick to watch is the champion of charm, Rakan.
Party started!
The Birdman brings something new to the support role with his incredible mobility, providing new and interesting ways to create plays and opportunities for your team to capitalize on. He primarily focuses on creating picks or forcing engages, while also being able to effectively peel and protect his carries. What he lacks is wave clear and lane pressure, therefore long-range poke champions can often make his life rather difficult. He makes up for this though by being an effective roaming support. Ask your jungler to be your wingman and combine his battle dance with his grand entrance to show those other laners that there is love for everyone. When trying to impress the ladies, you should go for a Spell Thief's Edge, followed by an Eye of the Watcher shortly after. The bonus move speed from the completed quest passive synergizes beautifully with his kit, as his dash speeds are made faster with the more movement speed that you have. Remember that as a support, the influx of gold that you generate isn't the greatest, therefore you might feel tankier than you actually are. Be smart about your engages, otherwise you may realize your charm doesn't work on everyone. That concludes it for this episode of Picks to Watch. If there are any fun or interesting champions that you're expecting, be sure to hit me up in the comments section below. With that, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. I think I can make a pretty good Yasuo. I mean, watch this, okay?
Doggy!
I mean, that was pretty good, right? It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
A shot at the title. He can look for more, and Charlie's the target. This might be the quadra.
Having received the MVP award makes me want to receive it a second time as well.
It is ROCCAT who will prove that gods can bleed!
I'm for sure less scared than last split.
Joko wants to protect his team from relegation. Where's the start? He does it! Joko gets the Baron.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the summer split. It is still opening week and we are ready to see 4 new teams hit the Rift in their first series as we see the crowd absolutely pumped for this Friday of games here live from Berlin. And ROCCAT, but he is carrying the ROCCAT logo. I don't know how he got his hands on that, and he's placing it on the wall where the coaches usually convene, so that is nice of you to help us out, buddy.
He's saying he's going to play Brom, stand behind me, rest of ROCCAT ready for their game.
Or maybe Mithy will do that as we see G2 and also UOLCS, who will be playing for G2 today. More about that in just a second. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aoife Shog supporter here with Andrew Vettius Day and James Stress O'Leary. Andy had a really explosive start to the split yesterday. We don't suck anymore. Anything you want to...
Today is a battle of the gods. ROCCAT versus G2. The ultimate clash of the best in Europe, sort of.
Sort of.
You don't even need me. I was just gonna,
All right, well, let's look back on day one because Fnatic and H2K, they showed that they are forces to be reckoned with in the summer split. First up, the opening match was H2K taking down Splyce in a 2-0 win. We always got to listen to Trevor a little bit. And there we go, and it was absolutely dominating from H2K. Splyce did not have a lot of answers.
Yeah, exactly. That strategic H2K that we've come to expect in the regular split showed up once again. They seemed prepared for everything Splyce were throwing at them, whether it was the Jarvan, trying to get Rift Heralds early. Well, H2K hang on, and Game 2 looked like one of the most dominating performances, especially out of Odo Amne's Fiora. This guy was on fire throughout the entire game.
And it's worth mentioning that at the beginning of that series, Splyce looked promising. It felt like to me they had strong individual performances, their communication seemed on point, but then come the mid-game, they just fell apart. They didn't know what to do, they didn't know how to handle the pressure from H2K, and my hopes are that throughout the regular split, Splyce will be able to shore up some of these issues.
Yep, back to the drawing board for Splyce and H2K. Fantastic start, as did Fnatic. They crushed Misfits Gaming yesterday on day one as well, which was a rematch of the third place decider. And well, it wasn't pretty, and it was much like that third place decider that we had in Spring Split. Misfits also didn't have any answers, and Fnatic just, they showed similar style than the style they had been winning with in the end of the spring split, and it's still working for them.
Yeah, it was classic Fnatic style. They brought out a bit of a niche pick with the Tristana. However, it does seem to me that the individuals just seem to be performing so much better. They went away to the Korean bootcamp, and there were questions, will they still be able to perform, even though Reckless didn't go with them? But they seem like a stronger team than they've ever been. Jez is performing out of his mind.
Ever?
Like, okay, maybe not ever, but given their recent performances, they definitely seem like
given their one-match win on day one.
Yeah.
Best Fnatic
Gotta
we
go with
have
those
ever
sweeping
seen.
statements, you know?
I think, though, that Fnatic that we saw in the matchup will be somewhat of the trendsetters when it comes to the patch and what we see here with the tower pushing. Might not be the Tristana in every game from the AD carries, but certainly Fnatic looking dominant in Game 2 as well. They got themselves a record getting the fastest game in the European LCS for this year already, and it was a very, very quick game up against Misfits.
Yeah, that it was, and you have to wonder how much of that was due to their usage of Rift Herald absolutely blasting through that mid lane, because yesterday was the first time we saw 7.10 in action in the EULCS, and obviously these are the most notable pushes we remember, but how much of an influence did Rift Herald have overall, do you guys think?
Overall, it had mixed performances. Like when you look at H2K's performance, they were able to get one tower. Same for Misfits, they could get themselves one tower and then not really much off the back of that, whereas when there's no contention, when nobody's there to clear it out and you don't really have the proper defenses to stop it, it can very easily just walk its way straight into your base.
Exactly. We've discussed a lot about how without a minion wave, Rift Herald's a lot less threatening of an
Poker in the eye.
Exactly that, right? The ultimate counter.
Exactly. Something that's less threatening, but way more influential. The Doran's shield changes that we've seen come out. All the carries are buying them in AD carries. Ven's vehemently said he's not going to, but the sustain that comes from this item can't really be overlooked. That's why we're seeing kind of the return of Thresh as well alongside that, with a lot of the adjustments to the support role. There's a lot of things moving in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and overall it seems like the kind of the compositions that we saw yesterday, the place that the meta is at, is in a quite entertaining status. A lot of interesting picks up in the top lane, not too many tanks here and there, but we haven't seen some of the picks that we wanted to. Zag, Xayah have been absolutely permabanned, which was to be expected, but we want to see those on the Rift as well.
I think we might see them today. One may come through. You were talking a little bit about the ban priority, but it was 100% on Red's side. I wonder whether that'll maintain. I think it will. Zach, we've seen him one game or two in the LCK. He comes through and has a massive impact on the Rift. So I think the same can be said. I just wonder whether Xayah might sneak through a little bit later.
I think right now there's a lot of unknown surrounding Xayah. A lot of teams haven't had the opportunity to practice with her. Champions like Ashe and Varus are still very strong in the current meta, so teams are just banning her away because they don't fully understand how to play around her or against her. So I think there's just a lot of respect being demonstrated, but as weeks go by, I think she'll start to make it through the draft a little bit more often.
I think the interesting thing about Xayah is she has an influence on the draft that no other champion really does because of the synergy with Rakan. So many AD carries and supports are saying these two champions shouldn't be let together. So if you let one through, it either forces you to pick Rakan away or give away potentially one of the strongest duos We haven't seen them in Europe. It's hard to tell, but I don't think any team's going to be making that risk in week 1.
Well, fingers crossed they do, and we see it today. Let's see what today's matchups are. 2 more teams will be getting on the board as we start with a rematch of one of the most memorable series ever. G2 versus ROCCAT. No, not funny, okay. Followed by the Unicorns of Love against Vitality, the UOL, reigning supreme in Group B, all spring split. I'd love to see them on the Rift.
Very excited to see the return of the Unicorns. Definitely know that the crowd is certainly hyped to see the Unicorns play once more. It's a very fun team, and these guys, they went away to Korea to prepare for this, for the summer split, rather. And it seems that while they were there, they were just honing in, getting used to the meta, developing their own individual skills, and now coming back. Their teamwork is what's going to be tested because they have the MVP, they have the rookie of the split. There's a lot of talent on this lineup. I'm excited to see what they can bring.
Yep, what they can bring versus Vitality. But looking at the teams on stage right now, we have G2, who after a series of failed international performances, they struck back at MSI, finally, we should say. However, for the lineup today, Trick and Expect, they are on a break back in Korea, and Perks is out for a medical emergency. That means that G2 has now 3 substitutes playing today: Sendo, EULCS, and Blanc from PSG. Not optimal, so we'll see what they can do.
And this is a situation that is rough for G2. When you look at it, Sendo, he's been playing for G2's secondary team, G2 Vodafone, over in LVP in Spain. He's been quite successful over there for a period of time, but obviously no LCS experience to speak of. EULCS, the jungler that comes in, will be a name that people should be quite familiar with. The last we saw of him was in Schalke 04, who didn't quite make it through to the promotion tournament. And then, as you said, Blanc. PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, one of the teams that was touted to be looking very strong throughout Challenger that, again, didn't quite make it to the next stage, comes in as a last-minute addition to this G2 lineup.
And I think it's worth mentioning that a lot of these individuals did have great performances before they've come here, because Blanc, in his in the game versus Fnatic Academy, which they did end up losing 3-2, he was one of the big carries in that series. And same for EULCS. Throughout the regular season, Schalke was undefeated. So it's not like these guys don't know how to play, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do with the power bottom lane as Sven and Mithy.
Yeah, they'll have to, they also, for these players, it should be a chance for them to play on the big stage and see what they can do. And Blanc will be saying, well, I got a Blanc page, baby, and I'll write your name. It's Betsy. Right? All right, well, things don't get any easier for G2 today, because they will be facing off against the team that stopped their undefeated run in the EULCS in spring, ROCCAT.
We have to remember that there have only been 3 teams that have taken a series off of G2. And the first one is the LMS. Number 1 seed, the Flash Wolves. The second is the 3-time world champion SK Telecom T1. And the next is ROCCAT. These guys are able to take a series off of G2 last split, and this is one of the best opportunities they could have to take another one.
Exactly. It's somewhat of a golden opportunity. Obviously, ROCCAT, a team that are very understanding when it comes to situations like G2s. They're always very good on the receptive end of that. So they've come into this match saying, it is unfortunate, but at the same time, when do you have the opportunity to take a series off the team that is expected to be the number 1 in the group? And that would put them in a class of their own. 2 series wins against G2. That's something not even SKT can claim.
Yeah. Well, it is still going to be difficult for them. They have a change coming in. Maxor is out, and Pride Stalker from Misfits Academy is in. And if we think back to, they did have a 6-match win streak. Yeah.
They won a lot of games.
They won a lot of games at the end of spring split, but we can't forget that they did have trouble adjusting or finding their form and finding the wins throughout the rest of the spring split. So with that change coming in, how will that be affecting the team?
This is an interesting change because Pride Stalker settled himself in on the playoffs of Challenger quite well, but was inconsistent in the regular split. He's a very young player, very aggressive player, comes out of solo queue and is quite talented, but at the same time, you don't know what that shot calling ability is like. That's somewhere that experience and lots of games on the LCS stage specifically actually earns its weight. And it's a tough test for him. Yes, we saw him demolish EULCS the last time these two stepped against each other, but this is still G2. There are still 2 members of a team that have been incredibly strong, and I expect this still to be quite a close series.
Yeah, we will see what happens there. In terms of predictions, Vedius, I know that you're all for the big storyline, so 2-0 for ROCCAT, am I right?
It's almost certainly going to be a 2-0 for G2.
All right.
Interesting. I feel like G2 can very much win this. I think 2-1. ROCCAT have the ability to do this. This is a very weakened G2. It's not the kind of situation ROCCAT will want to get this win, but nevertheless, with their lineup coming in, they should be able to do it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know how much the mental aspect of LULEX and Pride Stalker, because LULEX, you know, he's a guy that loves to talk big on Twitter, and maybe the mental effect will be like, oh no, I'm going to demolish this guy this time around and carry my team.
Oh, LULEX is definitely out for revenge, and I think that we saw earlier today on Twitter that Sven, he's feeling confident. He still wants to be able to take a win home for G2. They want to look to try and get themselves another undefeated split, and while it could be difficult, they want to be able to break the curse, the thing that's loomed over them all this time. It's still, I feel, in their favor, especially given that Pride Stalker is very new. He's very likely going to be nervous on the LCS stage, especially representing ROCCAT, who are trying to come back from what was a difficult spring split.
That's why I think you build it around Sven for G2 here. Get him a carry and just put everything on his shoulders.
Yeah, we're forgetting the X Factor, though, what did on ROCCAT. He'll
What
make
did?
them all feel comfortable. Anyway, we will see if the ROCCAT squad can take down the EULCS champions as we send it over to our casters for Game 1.
Thank you, Shocks, and welcome to our first series of the day. I'm Daniel Dracos, joined by Martin DeFiscio-Lunga for this matchup. Now, all right, DeFiscio, explain this to me, because I see 5-man strong roster for ROCCAT, all the players that they picked out for themselves, and I see 3 subs on the side of G2, but I still hear our analyst desk predicting in favor of G2. What's that about?
I mean, I think it's a risky prediction. Obviously, ROCCAT had been scrimming all off-season, preparing for this match specifically with these 5 players, so they should have the advantage and they should be favorites going into this one. But you can't forget that Sven and Mithi are still sitting there on the stage, and at MSI, at certain times, G2 were lacking a few members on stage as well, but they had an AD carry, and in the late game, that AD carry could actually win them games. So it is definitely not like a G2 lineup that can't do anything at all, despite having 3 subs.
Definitely not. Well, speaking of lineups, let's take a chance to look through them. We'll start on the blue side with ROCCAT in the top lane. It's going to be Foxy. In the jungle, coming in is Pride Stalker. Mid lane, Betsy. AD carry, Hjarnan. Their support, Wadid, and Coach Grabs coming in to back up the team as well. You know these names. They were here last season, but now Pride Stalker coming in as well, so not too many crazy changes.
No, but it's still a big change. I feel like Maxlow was one of the main shot callers on the team, and he's obviously stepped over to Misfits right now, where we then have Pride Stalker coming in, who did just qualify to the LCS with Misfits Academy, and actually had some really good games in the promo tournament. So I'm kind of excited to see him on the big stage now. I think mechanically he's very gifted, and that's what they got to utilize.
What can he do up against G2? Because when we take a look at that G2 roster as it comes in, 3 new names for those of you unfamiliar with the changes. Sendo will be coming in the top lane. LULEX in the jungle. Mid is Blanc. AD carry, Sven, support, Mithi, and Coach Youngbuck. Those last 3, I'm sure you know.
Yeah, and again, if you're super confused, you know, why you're seeing all these different names, it is just for week 1. We have Trick and we have Expect. They're in Korea taking a bit of holiday because they didn't have any breaks before MSI. And of course, Perks is now out sick, sadly, so he couldn't join his team, and they had to get Blanc coming in very late.
And of course, with 2 substitutes already, they now have to field an emergency substitute in Blanc, and that is unfortunate for G2 because it does mean that they are going to lose both bans in the second ban phase as we get closer to Champion Select, and that could affect things pretty heavily when we look at it.
Oh, of course. I mean, this makes it even harder for G2, which is, again, where the advantage should go in favor of ROCCAT. Now, first game, ROCCAT on blue side. If you are ROCCAT now, and you know there's no bans in the second phase for G2, you should be able to try and get at least one good solo lane matchup for yourself. G2 not able to then ban away certain counter picks if they want to take, let's say, Galio in the top lane. But G2 most likely feeling forced to also ban like Azaya. They have not practiced a lot coming into this after MSI, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her banned away, but for now, she's still open.
And while we can be happy that G2 did not take a vacation before MSI, taking those breaks now may cost them here in the early weeks of the EULCS regular split.
But it's week 1, right? Like losing 1 week, it doesn't really matter if you are a team expected to win almost every other series. Because you obviously just want to peak around playoffs. They actually left Zaya open.
Okay. All right.
Madmen.
Does G2 have to pick Rakan? Will we get to see Zaya and Rakan kill each other?
But like Mithi returning from MSI, has he practiced enough Rakan to pick it? If you don't pick it, ROCCAT will lock it in, and the European teams, they all agree that is the most broken 2v2 lane you can draft right now.
God, I'm so excited. But now we see EULCS getting his hands on a staple jungler as well, maybe hoping to make some early game impact. And I feel like with the Xayah already locked in, we can expect fights around the bot lane just constantly.
To make it even better for ROCCAT, if they get Rakan as well, they've already banned 2 supports. So they're pushing Mythion like a Lulukama if he doesn't want to play this new champion that was obviously not enabled on the MSI patch, and he didn't take it. Oh, these guys.
Come on. Now, there's no guarantee ROCCAT will pick
Yes,
it.
that's a guarantee. They're going to pick Rakan. But actually, they don't have to do it right now because there's no bans from G2 in the second phase. So G2 can't actually ban it away.
But they get first pick in second phase. Maybe it's a Lulu.
Yeah, but I don't know. Okay. They're not going to pick Lulu.
All right, well, we see Pride Soccer taking his time on this selection.
Just give some Elise. There we go.
There. Hovering over the Warwick, maybe some Rengar, old school Rengar shouts out for the former one trick, but now bringing the Elise here onto the stage.
Okay, so you got AD carry, you got support, top lane. They can wait with that if they want to. They can take Rakan if they don't want to show anything else. We are like 99% sure going to see it, but the question is just when do they pick it, seeing as they don't have to take it this early.
Galio now locked in as well. Pretty strong top laner coming in for Foxy, potentially a mid laner for Betsy. We know he kind of likes to bust out some of those more unconventional picks. And already Fiora banned off the table, one of those things that we have seen have some success into Galio.
Yeah. I mean, Gangplank was a pick G2 introduced at MSI against Galio, but obviously that was expected, not Sendo, who's the man sitting in the top lane for this one series. G2 right now, yeah, gotta remember they don't have anything that can really remove. So now they're showing the Caitlyn, they're just trying to match AD carry, and then it's on ROCCAT now to ban away any sort of picks they don't want to deal with.
And last season, Hjarnan and Wadid were pretty confident that they could win a lot of these 2v2 matchups, and they are definitely going to be tested playing a new AD carry on stage up against one of the most obnoxious bottom lanes to lane against, the Caitlyn Lulu.
And I actually like Caitlyn against Xayah. I think long-range AD carries are pretty good against her to try and get some trade advantage early on. G2 obviously just running down the clock, can't really do anything with it. I also think G2, like if we have to just talk about the first 3, I actually like the fact they match AD carry and they already have the preferred jungle pick and also a support for Mithy, because otherwise you would risk ROCCAT pinching those roles even more. Like imagine 4 support bans and then Xayah and Rakan in favor of ROCCAT. Like that would have been very hard for Mithy to deal with.
Or the AD carry is taken away. Now you have
that
Sven
one.
and Mithy, the 2 we can safely say strongest players on this lineup with solid picks in their hands. And if they're looking to make an impact, if they're looking to carry this game, it's definitely the safest way to set it up. Although to be fair, we don't know what to expect from Blanc, from EULCS, from Sendo. These guys could have solid performances.
Of course, Blanc plays like a lot of different control mages. Like most play these here in Europe, like Azir, Victor, these kind of things. He's played a lot of Ryze as well. Like Orianna is available. She is still a very safe blind pick, especially with Lucian banned away. Would not be surprised to just see Orianna here. But I could also just last pick for him mid and then say, okay, we know it's Galio, or we expect it to be Galio top. Let's lock in our top lane pick against it, being it the Gangplank, being it another tank. And then we have like a pretty decent setup for Blanc to get a counter pick.
Solid place to be. See what Sendo wants to stick towards. 5 seconds left, and it will be the Rumble locked in for him. A lot of power down there in the top lane. Maybe not the strongest matchup into Galio, but can still push those waves quite easily.
Yeah, and forces now Betsy to obviously show his mid laner, give Blanc the counter pick. Betsy is a Swain guard. We always have to remember the Swain with him. Has taken it blind as well in the past. Definitely wouldn't be a weird thing for him specifically, but Syndra is available, and Rakan will guaranteed be locked in. There we go.
There's the OTP. All right, I said yesterday that Hans Sama and Ignar would get weird comics drawn about them if they were the first duo lane to play these 2 champions together, but now it's going to be Hjarnan and Wadid. I didn't know this was going to come, but this is fancy
I really expected Xayah to be banned over something like Lucian. G2 might just put all the eggs in the Sven basket. You know, we said it before the champ select. If they go Karma, Lulu mid, and then you have your Caitlyn, they do. Okay, this is just late game. Look, Sven will try and carry.
You said it yourself, Fischio. There were games, there were matches where certain members at MSI did not show up, but one man who was a constant was Sven.
Yep.
And now with everyone else on the team gone, just the bot lane remaining, makes sense to kind of build around them. So if you've ever wanted to see if Sven can fight 5 people simultaneously in a team fight, this is definitely the game for you. But on the other hand, ROCCAT, I mean, this is a really strong lineup. We don't know much about what we can expect from Xayah and Rakan, because it never makes it through, right? But we know Syndra is strong, we know the Elise is strong, we know the Galio is strong, and if Xayah and Rakan do what players have told us that they do, what we've experienced in solo queue from that terrifying duo, this is going to be a pretty ROCCAT favored draft, it feels like to me.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have Syndra mid, which is considered the S-tier mid laner. They have the best bot lane possible in the current meta. And then you have a safe tank top lane for Foxy as well. So overall, a good draft. But I actually think G2, in their situation, came out okay despite giving Xayah and Rakan over, which is, of course, the big what if they just pop off and you are completely done?
I don't know. Well, if you have faith in Xayah and Rakan, if you have faith in ROCCAT, hashtag ROCWin at LOL Esports on Twitter. But if you believe in G2, or at least 2/5 of it, hashtag G2win. Perks, Trick, and Expect are not playing, despite what
it was
that
a bait.
said.
They are not playing, yes.
Blanc, EULCS, and Sendo subbing in. Representatives from the LVP, the Challenger Series, coming in to back up G2 this week.
This is the way some of the football clubs have an impact on the EULCS. Sending EULCS in from Schalke, Blanc from PSG. And of course, Sendo coming from G2 Vodafone, playing in the LVP in Spanish. You just highlighted Dracos. And I'm super excited just because we get Xayah and Rakan in the bottom lane. And not only do we get them, we also get them against the best bot lane in the West. So that's a nice little early test for these two.
All right, game one, ROCCAT blue side, G2 red. Xayah and Rakan versus Caitlyn and Lulu. It's probably going to be the only thing we talk about, short of some crazy action here in the early game, because it is worth getting excited over.
What about a crazy pause?
Was that what you're going to say? What about a crazy what?
Well, I actually saw it on my other monitor. It was going to be a pause, so I kind of
baited me.
Baited it, and I was like waiting for the pause to happen. It seems to be on the side of ROCCAT.
If I were with Deed, I'd be surprised I got Xayah and Rakan too.
Yeah, maybe he's like, oh, this character looks weird.
It's just a bug. They ban this every time. There's no way this made it through.
So Xayah, Rakan, obviously when they are picked together, they have a few bonuses. I think the most important one to highlight is when Xayah uses a W, gets the attack speed and the extra damage. Rakan gets it as well. So it's very, very easy to early push and early trade as a group. And that's something we're going to notice early on. But once, as I said in Champs, like Caitlyn is a good pick here because very long-range AD carries can get a lot of auto attacks off on Xayah, where she can't always properly trade back. And there's a Lulu as well. It's support Lulu, Karma mid. Like the trading power from this bot lane of G2 is very strong.
And realistically, when we look at the way that these two function together, or even individually, a lot of what they do is really telegraphed, right? Battle dance, the ability for Rakan to leap to his allies, very quick, pretty fast animation. But grand entrance, the knock-up, super telegraphed. Caitlyn has the tools to get out of that. And as well, Xayah with the Blade Collar, the ability to pull back to snare enemies. Very similar to Kalista with that Rend proc. You know that damage is coming. You can see those feathers on the ground. It's easy if you're someone like Sven, who's very good at positioning, to avoid a lot of that damage.
Now it's important we have the camera on the bottom lane when the minions arrive. Again, Xayah, Yanan here, started with W. So that is, again, the attack speed steroid. That also gives a bit of extra damage on the attacks. Will automatically, of course, proc her passive as well, Xayah's passive, where she will start shooting through multiple minions. You can already see right there a lot of ways to start pushing that wave early and try and rush to level 2, where then your Rakan can actually start playing very aggressive. You see Ignite as well on Wadid. You can go for early kills if you are playing this lane as soon as you hit level 2.
Something we'll have to keep our eyes out for as we move forward. Now, Wadid.
Did you cut out for a moment there? Or?
I accidentally pushed my mute button because I was going to cough and then also talk at the same time.
It's very rude.
Do that.
Very rude of you, by the way.
To push my own mute button. All right. For now, just a defensive start coming in for G2, protecting the Lee Sin, getting him the early Raptor camp. Elise happy to solo it out on the opposite side, although Betsy may have given a bit of support with the Dark Sphere. This doesn't matter. Instant down dance and Deadly Plumage. They're all inning at level 1. Sven is going to have to back out here. That is massive for ROCCAT. Maybe a little too excited about these two characters, but that was aggressive.
Sven did not expect that instant all-in right there. He doesn't have any ways of really escaping it other than flashing. And again, that's what you can do when you can combine multiple abilities. Because again, whenever Yanan clicks his W, it's actually a ability working on both champions. And so hard to deal with this duo together. And I want to see if all the scrim hype pays off. Right now, we are expecting them to do well. And we are, of course, expecting ROCCAT to do well here in the first game.
And we're waiting on this level 2 here as well. Minion dies, level 2 comes in. Now Hjarnan and Wadid not quite aggressive enough to instantly dive into this tower, but they have absolute control of the bottom lane despite the pushing power.
Yeah, fair enough. You don't dive the tower level 2. Like Wadid's move here, early push into ward, into take the blast cone as well. So there's actually really no way for EULCS to properly gank the bottom lane, which means Sven and Mythia stuck down here all alone.
If anyone can beat the terrifying duo, we do expect it to be Sven and Mithy, the two members left standing on the G2 lineup, or at least the original lineup.
And we should note that these guys came home from MSI. They were never the entire team together after MSI. People went on holidays, took some breaks because they didn't do it before MSI. And that's obviously why they haven't really been scrimming that much on the new patch. They haven't really been practicing with these subs a whole lot. As we highlighted earlier, Blank came in last night. So they haven't really gotten to play anything with him. They probably just told him, can you play a supportive champion mid to buff our AD carry? Yes, check, here's Karma.
And it works out for them, but this is, of course, the choice that G2 made. Admittedly, a bit of a risk. Did not expect Perks to be out sick here, but two members were calculated. LULUX and Sendo were going to play this week no matter what, and this is the choice to take a vacation after MSI to give up these early weeks performance and trade it for an improvement in performance at MSI. Definitely worth it, I think, for the European fan base.
100%.
But it does mean that they are vulnerable.
And it means it's a really good thing for ROCCAT. The fact they get to play this lineup here in the very first week on stage with Pride Stalker should make it a bit easier for them, without saying the game is won straight away, because there is still some good players on the side of G2 you gotta beat.
Once again, the desk predicted still in favor of G2. So much confidence. And I mean, Mithy, of course, known, veteran shot caller, huge source of leadership. Maybe he can take some of these players that we don't quite know what to expect from and coordinate it into a solid strategic comp, I say, as there's a Caitlyn that everyone is clearly supposed to protect. Feels like it could just come together if they get late enough in the game.
Now let's try and follow Pride Stalker. He's on his way towards the bottom lane. There's no flash on the Caitlyn. And obviously there's no blast gun because that was taken by VIT earlier. And Pride Stalker is a man that in their promo tournament and in the playoffs, the Challenger playoffs, played extremely well. And I think that's why a lot of the LCS teams suddenly started looking at him after he qualified, saying, okay, this guy, a lot of talent, very young, straight out of solo queue into now some of these games last split, and suddenly he finds himself in the LCS.
Definitely some impressive numbers. And we keep in mind that a lot of his victories during the Challenger Series playoffs to get into that qualifier match were against LULUX himself, so has a history of doing well. But while Pride Stalker is doing well, it's a similar story for Foxy in the top lane, and already Sendo really getting bullied out here. Foxy, a member of ROCCAT we've come to expect more from as we've looked forward, but definitely dominating in this lane.
Yeah, the Foxy Taxi, the name was born in Spring Split during the win streak of ROCCAT, where he picked Gnar almost every game and dumpstered whoever he was against in the top lane. Not exactly Gnar this time around, Galio. Still very good in the laning phase. Great start from him with triple Dorans, pushing in the Rumble 24/7. And yes, we are expecting a lot from Foxy here in this summer split. He's one of the guys who really needs to perform if ROCCAT wants to make playoffs.
Absolutely, a lot of pressure. ROCCAT are coming in with, remember, they haven't lost since the end of last season. Would really like to start on a good note. And there's a lot of people skeptical. Without Maxwell on the team, will the leadership be the same? Will the team be able to coordinate as well? For now, solid early game, but have to see more as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of the people who's been skeptical, simply because Pride Stalker and the team here, I think it's going to take time before they really click and can match some of the other teams, some of the other top teams in Europe. Now, that's not saying that, you know, by week 4 or 5, they're not going to look very good. But I think it's going to take at least a few weeks before we really get to see what these guys can do. Obviously, this first game kind of gives us a weird feeling because, you know, if they beat G2 2-0, it's a great start.
And it's such a rough spot for ROCCAT, too, you have to respect. Rough spot for both these teams because ROCCAT win. Oh, you won, but it's against a slightly weakened G2.
Right, yeah.
If ROCCAT lose, it's, oh my god, you got spanked by G2 with 3 subs. And G2, they're just happy to find a win, but they definitely are just not happy to be in the situation where Perks couldn't be on the lineup in week 1.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Betsy before the game. He was like, he's actually super sad that he's not playing against Perks because he wanted to try and challenge him now after that great MSI performance. And then Perks is out sick and he's playing against Blank, who's a guy he probably didn't expect to play against today. And not exactly the same as playing against Perks in his current form.
And you have to respect it. Perks putting on an excellent performance at MSI, and if mid laners are looking to improve, that's a guy you'd be happy to 1v1 to practice up your laning prowess. And as now level 6s are starting to come in, ultimates are starting to be available. Grand Entrance goes forward, but just going to battle dance out there for Wadid.
There's another bonus with a very long range for Sven. Like, he can stay far enough back that the range of Wadid's knock-up is not always a threat against him. Like you saw right there, he just stepped backwards very quickly, didn't get hit by the knock-up. His flash is back up right now, so G2's bottom lane here been able to do just fine, despite that level 1, where maybe they didn't expect the instant all-in.
And Wadid just continues to go forward every time the Grand Entrance is off cooldown. Hungry for a little bit more, but Mithy.
Got respect now. Jan level 6 as well.
Now the Featherstorm throws out a decent amount of those as well, so you have to be very careful. At the same time, Mithy with Flash available should be relatively safe.
Yeah. More people looking to join the party. No, Pridestalker takes the blue. Betsy goes back here. G2's bot lane respecting the fact they could get killed under that tower. Steps back in, but yeah, Xayah ulti I think is the best ability for her, the coolest ability. Simply because again, you can jump up in the air, you can't really be targeted, you can't die straight away. And then when you spawn those 5 feathers, when you use your E, you pull them back straight away. Extra damage, land the snare. It's a lot of burst up front. That is super, super hard to deal with if she can actually chain some CC with, well, let's say a Rakan.
And that's a terrifying spot to be in if she gets a lead, when she can just leap forward and be aggressive, when she doesn't have to worry about using that cooldown defensively. But feels like if Hjarnan falls behind here, you no longer get the option of using the Featherstorm quite so aggressively, because it's your only defensive tool on this character. You don't have the double dashes that Rakan has. You don't have the net that Caitlyn does. And you can put yourself in some risky spots.
Oh, they're looking for bot lane again. Flying is getting pushed in mid over and over, so Betsy's moving first. Haven't been able to sync up and actually kill Sven and Mithy simply because the G2 bottom lane, they're just stepping away from the tower. So they're actually playing it smart, but obviously the tower is taking damage. And Xayah can just perma-push this lane here, just use one ability to proc that passive, and you just keep going, man. Keep going. Oh, they can sync up the recalls as well.
Oversleep. OTP, oh, running forward. Mithy now in trouble. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Buddy's going to do his best to save himself for now. The quickening not quite enough to take him to safety. Has to dodge the trap. EULCS is there. Not anything else going to come. Oh, flash over the wall.
All right, all right, all right. I think EULCS is respecting the potential danger despite a lot of guys being around. Everyone here in the audience are kind of waiting for that first kill. They came in expecting a bit of a fiesta, and now they're getting this like slow and steady early game where it's a bit of a farm fest.
We were misled as to the nature of this lane when they all in at level 1 Deficio and then did not fight up until that point.
Well, they tried, but they were out of range every time because the man on your screen, Sven, managed to stay out of range with this Caitlyn. And the numbers you see there from MSI, same kind of numbers we can see in this game. Probably the damage percent would go up to like 40% instead.
I mean, there's an entire team comp built around him, so.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, there's a Rumble who will steal away some percentages, but like still, Sven is the man we're looking at to win this game for G2 if they can get it to late game. So far, it's actually working out pretty well. They're dead even in gold at 10 minutes. And
a pretty decent CS lead for the Caitlyn as well. More than even we saw at the MSI numbers, so already putting on a pretty solid performance for his first game back, despite the time that G2 has not practiced.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Pridestalker really do anything on Elise. Like, you pick a snowballing jungler who shines in the early game when it comes to ganks. You have a CC top you can use to gank with. You have CC mid from Syndra. You have CC bot lane. Like, every lane actually allows you to gank it because they have ways to set up this target right in front of you that you can just cocoon and you can kill them. He's hovering mid, but very defensively, more to just allow Betsy to push out the lane and then roam. This is a good move to go down to the bottom side. We'll get spotted though once again, and nothing really comes from it.
ROCCAT just slow and steady wins the race.
Like, you can literally just dive Rumble with Galio Elise. Like, force his flash from that one, and then you can return gank, or you can start taking tower.
You have to wonder, maybe the confidence just not quite there for ROCCAT. First games on stage, we saw it yesterday in the first Fnatic game. We saw it in the first H2K game as well. Teams have been telling us that first game on stage is rough. Hard to execute on those big confident plays. You don't quite feel like yourself. So you got used to the settings again. You've gotten used to the pressure maybe of playing in front of a crowd, especially for a young guy like Pridestalker.
And you're afraid Daniel Dracos will flame you if you make a mistake. Like, that is your brand.
I will.
That is your brand.
I will. I am the guy who flames people.
Exactly.
I didn't know that, but I guess you said it, so it must be true.
I mean, once I said it, it's out there now, so
they know.
They all know. To be fair, I don't blame Pridestalker, but I think then his team needs to guide him. Like, the team right in needs to help, like, hey, come, you can go mid now, we can gank, we can do this, you know, come top, we can dive. Like, you can kind of micromanage him. There we get to sync up recalls. I actually like the fact you can just kill the last few minutes and then step together. It's so beautiful. They're gone.
7 seconds saved, ladies and gentlemen.
He was farming while the support was recalled. Ooh.
Look at that time efficiency. You know what that is? That's 7 Cloud Drakes worth of movement speed back to lane. Well, now, Betsy, It's very slow, it's very steady. Betsy's going even. Rumble's falling behind a little bit, and Sven is starting to crush the CS differential. But there's a Blade of the Rune King now finished on Hjarnan. Is this what they need to all in to try to kill this lane one more time?
Well, again, as I said, I think ROCCAT has so many options. Like, there's so many lanes. They go top lane, go bot lane right now. I like the Betsy roams to bot, try and take the tower. Push out the lane, then lane swap to top, take Rift Herald, and use that to break open the mid tower. Suddenly, wide open map, multiple towers down. It's what you can do with the new Rift Herald. If you win the bottom lane, you can use that to take one tower and go up and grab that Rift Herald right after. But it requires them to actually get the tower down. You can see in your minimap, always you have Pridestalker Betsy hovering towards the bottom side. But they're not been able to execute on tower or dive because G2's bot lane are playing just so safe.
And you can see Sven and Mithy, so much confidence as Sven continuously just steps forward to throw auto attacks out, not worried about Wadid, just gets the movement speed steroid, the shield from Mithy, and starts to poke back and forth. But now EULCS just have to lead back out to safety.
Yeah, and this is the dream for G2. You know, no Rift Hill going down, no early towers dying, no one is actually getting kills. Played a slow game. We know Mithy is a shot caller, even with new players, can guide a team in the late game quite effectively.
True. And especially here in the early game where everyone's to a certain degree on their own. Pretty simple plan for G2. Don't die.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't give anything up.
That's why EULCS flashed, you know, earlier. We just instantly be like, nope, not going to take a chance here. I'm just going to flash away from this one straight away. I just know if I don't die. We're just farming. We're going late game. It's all great. It is MSI all over again, except no one is getting early advantages against G2, like we saw at MSI.
Exactly where they want to be. Happy to pick some scaling options.
They're trying now, though.
Quickening, knocks it up at the grand entrance. Gonna maybe battle dance out as the Elise does come in. Mithy taking a lot of damage here in the exchange, but still not going down. TP counteracts it, but not gonna be needed.
Get that full combo again, though, where Hjarnan, you know, lands his ulti, then takes all the feathers back and roots Mithy in place. But the Lulu ulti coming in, clutch, and a good TP from Blank as well here, just to stop ROCCAT from further stepping forward. And now it's actually G2 looking for a play.
EULCS coming down. Hjarnan very vulnerable. Without the ultimate, is going to have a hard time being safe. Nice block coming in from Wadid, though. Good awareness. EULCS flash now available. Maybe going to look to kick it back, with both sides just backing off here.
They're playing it so safe. EULCS didn't even go for ulti. He was like, should I go for this one? Am I overextending against teleport? No, you know what? Get a bit of damage and step away. Just give Sven some more farm. Don't want to risk being the man, making sure this team falls behind. So EULCS, a guy who is famous for his pathing, his early aggression, his Lee Sin, like a lot of things EULCS have managed to succeed on in the past and with. In this game, he's been farming and shown bot lane twice and stepped away.
Now we've come to know him as the god of pathing, self-proclaimed, but
definitely, yeah,
appears to be the god of farm.
Some people say the pathing genius. Yes, pathing
Trick
Nirvana.
calls him the jungle pathing god.
Yeah, I mean, it has become a known thing in the pro community in Europe.
I think the word you're looking for is it meme, Bittermartin? Not quite a thing.
I don't know. Is it a meme? Is it a fact? I'm not sure.
Well, right now it's about farm. But maybe there's some particular moment of brilliance we're waiting on here with this Lee Sin. As he is headed to the top lane, maybe looking to shut down the Galio.
It's just hard to kill the Galio at this point. He has so much MR against the Rumble. Pridestalker, though, joining in with EULCS' style here of just farming, which, again, as we highlighted earlier, is not the most efficient use of an Elise. It's actually rather poor use of Elise. The crowd and the fans at home do believe ROCCAT comes in as not exactly heavy favorites, but slight favorites.
60-40, G2 did garner a lot of fan support after their incredible performance at MSI, but people maybe not quite as confident to vote in their favor with 2 out of 5 of the members that did so.
All right, Pridestalker, I just want to see you go in and try and gank for a second time. I just want to see you do something with the Elise, chain CC, burst someone down. I don't care what it is. I just want to see you do something. We had the one bot lane gank. Let's return.
All right, Martin, follow me on this one. Well, may see an aggressive engage here, but there's flash, there's ult, ignite soon to be up on the side of ROCCAT. Now they're gonna have that ignite before Mithy has that exhaust. Maybe this is the 10-second window where they can go in.
I just feel like, why does Betsy have heal?
Huh.
He's laning against Karma. Like Ghost, Ignite, something.
No.
Anyway.
Apparently a lot of faith in Blanc's kill pressure, or maybe a lot of respect over to EULCS here, opting for a more safe Summer so.
Yeah, because heal's not going to help him in late game fights when Sven is sitting on 3-4 items. EULCS is even able to get an Ocean Drake here for his team. ROCCAT not having a whole lot of control in this river, and it's turned into a game where everyone is just focused purely on farm. And that is, as we highlighted multiple times, in favor of the team running the Protector Zen comp.
This is the equivalent of 10 of those invites in your Facebook inbox. Come play Farmville.
I'm glad they stopped.
Yeah, me too. Can't turn those off. So many people had to get blocked. Not the case this time around. G2 more than happy to keep playing Farmville. Keep working for it. And you can see Wadid hungry. Constantly looking for the engages. He looks like he's going to find one. Ignite does take down. Featherstorm up and available. Flash forward, pull back.
There we go.
The Blade Caller. First blood for the Xayah Rakan duo. Now they have to run for their life, though, because there is the equalizer. Now comes the heroic entrance, though. The Foxy Toxy not going to let his bot lane go down.
Doesn't matter. We had a first blood. We had a kill, Drakers. That's all we needed. I'm happy to see it in the bottom lane as well. Yanin and Wadid together. Great engage onto Mithy. They tried so many times, and they didn't manage to kill anyone, but this time they do get a kill, and they won this bot lane tower.
First you don't succeed, try again. And now they're going to continue this forward.
Oh, they actually go for
looking
mid lane
pretty
tower.
comfortable to just continue this. There's no equalizer to break the tower. Of course, a Soul Flare coming in from the Karna could just kill the wave instantly.
Yeah, but they do actually allow G2 to defend by going for mid tower here. Bot lane obviously was quite open with Mithy being dead. Tower had already taken quite some damage as well, but mid tower is low, so let's see the engage once again. Wadid W in, and then he uses a Lancer stun straight on Mithy. Ulti comes after, but Mithy will obviously die from Xayah's ulti when she pulls back the feathers right after. Good burst combo.
Just a little bit late on the polymorph there from Mithy. He does it just before the Blade Caller comes in. Maybe he lives, but cannot get in range to do so. And just well executed in the end on the side of ROCCAT.
Yeah, now again, we are very close to seeing a lot of gold going in favor of ROCCAT. Like top lane tower is low, mid lane tower is low, even bot lane tower is taking some damage. Sadly for ROCCAT, they don't get a Rift Herald. It's gone now, 20 minutes, so they can't use that to break open the first tower. But at this point here, they should be able to break either one of the 3 outer turrets. Like, it doesn't matter which one you pick, it should die.
And if they can break down that bottom lane tower, Rakan, not necessarily known for being insanely powerful in lane, right? This is a guy who can roam, who can set up plays anywhere on the map with that insane mobility. So maybe Pride Stalker, Wadid, they can team up and try to generate a bigger lead. Because once again, G2 are just playing versus the clock right now. They just survive till that Caitlyn gets 3 to 4 items, and we see Sven do Sven things.
So it's on ROCCAT. I like your point with Rakan. Roaming, I think his lane ganks are insane. E onto your ally in the lane, then W straight forward. If the target doesn't have a flash, well, then you're going to hit the target, knock him up, and you're going to obviously be able to kill him. Foxy top lane could call for assistance and take the tower. Betsy mid lane could call for assistance and take the tower as well. Or you can go bot lane with 4 members. You really have all options right now if you're ROCCAT.
Not looking to do anything too aggressive, too risky. Maybe not a whole ton of faith in these guys that they can out-execute the opposition.
This is fine, though, if they commit.
EULCS now moving in. Gonna try to steal away this blue buff, make sure Syndra is a little bit disadvantaged here in the early laning phase.
Okay, now they're committing.
Now they're committing.
Hand in hand, Pride Stalker Betsy. The bot lane tower. Just go.
The CC.
There's no TPs, just go take the tower. There we go.
Wadid. Not going to be able to get anything else, but they will manage to break open the bottom lane tower. Does give the opportunity now for Sendo to push in on the top side, but just can't do anything against the wave clear of that Galio, and that means a decent advantage going over to ROCCAT. Yes, it's about 22 minutes into the game, but that is the first sizable lead we've seen all game.
Took some time, but they did get it down now, and as we highlighted before, the 2 other turrets, mid and top lane, are very low.
Oh.
Betsy using ulti, and now you can see multiple guys from ROCCAT around this mid lane tower here. Want to just take that one down, like snowball as fast as possible, take all the turrets, start stacking some Drakes if you can, but actually no, there's 2 minutes on Ocean Drake, and you don't want Ocean Drake now. You want it like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, not quite. You want Drake RNG not in the favor of ROCCAT while they do have the advantage, but they are going to look to break open this mid lane tower. Earlier damage on the Blanc does make it a little bit more difficult for him to approach. That's the 2nd tower for ROCCAT. Kind of just slow and steady here, playing out the game. Hjarnan, he walks away every time just so he can do that. Just so we can make this.
They cancel it.
Blanc. Flash to safety. Go in. Quickening. That's the chain CC now moving forward. Blade Caller not going to connect. However, out goes the Featherstorm. Without the Blade Caller to back it up, it doesn't mean a whole lot.
I didn't see if the charm actually landed from Wadid before he jumped out. This is one of the combos you can do. As we highlight again, it's so easy for Rakan to just jump that great distance, you know, jump to your ally, then jump towards the enemy. Blank had no flash after he used it to dodge the cocoon. Problem here for ROCCAT is, by them actually getting interrupted mid, they just lost bot lane tower. More gold going over to Sven, who's already sitting on 2 full completed items. And G2 only down 1k gold.
And really, we can say ROCCAT definitely winning the game right now, but when it comes to scaling, you have to respect G2. Most importantly, you have to respect Sven. He's got Mithy, he's got Blanc to back him up, and we don't have to kid ourselves. Look at Blanc's build. He knows what his job is on this team. He is not 1v1ing anybody. He is just making sure that Sven has the tools to do his job.
Poor Blanc, man. He expected to come in here, show what he had on the LCS stage, show some great moves, some, I don't know, LeBlanc. And then he get told by Mithy and Youngblood, like,
So I've got a different idea.
What about
What if I told you there's a champion that just pushes the lane and makes Sven better at his job?
Nunu mid.
G2 does love the Nunu.
Yeah, but when you have Lulex and Lee Sin is open, you can't really force him on Nunu.
Very true.
Maybe next game.
But it's important you bring it up, right? Because these are a lot of players who may want to prove themselves a bit more on the LCS stage. Lulex hasn't been in the LCS for a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
Blanc was competing in the Challenger Series. And Sendo as well in the LVP. Maybe wants to prove, you know?
100%. Like, that's the important part is, even though it's 3 subs, it's important for ROCCAT to get off to a great start and kind of show what they've been working on in practice. And it's important for the 3 guys on G2 to prove themselves individually. And I think right now all they've been going even in lane top, they've gone even in lane mid. At least in terms of farm, sure, the mid lane tower went down, but ROCCAT gone for more.
Going in, there's the engage, now getting the chain taunt, backing it up, getting so much damage down. Sven is down, that is the key member now as ROCCAT push forward, maybe looking for a little bit more. Winds of War comes in, taunt's available, but no flash coming out from Foxy. Now just a wave to push forward.
Yeah, the reaction time is just, it's almost impossible against Rakan when he flashes on you right there. Lands the CC, knock up Charm. Once you get hit by a 1, second one will follow and you just go down. Sven had flash ready, but really nothing he can do once the engage happens onto him. So ROCCAT 3 towers now, Drakos.
Pair that Charm with that knockup, the quickness comes out, flash, grand entrance in. You're charmed, you're knocked up, you're knocked out. All too easy on the side of ROCCAT to just keep executing, and we can see Sven, no QSS yet, no real option available. Maybe if you can cleanse the Charm and then flash out, but it's already so difficult to deal with that engage option.
I think you just try and go, do you go Mikhail's maybe? For like a Mithy, he wants Ardent Sensor as well to buff, actually you can go Mikhail's here. Definitely, if you want to add some cleanse. Because if you're a Sven, you need damage, you just need pure damage. Like, you are the man who needs to carry. And you should have enough protection with multiple shields. If there's something that can maybe get you out of chain CC.
This is so rough, right? Because he also feels like he needs a QSS as well. We look at it, every single member of ROCCAT has a way to lock Sven down.
Oh, they're going for him again now. Remember Rakan in these long lanes here. With his mobility.
Deadly Plumage, Pride Stalker moving forward. Leap up, go down, not gonna swap forms and look for the cocoon. And it just feels like G2 are just biding their time. Once again, just waiting. Taking time for the scaling comp to move up, but in the meantime, ROCCAT are just chomping at the bit. They're looking for some action. They just want to force these kills. They want to get these picks and look to get something bigger for themselves.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, you can set up for Baron. Like, push in mid and top, get deep vision in the jungle, start the Baron, and just engage over the wall. Like, you have so much CC in your comp. If you land 1, you will follow up with like 5 other CCs, taunts, stuns, cocoons, whatever it is. G2 on the way to try and stop this one, but they're reacting.
Moving forward, looking for a little bit more. TP comes out on the backside, but there's no one there on the team really to back them up. Wadid has the ult available, but no flash. Foxy locking up Sven. CC continues to come in. No cleanse effects available yet, but no damage to back up Foxy. Garnet now backing out, is going to step on a trap. But nothing else is going to come from this.
Sven can't really kill Galio at this point. He needs some armor penetration as well, but he needs a lot of things. That's always the problem when you're playing these late game AD carries. ROCCAT, though, actually giving G2 quite an advantage here by them just rushing the Baron and not properly clearing out the vision. Because it bought some time for G2 to now regroup and get a bit more gold and get some push in these lanes.
Now both teams just kind of grouping up in the mid lane. Sven going to go to the side, look to pick up a little bit of extra side wave farm to continue to build those items, but the rest, the team just happy to hold ROCCAT in that mid lane. They have enough wave clear with the Lulu, with the Karma, to make sure that ROCCAT really can't push for anything else.
We're just looking for a pick.
Fisher, we're just waiting.
We're just waiting, baby.
CC. And this is the thing about these first games, Deficio. Everybody plays scared. Everybody plays with so much respect. But for G2, I think it's the right choice. right now, as you said, Sven just doesn't have the damage.
There's one
gotta
little
wait.
ward outside the Baron pit. ROCCAT didn't use a sweeper yet to actually kill it, so it's been granting vision for G2 for quite a while. It's gonna disappear now. They can definitely go and try and place another one. So ROCCAT is say, screw the Baron. Didn't work for us. Back to pushing, back towards Baron, back to pushing, back towards Baron.
And that's a
I
terrible
was
feeling.
100% expecting a series where we would have like 40
million kills.
and you would be screaming non-stop.
That's what I was thinking too, but here we are, 2 kills, 28 minutes in, Deficio.
Yeah. Save your voice though. Recharge.
I'm excited.
Get ready for that one late game fight that will
to be
decide
fair,
the
I already
game.
like screamed at a single kill for Xayah and Rakan like 8 minutes into the game, or 10 minutes or whatever.
So you're feeling exhausted now?
Yeah, I'm a little. Can you do the shouty part?
I'm not really good at the shouty part.
I'll analyze stuff, I guess. Betsy has the new Banshee's Veil. Fun fact, no longer a tank item. Now gives you AP.
I don't think you need AP or magic resistance here. I think Betsy's playing too defensive with his summoner spells and item choice. Again, it's practically just the rumble damage that's gonna hit him at first. It's like your goal as ROCCAT is just to burn through multiple shields.
And realistically, you never have to get that close to the Karma in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
She has one major burst ability. If she's already on top of you and the snare is going to connect, you're probably dead anyway.
I think you just sit on the Negatron cloak and then not upgrade it into Banshees yet. Just sit on Negatron, like get a bit more damage. But okay, it gives 70 AP, so it's not bad in that sense. But it is a very defensive-minded Betsy here in the first game on stage.
And once again, just shows the caution coming in for both sides. Like sets the ward up, hops back out to safety. And it's interesting because ROCCAT, as a team, set expectations pretty high at the end of last season. And I feel like maybe that's what's weighing on them now, is because they're going up against a weakened G2. And they beat the good G2. They beat the full 5-member strong, no question marks, best team in Europe, G2. So for them now to struggle against a less than whole roster has to feel pretty rough for a lot of the guys that were there for that victory.
I mean, they are still ahead, you know, they're still in an okay position in this game, but it's also obviously losing the shot caller from before. Obviously also, I said Negatron, I mean Null Magic Mantle before. Still the thing when you gotta get used to the new items.
Let's forget. Old Abyssal build path.
Because Negatron now actually only builds into Wit's End, if I remember correctly, as like an offensive item. Actually, no, it doesn't even build into any offensive items.
Wit's End, and then Abyssal, the new Abyssal mask.
It's just Wit's End, yeah. It's Wit's End, and then Abyssal is a full tank item now. So, Negatron Cloaks, rushing that as mid laner, it is no longer viable, sadly. No Magic Mantle.
Gargoyle Stoneplate. Let me tell you about
You can't rush that one.
Tank Syndrome mid.
Almost seeing it in this game.
Please no.
We're gonna get Gargoyle on Foxy though. The Gargoyle gets the Gargoyle Stoneplate.
You have to remember, of course,
Down it again.
All divisions down. ROCCAT slowly burning this one down. LULEX ready to make a steal, trying to make a name for himself. Wadid gonna leap out to safety. Foxy over the wall. The Baron's still burning down, but ROCCAT don't know what they want to do here. They're backing off.
They can just finish it.
Moving forward for a little bit more. Are gonna get it in the end. G2 not a whole lot of options to fight this one out, but LULEX maybe gonna be a bit hungry for blood here. And goes the ultimate. G2 slowly chasing. Foxy now in trouble. Will get burned down. That's one back for G2. ROCCAT still take the Baron.
So in the end, still worth it for ROCCAT here, rushing it down. They almost disengaged from it, and I think they realized, oh, we can actually finish it in time. G2 did not react instantly. LULEX was not in there to try and steal it. First Baron for ROCCAT, but they still only have 3 outer turrets down, and Sven is now on another turret here in the mid lane.
Decent spot to be 2. 1.5 attack speed items, bit of armor penetration means he's going to be a little bit better equipped in the fights, but still not the 3-item, 4-item Caitlyn we expect. Just bits and pieces to kind of suit the needs of the team right at this moment.
This is basically MSI all over again. Sven is now slowly but surely getting towards his 4th item. We go like 45 minutes into the game.
And in a lot of these games, it's hard to adjust. We can see Sven now leaping forward, though.
Oh, he got caught!
Not dead yet, though. That's a lot of CC coming in, but not enough to lock him down and knock him out. Going forward, there's the taunt. They're going to get down Mithy. That's 1 kill coming in for ROCCAT. Things looking pretty good as they start to push up the mid lane. Double daggers, not going to connect.
Woo! Close one. Sven did survive. Sacrifice his support. Someone needs to die when you catch the AD carry. Ended up being Mithy going down, despite having both summoners available as well. But I think he was surprised by Janen's combo right there with the root into the stun of Foxy.
Now the siege is coming in. Foxy pushing on the bottom side while the rest of the team maybe just looking to take this tower, but still a ton of wave clear on the side of G2. Yarnan doing his best to take down the tower. A little bit of CC goes down on the LUX. He's going to need to run. Spider goes up, but nowhere for her to come down quite yet. Immediately into a trap. Sven's going to try to grab a kill. Flash forward. LUX does get one back. Now kills are being traded back and forth. Foxy on the front line, though, and it puts him in a difficult spot because Sendo doesn't have the resistances to keep himself healthy, but the team's got more than enough shields. Down comes Redemption. Foxy not even worried. Does get the two-man taunt. G2 walk right into it. That's Block going down as well. Out comes the Blade Caller. Mithy, though, still gonna survive. Oh, kill. Damage out of nowhere. Sven now running for his life. Flash forward for Yarnan. He wants his montage moment. He wants his highlight reel, but he's just gonna have to settle for that inhib tower.
Finally, we get some fights here. ROCCAT win in the end, get inhib as well. A lot of guys going down from G2. Sven did stay alive for basically the entire fight, but now Yarnan on Xayah here. Able to pick up kills, like Vintage is completed for him. He's so strong at the moment, and let's see the replay again. They catch LUX first. Good stun here from both Bitsy and Pridestalker. And then it's obviously Spider up, Trap comes down, so Sven believes now he can get a kill.
And I feel for LUX right now. He says, this is the man who beat me in the challenge.
I need to kill him. He didn't kill him. He didn't kill him, to be fair. And at this point, actually looks really good for G2. It's like 4v3, but then you have to respect the damage for both Betsy and Yarnan. Taunted onto Blanc into a full damage combo from Betsy and Yarnan right now. And then, of course, Mithy also stepping in and getting, I believe, rooted.
Yeah, walks right in to the feathers there on the ground. Not at all what Mithy wanted to do.
And I will say, it's so hard in team fights to play against Xayah because you don't really pay attention to these small little feathers on the ground.
Mean, look at the difference. Caitlyn Trap blinks at you. Xayah Feather's just a little purple icon on the ground. It's so difficult.
And then you got things like the Syndra Bowl is down there. You got a trap as well. You got a dead tower. Like, there's so many things on the ground that you're already looking at. All these little feathers. And she gets so many down in the late game fights because she just keeps proccing her passive and getting multiple feathers on the ground. It's like really annoying to play against. The Q applying 2, ulti applying 5. Like, you can already see now how many small feathers are on the ground.
Oh, and he goes, though. That's going to be the combo. Galio now coming into the backside. Oh, that's a wombo! Equalizer comes out, but it's not even going to do a thing because Foxy just going to back off. Decent damage comes in for Sven, but that's the coordination we were waiting for from ROCCAT.
It's like they got a taste of the blood right now. Realizing, okay, we just keep forcing fights, you know. We don't want to let Sven get even further in towards the late game.
I'm kind of skeptical ROCCAT taking it slow, but 1-0-4 the scoreline for Betsy. Tanky build means no deaths yet, but 4-0-4 for Yarnan, 0-1-8 for Wadid. Xayah combo, maybe not end-all be-all in that laning phase, but definitely making huge waves here in these team fights.
And it's always the important thing to highlight, you know, when you have these scaling comps. It's not like you can't beat them in the late game, but just the chances of you winning fights just get smaller and smaller and smaller the further you get into the late game. But because ROCCAT just set up such a beautiful wombo combo, of course they can still take down members of G2.
And the thing, too, is, as we look at this again, Xayah does a ton of damage. She's just short range and vulnerable, kind of like a Vayne.
With Deed, dives forward, flash W into the combo with, of course, the Galio ulti and everything from Yarnan. What a great setup from them. Hard to react when you don't have a flash ready yourself, because how are you going to get out of that flash W from a Rakan?
You get the knockup, you get the charm, you get the Galio knockup after that, and all that time Yarnan has to just throw feathers in the middle of the fight.
And then you can pull them back, you keep people in place again. And if that's not enough, well, maybe there's a stun from Betsy, maybe a cocoon from Pridestalker. There's no Mikhails on the side of G2, no QSS either. So they actually have no way of really getting out once the first man is getting hit or got hit.
And Sven not even opting for a rapid fire cannon, a little extra range here. He wants the Phantom Dancer, he wants that damage reduction coming in a lot of these situations. And you can't really say you blame him when you look at Yarnan, because I was saying earlier, the scaling for Xayah is crazy. It's just that she's short range, she's vulnerable. She doesn't have a whole ton of tools to get in and out of fights, but when she can go in, I mean, there's crit scaling, AD scaling on the blades as well.
And attack speed steroid from the W, which always is important in the late game. That's actually one of the things that Caitlyn suffers from.
Yeah.
So it is hard now also because Sven, he's hitting a full tank Galio, where Yarnan, he's hitting a mixed damage, mixed tank Lee Sin as the front line of G2. So it's very, very, very hard for Sven to kill Foxy fast enough with the Gargoyle Stoneplate as well. You just double that HP once you're in the middle of the fight, like effectively like 50% damage reduction coming in straight away. So you gotta kill the Galio twice in that sense. And it's just hard when you're the single damage dealer that your team relies on in a fight like this.
And the most obnoxious champion to play against the Galio. Once he starts that taunt channel, you're not locking him down. If you stand next to him, if he's anywhere near you, he's still gonna taunt your team. You're still gonna have to hit him, and once one source of CC comes in from anyone on ROCCAT, it can be followed up by any other member of the team. But now Pride Stalker, he's hunting for it, looking forward. Miffy once again, not gonna be in the middle of the fight because it's Blanc who gets caught out. Sven now
Great
backing
save.
out, thank you. Mixed up the karma, but good karma coming in for ROCCAT. They take down the opposition, another Baron up and available for them, and they can just take this one down. There is Lulax up and available, but no smite means it's gonna be pretty tough for him to take this.
He's bot lane as well, killing the wave. Much better shot calling from ROCCAT the last 5 minutes with how they've been able to force these fights here. A lot of division into VIT, unnoticed, obviously catching Blanc here in the mid lane, and it's what we expected when you have a team playing with the 5 starters who prepared for a few weeks for this. Yes, okay, some issues with the overall shot calling from ROCCAT because they've replaced Max Lore, but G2, while they rely on the one guy to carry, they don't really have a whole lot when you look at them as a team because they haven't scrimmed together.
Yep, not 5 members who've had a ton of time to practice. And additionally, we can see ROCCAT don't have the same struggles. When they get to play as 5 members, when they get to group up, they make solid decisions in these fights. They can absolutely execute on these combos. Sven, though, taking a bit of poke here, a lot of harass. All eyes have to be on him on the side of G2, and he takes a cocoon. Immediate chain CC. Down comes the damage. Down goes Sven. All too easy for ROCCAT. The blade caller's coming in. Clean cuts left and right as Hjarnan makes his mark on the opposition. That's the triple coming in for Betsy. There's the quickness, but no one's going to get taunted up, and it just does not matter because ROCCAT are in control of this game. Blanc gets a kill back, though, and that could be the saving grace for this G2 lineup.
Well, let's see if they can actually defend here. Foxy's going in.
Justice Punch going to miss. Taunt does go in. Sendo not going to get knocked up either. The CC is missing, and that means Sendo has the freedom to clear out these waves, but it's triple Baron empowered cannon creep to break that first Nexus tower. Additionally, members going down. ROCCAT, no problem to clean it up now because the CC comes back off cooldown. Sendo not so lucky the second time around and takes a little bit of time, but in 40 minutes, ROCCAT are going to find their first win of the summer season.
Slower game than expected, but at the same time, we can't really blame ROCCAT. First game back on stage with a new jungler. Like, you also, if you're ROCCAT, you just don't want to risk giving anything over to this G2 lineup with 3 subs. You don't want to risk falling behind early game because of some dumb mistakes. So, can't really blame them too much, but there are definitely things they want to look at.
And when we looked at this draft, we said, Sven, man, if this guy makes it to late game, like, ROCCAT are done. What we didn't
say
see,
they were done. We said that was G2's win condition.
Right? But what we didn't see until they came together as 5 was how well they could execute this Wombo combo, how well they could use all the aggressive mobility, all the aggressive initiation that Wadid brought to the table on this Rakan to set the Galio up, to set everyone else up to just dish out damage.
I mean, and that's again the important thing about like Xayah and Rakan together is just when you land the stun, the knock up from Rakan, it's so easy for Xayah to get enough feathers down to then further CC the target and just land a ton of burst damage and AoE damage as well. She's hitting multiple targets most of the time in a fight. So a really nice setup from ROCCAT to engage the late game fights. We obviously just want to see things happen earlier. Earlier focus on getting the towers down. Earlier focus on forcing some of these fights here around the Baron. But apart from that, they showed what the comp can do in late game fights, and G2 also showed some inexperience, funny enough, playing against Xayah and Rakan.
Yeah, definitely maybe a pick that they're not used to seeing. Well, ROCCAT are just 1 win away from taking the series against G2. Let's find out what our analysts think about that game 1.
Well, they need to be penalized because Verius thought that G2 is going to 2-0. Plus his picks to watch say that Yasuo is going to be a pick to watch. No pick nor ban. I don't know, man.
Yeah, but Xayah and Rakan were.
Yeah.
2 of my 4 picks to watch have made it at least through today. And let's talk a little bit about why they were my picks to watch. Because the cool thing about this duo is we heard a lot from the pros coming into the first week of LCS that this duo is strong. Right now, the power to all in, the ability to wave clear, the fact that these two this partnership has so much power during the laning phase is what makes them so strong. And what we wanted to look at is, in particular, how these two individuals tried to play the lane.
And you see it when instantly, level 1, nobody said level 2 yet. This is at the beginning of the laning phase. They go right onto Sven, get the laning advantage for themselves. And G2 do hold themselves through because Caitlyn can do well, but these exchanges are just whittling down the G2 lineup again and again. This is a laning strength that I think if you're not prepared for it, can kill easily.
And we just really wanted to demonstrate the all-in power that this bottom lane has with each other, because the thing about Rakan's ultimate is it becomes very difficult to dodge if you use the animation cancel properly with the flash into the ultimate. We'll have a good example of it here from VIT. You can see if you flash into WR, there's nothing you can do to get out of that. And Sven himself, he just doesn't have the reaction speeds to be able to dodge it. So it creates a very reliable engage tool that you're always going to have available to you. And it nicely set up for ROCCAT to find a lot of these fights and get these fantastic wombo combos that they got throughout the game.
And that's the difficult thing, is there are a couple of combos that you can do, whether it's ult flashing, cancelling, and you're right on top of somebody. You have to try and predict what Rakan is going to do before he actually does it. And that's very difficult when there's so many different options available. And as you said, the crowd control layering, everybody on ROCCAT had some form of hard crowd control to get on top of Sven, that as soon as one hit, Galio comes right into the fight, everybody's locked down by the charm. It's a disgusting composition that ROCCAT ended up getting, and it worked very well at picking out Sven.
And a couple of cool things for any players at home that want to be able to pick up. If you are playing with Rakan, you want to start with the W, because it does give you a lot more pushing power, as the casters are talking about. But also, it was interesting to see that we actually saw Q-Max to have a little bit more trading power going up against the laning opponent. So I thought that was fascinating. It adds a little bit more to your laning power as well. And the build path was pretty fascinating from Xayah as well.
Yeah, we saw the Blade of the Ruin King coming out. There have been other builds. Hans Summers talked about Essence Reaver for a little bit late game damage. Wasn't lacking late game damage in this game at all. So very fun to see Xayah and Rakan. We talked about how we weren't expecting to see both of them.
Yeah.
Turns out without bans on the second
Definitely.
phase.
And I mean, that's absolutely also the right path from ROCCAT to take, because I know we've been joking a bit about, you know, the G2 is not their super strong lineup and all the legacy of ROCCAT beating G2 as the only team. But for them, this is super serious. They have to pick the most broken compositions that they can and do everything towards getting that win if we look towards how the rest of the summer is going to evolve.
And I feel like this game, they played fantastic too. It was slow. There were definitely rooms for improvement. A lot of question marks around Pridestalker, how proactive you're going to be. But what we wanted to take a look at was how they played around this Baron in particular. Now, you can see that Wadid moved up very aggressively to try and get some deep vision down. And one of the slight criticisms is there's not full vision control. Right now, they have a lot of vision in the center and the entrance to the pit, that they don't have full control over the back of the pit, which results in Wadid almost losing his life. But fortunately, because ROCCAT have a Galio, they can zone away the rest of G2 and they can just tunnel themselves down onto this Baron. So a couple of individuals enabling this play to work out, but against the proper G2 lineup, perhaps this play wouldn't have gone as they would have liked.
Yeah, and I think against the full strength G2 lineup, I think this would have gone very differently, because ROCCAT, it seemed like they needed to realize that G2 weren't doing anything on the map themselves before ROCCAT said, oh, okay, we can just land one piece of crowd control, go aggressive and win, because they could have done it maybe 10 minutes earlier. I know that's a heavy criticism. You're playing up against G2. You've got to take any opportunity. So I respect the fact that they did play it out a little slower, but I think this game, we may see a little bit more in the early game coming out of ROCCAT, because I think they're learning that G2 just aren't a unit with these three substitutes, as you'd expect.
The point that we want to make, though, is the fact that this is still good for ROCCAT, right?
Sure.
The fact is, there are clearly things that they want to try and work on, but they still execute a lot of things very confidently, and I think they found a composition that works for them very nicely.
Yeah, they did. We're going to take a look at the final fight, just as ROCCAT managed to close it out, as they were miles and miles ahead, of course, and they had an easy time to close it out, as they did with this fight starting in a while.
Yeah, another fight where you get instantly onto Sven, and of course, with only a limited amount to keep him safe. From there, it's this crowd control chaining. Deficio talked a lot about keeping track of the feathers in amongst the fights. It's so difficult that as soon as you misstep, you get taken down. And from there, just again, you push forward onto another objective, and ROCCAT can advance that lead into 2 inhibitors in the bottom lane. And realistically, G2, their only hope was kind of one last-ditch attempt from Sven cleaning up, but against the Galio, that's not happening on 4 items even as Caitlyn.
And the big thing about that replay that I want to emphasize is that while Pridestalker might not have been super proactive in the early game, mechanically, he's still really good. He landed cocoon after cocoon onto Sven in particular, enabling Wadid to make a lot of these great plays. He did it top lane, he did it in that fight there, and he did it right just before they ended the game. So massive props to this guy coming into his first day and really making a big impact on that Elise.
Yeah, I'm happy we got to see some of the champions we thought would be banned out a lot. Is there anything about the combo that ROCCAT, is there anything that surprised you that was like, oh, I didn't know that's actually a good idea for a combo? That's something we might see. Of course, the Galio in combination with the Zion ROCCAT is something that seems pretty obvious. Is there anything else that you guys were like, whoa, maybe?
I think that what I always find fascinating is the new ways in which Galio can be used in a bunch of different compositions, because you think like, oh, he's mainly a peeler kind of guy, but then he can be a fantastic initiation tool. And when we saw that massive wombo combo in the bottom lane where you had Rakan ulti into Syndra stun into Galio ulti, like in my head, that wouldn't be considered a wombo combo.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm too old school and my wombo combo is an Amumu ulti, right? But these new wombo combos that can just obliterate lineups, I think is really fun to watch.
Yeah.
Trying to steal terms from other games.
Yeah, exactly.
Put 'em in here. I just think that the Caitlyn Lulu worked very well out of G2. I don't think we're going to see the same success out of every bot lane facing off against Zyra Khan. I think it should be a lot more punishing, but Sven and Mithy with two strong champions still look good in the laning.
Yeah, we'll see what the teams decide to go for in the next game. We'll be taking a short break while we run away from the Rift Herald. She's scary. But fear not, we'll be back in lane for game 2 between ROCCAT and G2.
They actually left Zaya open.
Okay. All right.
Admin. There we get the synced up recalls. I actually like the fact you can just kill the last few minutes and then step together. It's so beautiful. They're gone.
7 seconds saved, ladies and gentlemen. Constantly looking for the engages. It looks like he's going to find one. Ignite does tick down. Featherstorm up and available. Flash forward, pull back.
There we go.
The Blade Caller. First blood for the Zaya Rakan duo.
ROCCAT gone for more.
Going in. There's the engage. Now getting the chain taunt. Backing up. Getting so much damage down. Sven is down. That is the key member now. Not even worried, does get the two-man taunt. G2 walk right into it. That's block going down as well. Out comes the Blade Caller. Mithy, though, still gonna survive. Oh, kill. Damage out of nowhere.
Nice.
G2 and he takes a cocoon. Immediate chain CC. Down comes the damage. Down goes Sven. All too easy for ROCCAT. The Blade Caller's coming in. Clean cuts left and right as Hjarnan makes his mark on the opposition. Nope. ROCCAT are gonna find their first win of the summer season. Welcome back to Berlin, where G2 need a win to stay in this series against ROCCAT. But man, would ROCCAT be happy to start their season off with a 2-0. This time around, of course, G2 have opted to select blue side, so a bit of a mix-up. For those of you just joining us, they have lost both bans in the second ban phase due to a failure to submit a substitute before the deadline.
Yeah, simply because Perks obviously got sick a few days ago or yesterday, and they needed to find a replacement so quickly, and that is not allowed. And then you lose your bans, and it's a tough situation if you're G2, but also, I guess, expected that you might drop a few games here and actually lose this series.
I mean, that was the gamble you took, right? You bring in EULCS, you bring in Sendo. Now, whatever your thoughts are on these players, one thing we can be sure is it's just not going to be as good as the full lineup because you just don't have the same aspects. It would be very
scary if it was as good as the one that just made the final at MSI.
I mean, okay, that's fair. But on the opposite side, ROCCAT really giving them a lot of respect despite what we may identify as a weakness for this team right now. Playing it slow, playing it steady.
It also comes down, you know, to the first game on stage, which is something the teams yesterday, both Fnatic and HK talked about, saying like the very first game, once you have had a break, it's a little bit weird. You got to find your footing once again. And second game, we saw both teams yesterday play more aggressive in the second game. Games were actually over in 23 and 22 minutes. It was kind of crazy. ROCCAT looking to do the same. Last game, by the way, Zach was open, but we were so tunneled on Xayah and Rakan being available that we completely missed that Zach wasn't banned.
Deficio, G2 and ROCCAT have been nice enough to take that distraction away from us. G2 banning out Rakan first. Xayah banned away on the side of ROCCAT. Xayah are going to follow. We've got the Kennen. We've got the Fiora coming in as well.
Okay.
Taking Foxy off those carry picks.
Zach is still open now. Now we're looking for that Zach. Come on, EULCS.
Come on.
Must have been practicing it in solo queue. I mean,
think of all the different paths you can take with the leap.
Okay, Thresh. I mean, Thresh is still good and Mythi is your support, but still, Zach is open. See, we're making up for lack of saying Zach is open from last game by saying it a lot now.
A lot now. Guys.
That's not Zach.
No. Zach is open.
He's hovering green champions and then he'll lease. He wants to lease again.
Lease. And to be fair,
I know you want lease in, but come on.
It didn't start out great for PrideStar in the early game. He was not the incredible aggressive early Elise that we normally see, but he did land those cocoons when they matter.
Oh yeah, it was a farming Elise. I don't like farming Elise. I like farming Zach. That's very good. I want to see more action from PrideStalker.
Deficio,
he's a man we're tracking.
Have you let the people know how you feel about Zach yet?
I like Zach. We saw him in the LCK. It was hilarious to watch him just stomp everyone. G2, though, they're sticking to this very strong late game. Orianna scaling, blind pick from Blank here.
And the interesting mix-up here is that now we've got a little bit more of this kind of wombo combo scenario.
Ooh,
if they can
Betsy.
find someone to dive the bot or back line to set the Galio up. But you're right, Betsy, Lucian now locked in.
Yeah, Lucian mid is what we see often picked now against Orianna here in Europe. Yesterday we had it as well from Senkux. I'm pretty sure he wants to forget that game. He died a few times early, and then woo, that game ended quickly. But if you are ROCCAT now, you pick 2 80 carries, you can ban away other 80 carries. Gotta respect Kalista Thresh when you play against Sven and Mythi.
Kennen already off the board too, so no crazy reckless picks gonna come out, although Tristana.
Yeah, could just ban like a Varus here. Obviously, both Varus and Ashe could work for Sven, so he's probably okay losing a Kalista. Feel like there's still good 80 carries for him.
I feel like we want to see something aggressive coming in here for Sven.
Twitch? Nah, Varus, come on.
So bad against the Doran shield, though.
Just take Varus. You can actually try and win the bot lane 2v2, and then that is your win condition as G2. It's not go 45 minutes into the game, but it's actually trying to win the 2v2 on the bottom side. Which is why ROCCAT might just ban Varus here. Reminder again, G2, no bans phase 2. Oh, to ban Ashe. Interesting. I just removed Varus, but...
Going forward. Ashe, interestingly, now banned out on the side of ROCCAT, so that one's still up and available. Would rather see the Varus potentially in the hands of G2, as G2 taking their time on this first pick.
Well, yeah, they have to let the time run down.
Oh, it's the second ban.
Yeah, they can't actually ban.
Yeah, all right.
So ROCCAT gets their pick. We know the mid laner, we know the AD carry, we know the jungler. Can just show support here if they want a last pick top for Foxy, but they're probably expecting to be Galio top, so they already know the matchups. G2 are not trying to hide any lanes, really, at this point here.
Just trying to pick what they can get. Now it's going to be Foxy on the Shen.
Zach.
Up against Sendo on the Galio.
You know what's great against double AD carry? An unkillable tank.
Uncc'able.
Yeah, that one too. They have already one unkillable tank. Why not add another one?
What if there was another tank who could leap into the backline to set Galio
could
up?
Follow. And then Orianna Ball could also follow. It's almost like Zach would work. All right. Let's see.
Kog'Maw.
All right, late game, baby. No, that's not Zach.
This time, it's protect the Sven with less shields and more damage. All right, G2 mixing it up. Definitely a lot of options here. So we have a full comp now on the side of G2. It feels like let the Kog'Maw scale, let the Orianna scale, and then just out-execute as we move later in the game. But ROCCAT, they got a lot of tools to pick people off. They got the Elise, they have the Malzahar to set this up, and they definitely have the damage to back it up with the Caitlyn, with the Lucian.
Yeah, chaining a lot of CC again, as you highlighted. Caitlyn traps, Malzahar ulti, Cocoon, taunt from Shen. Same kind of thing where if they hit one guy, they're probably going to try and kill, but difference is the Galio in here from G2 will, of course, be their big tank in the front line they didn't have it the last game, which made it a bit easier for ROCCAT to chain CC down these squishy targets and kill them. Not as easy now with Galio in there, but G2's come, like, again, it's a lot of late game, and it's very little protection for each other. I think Thresh is a jack of all trades. Yes, he can peel a bit, yes, he can engage a bit, but he's not the guy who saves your AD carry if he's getting chain CC'd, because you obviously need to be able to actually click the Lantern to get out with it. So if Sven gets caught again, there's no shields this time around other than an Orianna Ball and that little Lantern shield he gets to really keep him alive.
Risky gambles here on the side of G2 and ROCCAT. They got some power in their hands. Caitlyn for Hjarnan, if they can make it to the late game. Wadid, we've seen him be an aggressive Malzahar player, and now this is your chance, folks. Now with the appropriate picture, Sendo, Lulex, Blanc, Sven, Mithy, this is G2, and if you believe in them, hashtag G2win at LOL Esports on Twitter is the place. On the opposite side, hashtag ROC win if you think it's going to be the quick 2-0, because we're getting ready here for game 2.
Worth highlighting, though, the damage reduction from that Galio ulti to once again protect either Blanc or Sven could be key for G2. And the late game mission, once again, we want to see action from ROCCAT. Way more action than the first 20 minutes in the last game. You got aggressive mid lane pick. You got Elise jungle. You have Malzahar. Give him level 6 and he can force fights. ROCCAT, we want to see you play much faster in that early mid game.
In this case, you should blow both flashes on the aggressive all-in level 1, right?
The Malzahar level 1?
It's like Rakan, kind of.
Kinda.
I mean, not at all, but in spirit.
In spirit, I don't know, man.
All right. So we're not going to see the same.
To be fair, though, I've seen your support style.
Yeah, I've seen your AD carry style, Mr. Go Invisible as Twitch and leave me to die. Don't you bring that up here.
Hey, I'm maximizing farm. I don't want to die so I lose out on farm.
I don't want to die either, man. Why you got to leave me all the time? All right. It's not about us, Deficio. It's about ROCCAT. It's about G2.
Oh, Sven. This hurts my heart.
Is it the Doran Shield or the
Doran
Pugma?
Shield,
Oh, okay,
the man who went on Twitter to say he refused to buy this item. He didn't buy it last game on Caitlyn when Doran's played, which I think is smart on Caitlyn. I don't think you need to go Doran Shield every time, like we see from Hjarnan here. But Sven, realizing the item is just pretty damn broken, so just get it
so
if you need scaling.
And look at this. Guys, Malzahar's got a DOT, maybe he's got a Deathfire Touch to back it up. Basically, you get 2 health per second anytime you get hit. And if Malzahar is going to do, I don't know, 10 damage per second, 20% damage reduction on Malzahar.
It's also great with Thresh as your support because he's not really healing you anyway. Mithy and Hjarnan kind of finding each other in here. And he's been on holiday, guys. He's been on holiday.
I feel really weird about this Pugma skin against the Caitlyn. It's a little too old yeller for me. I still
can't believe we made that skin.
I can't either. But here we are. Dog versus gun lady.
I don't know if a gun lady is the thing, like...
Sheriff? She's a sheriff. She's a sheriff.
Yes. I want to see those... I want to see this jungler here, Pride Stalker, because this bot lane is actually not that interesting compared to the last one with Rakan and Xayah, so we don't need to see it and watch
it's not going to be nearly as explosive.
But level 3 Lee's with double buff, that's what we want to follow. Pride Stalker got the first game on stage. It's gone now.
And we look at it too. If he can get to bottom lane, if he can land a cocoon, Wadid gets a silence, Hjarnan gets a trap, somebody dies.
Or you go top lane, you can actually early gank the Galio with the Shen taunt. Mid lane, we've seen the Lucian Elise combo multiple times work against Orianna to put a lot of pressure on her. A little bit harder for Pride Stalker to gank compared to last game, but we want to see him be active.
But a lot less threat from LULEX this time around. Kha'Zix not known for being really an early powerhouse, not known to just outfight an Elise, especially when she has a Spiderling. So it feels to me like he can maybe gank a little more aggressively without fear of a counter gank.
I mean, yeah, LULEX wants 6 before he really wants to do anything and start dueling people left and right. Foxy and Sendo going crazy in the top lane.
Sendo looking much more comfortable in this matchup, however.
With 3 minutes into the game.
I mean, to be fair, last time he was taking some pretty rough
Yeah,
trades.
it's true. He lost his tower too.
Yeah.
After they did roam top and kill. Now, Pride Stalker, he's aggressive. Jump to the blast cone. It's a trick you can do on Elise. Use the blast cone to then normally get into.
He also did this last game, and it looks like LULEX has figured it out and adjusted. But now he's waiting. Maybe looking to force a gank here.
Yeah, I
G2
love that
already
ward.
warded it out,
That
though.
is a smart ward. G2 knowing, okay, he can path, dragon, jump to blast cone. We even see some mid laners go down and kill that blast cone if they're against Elise, knowing she can jump to it. But Blank didn't do that in this game. So this time around, Wild Pride Stalker, to his credit, he was looking for the gank. Didn't manage to find it.
I also think this is really smart pathing from LULEX. He knows that he's weaker in the early game, just opts for a safe full clear, and because of the ward, they perfectly counteract the Pride Stalker's early aggression.
Smart pathing and LULEX, they do fit together every time.
Transcendent. Euphoria. Well, LULEX.
He's still mad at Pride Stalker, by the way. He's lost almost every game he's played against Pride Stalker when it really mattered. That playoffs in EUCS with Schalke. Now this first game here.
Now spotted out as well.
Oh, he wants him.
Hunger in the eyes of LULEX, but no red buff.
Ooh, Pride Stalker is smart.
Side.
He's smart.
Blast cone to make it to safety.
He knows. Oh, he's behind him. He's sneaking in.
Ready. But the cocoon comes down. Trying to walk off. The Raptors are now attacking LULEX, but a decent amount of healing comes out. LULEX smiting up. Blanc is here as well. A little bit of an overstay for Pride Stalker. He's going to go down. That's first blood for Blanc. That's the start G2 wanted, but here comes Betsy.
Oh, Betsy, though, he's alone.
Ignite goes in. Now Blanc's just going to hit him. And has a blue buff.
That was... That was a bad play from Betsy. And it just cost him both summoners. All LULEX had to do was jump out using his little E right there. Didn't even have to use flash. Love the early trading between the junglers, but then it's because Blank can move first. 2 guys who do not scrim with each other managed to win that 2v2 skirmish around the mid lane in favor of G2. First blood for the Orianna. So scaling, it's enabled already.
And that's aggressive. It's hard to have the confidence, the knowledge of your champion to know you can face tank an Elise Cocoon. You can give her all of her spells on a setup and still come out on top with the support of your mid laner. So definitely G2. We expected maybe ROCCAT to be the team that after game 1 would get more comfortable, start to step it up, but it looks like G2 are the guys who are already looking so much better on stage.
Yeah, and just so bad for Betsy now, losing both summoners and not getting anything in return because he came in so late. Should just stepped away and said, you know what, I can't do anything here. And it now means he can't really play too aggressive in the mid lane. And Pride Stalker, it's hard for him also to gank mid when this Lucian can't really help him. So he's calling for some more help. LULEX, though, spotting them with the vision plant here. And love to sneak around with LULEX up top lane. Knowing, okay, Pride Stalker just did his Crux. He's going to be on that Raptor camp. Sneak down behind him, take the 1v1, call for the mid laner as well.
And that's a huge time investment. If that goes wrong, it feels so bad for the team. But as we start to check back in on other lanes, things still very even across the map. And despite my praise earlier for Sendo doing well on the top side, he is still suffering in the farm department.
For now, he's doing just fine, though. I mean, you just wave clears Galio. The thing about Shen is, Shen right now, after so many nerfs, if you fail your first 2 ultis, you're just out of the game. You're just completely useless. Galio will be so much better in actual team fights. And Shen just relies almost purely on his ulti. People pick him because he's a very safe laner, because the ulti is still very impactful. But due to the very long cooldown on it after the last nerf as well, it's a hard champion to actually execute, and we see him fail more often than we used to on stage. You know, same at MSI, like so many shit games, it was like he was useless.
And it just feels like a lot of that is the introduction of Galio as well, right? Just in a lot of ways a better Shen in what he offers. Not the global utility, but more reliable immediate CC. That said, Foxy's still looking pretty comfortable in this matchup. Maybe he can find those early impactful ults, but the team already being in a deficit definitely does not help that.
Nope, and if Foxy goes to mid lane, that's where Galio often can follow with his ulti, so it's bottom lane you're looking at. LULEX once again pathing into the jungle of Pride Stalker. No defensive vision for Pride Stalker.
If he had stayed in that bush 1 second longer, he would have seen Pride Stalker.
But you can't waste time when you're maximizing farm.
God, bad.
We should add that every time we talk about him.
Super Saiyan of pathing. All right. Memes aside, LULEX putting a little pressure down on the top side, ready to gank if the Shen does want to overextend. Pride Stalker continues to clear out, and across the board, things look pretty even. But decent CS advantage for Hjarnan on the bottom side, small advantage for Blanc. Even wave connects. Nothing too aggressive. LULEX stealth out, leaps forward, pull back. Lucian now in trouble. There goes the first Shen ult. Could be crucial. LULEX backing off. Pride Stalker dishing out damage with the red buff. Does manage to connect the Coon. Blanc gonna cleanse out, flash to safety. Spiderling gonna poke down on LULEX, but no one's gonna drop.
Yeah, Foxy's ulti was interrupted top by Sendo as well. They stood on top of each other when it actually happened. But the shield at least came in to help ROCCAT in that mid lane. I like the play from G2 to try and force something against the no-flash Lucian. They get Shen ulti out, which is important because TP is on cooldown from Foxy. So it's actually G2 now with the TP advantage, which makes it hard for ROCCAT to force a play on the bottom side, which in return gives Sven more time to farm.
Exactly what they need in that department, but Blanc's going to be the one who suffers in mid lane. We look at it, no cleanse, no flash. Tough spot to be, but you got playmakers on your team in other areas if you're the side of ROCCAT. One of them, of course, Wooddeed. Last time, it was the Rakan. The first appearance we've seen in EULCS, and you see why it is banned away in this game. 100% kill participation, making the plays happen, and now another playmaker in his hand in the form of Malzahar.
Yep, this time instead of flash Wing, you flash ulti on Malzahar. Not as fancy looking, you don't get as many members with it either, but it's still such an effective way of engaging, and Malzahar is a champion that kind of fell out of favor for a lot of mid laners after a ton of nerfs to his laning phase specifically.
Oh.
Bet he didn't get that one.
That's rough.
It's not been a fun game for the Lucian.
No, definitely not.
It's like, even though he's even in CS, like, you want so much more when you pick Lucian. You are a snowball.
I mean, when we saw this matchup at MSI, we saw a lot of deaths for that Orianna. Not able to get the same impact from Betsy quite yet. Blanc holding his own, despite the lack of experience on an LCS stage. Clearly very comfortable in these mid lane matchups.
So I like his build as well. Get the lost chapter. Never, is it lost the last chapter?
Lost chapter.
Why don't we just make it lost last chapter?
Because not everyone loves alliteration as much as you, and Betsy does not like Kha'Zix ganks. Nice sidestep on that. Now going to pull him back. Now it's Pride Stalker in trouble. Ignite's taking on LULEX, but it's not really going to make a difference. What goes up must come down, and down goes Pride Stalker.
Yeah, Blanc and LULEX are outplaying Pride Stalker and Betsy in this game. Two guys who do not scrim together, who do not play in the same team normally. They just got together today to play here because G2 needed members.
And we're talking so much about G2, but we said it in the last game, we should say it again here. For the other 3 members not on the starting lineup for G2, this is the resume builder right here. You say, look at me, I am LCS caliber, I belong on a team. And right now, that's a strong statement for LULEX and Blanc because they are crushing the competition.
Oh, completely. Now, goal lead for G2 as well. Let's see it again. So LULEX comes in, just lane ganking, knowing, okay, you have a strong Orianna here, and Betsy needs to flash away, but I just love the reaction from G2. Instantly going aggressive, ulti in on Pride Stalker as well. He doesn't repel the actual shockwave. Takes the full damage, and on the way down, it's easy for LULEX to finish him. So Blanc right now, with the build we just talked about, so strong here in the early game, and of course LULEX helping him out. 3 kills for G2 now.
And Pride Stalker last game was the farming Elise. We didn't like it. This time he's the dying Elise. That's something else we're not a big fan of. This has been a rough road so far for Pride Stalker. Maybe it's stage jitters. It is his first game on stage, but at least he will get his team back the Infernal Drake. And that is going to be something that ROCCAT can rely on as they move later in the game.
Yeah, good for them to actually pick up that Infernal Drake. Level 7 bot lane. Nasa ulti is available. You have Shen ulti as well. Problem is that Sendo is always saving TP. He's not using it back to lane. He wants to use it bot lane in case a fight breaks out. But if you are ROCCAT, much like the last game, you are the team who's looking to make plays early in mid game. G2 are happy with the team fight in the late game.
Betsy now just continues to push the wave, but at a level disadvantage, clearly already very far behind in this matchup.
And also a bit of a problem with Lucian here is Hexdrinker. So let's see bot lane.
Ult comes out, Chain CC goes in, the trap connects as well. Hjarnan just continuing to walk forward. That's an exhaust onto Sven. In goes Pride Stalker. Cocoon connects onto Mithy. Body blocks for his brother in arms. No one drops here, but ROCCAT now pressuring the tower. Sven ult is available.
It's good though to get that play in the bottom lane for ROCCAT to try and get some damage to tower. Engage though.
Forward. Mithy wants to keep the ball rolling. In comes the Galio. In goes the Kha'Zix. Shen is on the way too, but LULEX is going to stealth up. Sendo is not going to be able to connect the taunt, but does manage to get it onto 2. Now Hjarnan is going down. G2 are in control. Leap forward. Mithy keeps the flays coming. The CC is on point. The double drops for Blanc, and it's all too easy as G2 find the collapse.
G2 Esports with 3 subs showing some great coordination right here. Had every member ready to fight in the bottom lane. They're straight onto this tower here.
Foxy, this is definitely not where he wants to be. He's hoping to get a kill back. Does get the taunt onto Mithy. Will get the 1-for-1, but that is not what they need right now.
No, ROCCAT, you are the team who needs to make plays early on. Your Lucian is 0-2 in the mid lane. Delayed Blade of the Ruin King due to the Hexdrinker as well. And this Orianna is getting so fed as well. Like Blank now will get a kill on Betsy while the engage happens bot lane into TP. This is actually G2 being a step ahead of ROCCAT making this play. And obviously with ROCCAT pushing so far up and having no way out, they end up losing so many members. 4 in the end when Foxy goes down.
Looking at Blanc in that play, he just absolutely outclassed Betsy there. Finds the 1v1. No one else is helping. He just kills the Lucian by himself and then goes in to back the team up after that. Great damage coming in from both the Orianna and the Kha'Zix in that fight. Sven and Mithy helped the team out to a certain degree, definitely with the CC, but these substitute players are coming in big.
This Orianna is going to be so fed. Dude, Luden's Echo coming in. It's going to be there very soon. I just want to see how much gold he's actually sitting on. So 500 gold now.
And Morellonomicon with 100 AP is already so strong. You get the Ludens too this early.
But you're winning bot lane right now as well.
Wadid now in trouble. Sven, no hesitation. He's got the blade. That means he finds the fight. Every lane now going in the favor of G2.
Yeah, this is the lane we know we can trust in with Mithy and Sven. We didn't expect mid and jungle to outplay Betsy Pride Stalker in this game here. Every lane is doing well for G2 Esports. And they showed in the last game how they can actually play the late game, at least stall the late game if needed. This game they need to show they can just snowball with the subs.
Oh, Sven though taking a lot of poke, make it a lot more difficult. In comes the TP. Eventually a desperation play for ROCCAT.
I think that's a good call with desperation, yeah. They had no one
not
in
gonna
river.
get anything. I thought maybe we'll see an aggressive move from Foxy, but really no options.
No, they made that play also with Wadid still being dead. You know, he just spawned in base. He's the main CC you need to actually force a play like that. So now top lane tower is open. ROCCAT trying to get this bot lane tower.
Mithy looking to creep. Just going to do his best to clear out the way. Foxy now locked up. In goes LULEX. Ball is attached. Not going to be the delivery system because Wadid says no. Shockwave goes wide. This could be the edge ROCCAT need, but the Orianna is oh so fed. Betsy not playing scared though. They keep pushing forward for a bit more.
Foxy going to top lane now. Ulti's ready soon for him in case another fight breaks out. He is level 11, so lower cooldown. G2 defending, so two bot lane towers being very low. Top lane tower, though, I think it's going to go down in time before Foxy shows up.
And no TP to get back to lane, just to stand united, meaning he can't do anything to help the tower, only to help his teammates. And G2 just continue to snowball the game. 8-1. Gonna get the tower first blood as well. 5K gold lead. We wanted to see faster play from ROCCAT, but we're getting way faster play from G2 this time around.
I mean, we saw ROCCAT try and play faster, but then fail the execution on basically every single play they've tried in this game. Starting with Betsy wasting summoners into some plays around mid lane and then bot lane right after. And good for G2. I mean, imagine a world where they actually managed to get a 2-1 victory today with 3 subs. Like, this was supposed to be ROCCAT getting off to a great start and obviously getting a win that most teams will not be getting, because then G2 will be back with the full roster for week 2. And it's important in this group here, you know, they're with teams like Fnatic and Misfits and NIP as well, fighting for playoff spots.
This is just... Oh, it's hard for ROCCAT. Losing out to these substitutes right now. And they can redeem themselves. They still have time left to come back in this game. Maybe they can come back in Game 3 as well if G2 are able to take it. But
and it's a European Classic with redeeming ourselves.
Oh, yes.
That we can start doing, just saying that for like every team. Because now we can click off G2.
We have a history of redemption. Yeah. It's true.
You know, redemption is already done for G2. Next in line. Who is it? Is it ROCCAT? Is it Fnatic?
Did Alliance ever redeem themselves for the Kaboom thing?
No, Alliance actually never did redeem themselves because they didn't. They became Elements and they became super mediocre. And they just disappeared now.
All right, well, Kjarnan not making some solid plays yet, but the Cossacks immediately locked up. That's a good start back for ROCCAT with Deed now running to safety. Will deliver the Shen in. Miffy's the one stunned. Sven trying to dish out the damage, but here comes the heroic entrance. Sendo getting the knockup. Sven the only source of damage right now. Betsy coming in as well. Orianna on the way down. ROCCAT have to respect it.
Get 2 kills though. Blind coming in a bit late as well. Couldn't join the fight in time. Very important for ROCCAT to pick up a few kills and stop the bleeding in this game here. 2 kills on Yana now, and Vintage already completed. Another Drake is available. Drakus. Blank, he's a level up and he's looking for Betsy.
That's a lot of damage. Attack in, dissonance, protect, bring it back. And Betsy not too happy with the way those trades are going. Can't even go through the little tunnel there. Risks getting hit out. Sven getting aggressive though. Moving forward. Stormmager Surge procs. It allows him to run in. I wondered why he picked in. Now we see why, but has to be careful. Voidling's coming in. Doran Shield going to keep the regen coming. Blade of the Rune King making it easy as well. Nice pickup for Sven.
He just walked towards him and started auto-attacking with W
I wanted
and
to talk
killed
about
him.
Stormraider's Surge earlier, but we didn't get the chance. But now I see why it's good.
All right, this is engaged bot lane with 3. So it looks like a 3v3, but there is of course a Shen ulti I think G2 forgot about for a second.
I think Lulek's not respecting necessarily the Malzahar as well. Causing a lot less scary when there's not an Orianna ball attached to him.
This call was basically just disrespecting Shen ulti. It's not a 3v3. It's obviously going to be 4 with him joining in, and Blank wasn't nearby to actually join the fight. He's the Fed member. So that call got punished by ROCCAT 100%, but then right after it actually just got turned around because Sven literally walked at Jan and killed him. And we actually see Storm Raiders on a lot of champions now, just because that little burst of movement speed is so important in some of these fights.
The reduction on slows, too, just makes it so easy to chase anybody. Even the Caitlyn, who might try to net to safety, can't really get away from you reliably. Now Sven working towards that second item. So looks like it may be not the important topic right now. Because Galio's caught out. Chain CC layered down. Trap going to connect. Everything put together perfectly. ROCCAT with a solid pickup. Oh, but the more. Blanc now in trouble. Blends out, takes the Lantern to safety, but ROCCAT now on the front foot, now putting the pressure down on the map, and G2 are going to be the ones forced to respond, and Sven has got plans of his own, using the Pug Mob, pushing forward, looking to break a tower.
I mean, classic split pushing AD carry, learning from Reckless up in the top lane. Fax is on his way though, but so is Lulix. He's sneaking around that top side to maybe try and rush down tower. Yanan getting bot lane, and this game is a lot faster, a lot more fun as well here the first 20 minutes.
Gotta say, not waiting for ROCCAT to sort it out. G2 are the ones setting the pace this time, but ROCCAT are keeping up. At least for now. They're still at a deficit, but only 3K now. They're doing their best to minimize it. They're getting a couple of fights in their favor, and now Sven can't be too aggressive to push this one in. Has to respect Pride Stalker and Radid here.
Slow down, Drakus. Slow it down.
I know.
This is obviously a game where the winner will be crowned the second best team in the world.
Second best team.
If we gotta follow that logic.
Assuming Korea only sends one team to the event.
Yeah, sure.
And
okay.
Against not the full roster, but the second best team.
The second best team at MSI.
There you go.
Which is the world. Until Worlds.
Is a world championship, yes.
We just saw SKT lose in Korea, so I guess Samsung technically is the best team in the world right now. I've asked big questions on Twitter. Will Longshu win Worlds? Will Ever 8 win Worlds? Will Samsung win Worlds?
I've asked the Ever 8 question before.
It's probably a no.
No, yeah.
It's guaranteed a no.
These are the questions that keep me up at night, though.
I know.
These are the things I wonder.
I bought into some of the hype from Papa Smithy, I remember, with Ever, when they joined the LCK for the first time. And like week 1, when they won, he was like, this team, you know, I believe in these guys. I'm like, I believe in them too, when he believes in them. And then they lost almost every game right after, and it was really bad.
I mean, they did win
And they play
the
Bard.
Kespa Cup.
They also
and
play
they play
Bard.
And
Yeah.
for those of you who don't know, Key is the OG Bard god. Unfortunately, he only plays Bard. So wasn't the end-all be-all of support players.
So our ever could be ROCCAT, could be G2. From this game, we don't actually know. ROCCAT right now managed to get a few kills back. They're still down 4k gold, and the scaling is still quite scary on G2's side.
Still have to respect the Kog'Maw. Working towards that second item, and unlike Caitlyn, he's not really gated by these power spikes. Does just get stronger and stronger pretty reliably with every item. Gwynsu's especially could be pretty scary.
Good play around mid, because Sven is constantly just pushing that top lane, allowing ROCCAT to actually make plays elsewhere on the map without an AD carry being nearby. So Yanin getting some free damage from tower. But once again, notice Draco's European Caitlyn's all building Hurricane still. Pridestalker getting caught.
Pridestalker not going to get taunted up. Betsy going to flash to safety to keep it going. Pridestalker now running for his life, but does get locked down. Blanc unstoppable now, 5-0 and 2. G2 with the mid lane tower in their sights.
It was supposed to be ROCCAT getting that mid lane tower.
Oh, Betsy! Goodbye, Betsy! Lulek's going to grab that one. Hook going to go wide. G2 just going to grab it.
It was supposed to be ROCCAT getting a mid tower and then just stepping away, but Pridestalker got caught. He died, lost the mid tower, lost the mid lane AD carry as well, and Baron is being started 23 minutes in.
Pridestalker dead, Betsy dead, Foxy on the bottom side of the map. Not a whole lot of options to stop this one, and that means at 23 minutes, G2 are all set to secure the Baron. Let's still giving some respect over to Wadid. Suppression stopping from doing much of anything, but the casual start here will cancel a couple recalls. Does get it in the end.
Oh, mid lane. I think Yanin's going aggressive. Yanin died. He killed Blanc.
Oh, got Blanc, 1 for 1. Now Foxy's running for his life, Baron empowered minions. Lantern comes in. Foxy not at all where he wants to be. This is going to set G2 up to just control the map. Leaps right into the taunt, and now Sven's on a killing spree.
Yeah, I think Yanin went super aggressive with the Shin'Ul to try and get something back. After you can see the dead Caitlyn right there behind the mid lane tower. Okay, Blanc wanted to wave clear. Yanin nearby, calls for the Shin ulti.
Oh, that, wow. Okay. Well, that's one of those situations where...
Let's remember Orianna is like super fit in this game.
Definitely. Normally that would not go that way, but Blanc, of course, been putting on an all-star performance. Foxy doing, well, his best.
So, G2 sitting with Baron now. ROCCAT have to find a way back in this game, and with their composition, it's really difficult. Most of your champions are getting outscaled by the champions on the other side, like Lucia mid compared to Orianna. I take the Orianna late game. Galio late game over Shin, I'll take it. Sven on a hyper carry in the late game as well. Betsy will get a tower, but you can see the rest of G2, they're already pushing mid and bot lane. They don't care about losing that one tower.
They're going to grab this tier 2 quite easily. Garnet going to do his best to hold on, but the Baron and power just makes it...
And you meant the bot lane tier 2.
I did mean the bot lane tier 2. I mean, they're just going to grab towers. This is the power of the Baron, and they can't really hold the towers inside of ROCCAT. Don't have the strength right now. 6k difference, or rather 5k difference between the two teams.
And your mid lane Lucian, a pick Europe still seems to like, has dealt the least damage in this game. Except for the Thresh, second least.
Wow. Grim spot to be in. Half-hearted effort to engage on the side of ROCCAT. Foxy takes so much poke, can't afford to go back in. G2 just going to walk down the tower. Now set their sights on the inhibitor. So decent amount of poke coming in on the side of ROCCAT. Going to stop them from going any further. Wadid flashes in, tries to lock down the Kha'Zix. Out comes a decent amount of damage. There's the shockwave. Sendo going to keep the team alive. Foxy locked up. That's the double kill coming in for Blanc. He's on a tear. Now wants to leap forward for more. He wants his highlight reel moment. Not going to find it there, but will survive as the inhibitor drops.
G2 now might even look to try and finish the game. 20 seconds on Wadid right now. Only 3 guys alive from ROCCAT.
Oh, Betsy running to his death. Not what he needed, but it does mean that Blanc's going to drop. Yarna doing his best to hold on. Tower defense, the name of the game for ROCCAT. Pridestalker getting
he's on a trap.
Decent amount of damage coming in, but he's going to go back for the hook. The chain CC comes in, and down goes the Caitlyn. Sven now unstoppable. Oh, he's just going to walk it down, Pridestalker. All right, I thought I was going to say dogs beat spiders, but spiders quite slippery, can't escape. And this is just...
It's actually fun. It's 26 minutes in, and we said game 2, if you follow the trend of yesterday, much faster, much more action. It's been, exactly what we hoped for. I just expected it to be more in favor of ROCCAT.
I thought ROCCAT were going to crush this game.
But it's G2 now who's been winning almost every single skirmish and making some good calls with, of course, Mithy leading them.
And we have to praise Blanc roaming up to help LULEX. We have to praise LULEX for his aggressive pathing into the jungle. These are the guys that set the team up for success, and now the rest of the team more than happy to just bring it home.
Yep.
Mithy did not block the Caitlyn ultimate. That was a bit awkward, but team still comes out on top in the end.
And then they step on traps. It's all a bait. Yana gets caught, and they actually get another kill on the way out.
Sven tries to walk it down.
So double buff now on Sven. Still on him, I believe. Might not be on for long. We see the ROCCAT coaching staff, a sports psychologist, Freddy the assistant coach, and of course Grabs, the head coach. A lot to think about right now if you are ROCCAT.
And to be fair, on a new team, if you're going to lose games, you want to lose them in the early weeks. Now, you never want to lose them, of course, to a team fielding substitute rosters.
But you do want to lose them to G2. So
that's fair.
In that way.
But really, when you think about it, if you want to find it, if there's times where you want to identify weaknesses, help your teams grow, this is it. However, you definitely didn't want to see it happen like this, with G2 just completely dominating despite what is essentially a completely different roster.
In case new viewers have joined, the reason they are playing with these subs, Expect and Trick got some holiday after MSI in Korea, and Perks has fallen sick, unable to play this week. Sendo, he's unkillable as we highlighted in Champ Select with this Galio.
Backing off with a decent amount of chain CC. Sendo, will he fall? Flash available.
He's killable.
Nope. Still going to get taken down. Flashes out. But meanwhile, Sven and the rest of the team just going to break open this tower. ROCCAT, maybe they can find it and engage, but the tower's already gone. Foxy running forward. No flash available on that one. You can't really afford to walk face first into the Orianna and the Cogma.
Youngbug and Duffman sitting and watching for G2.
Love that name.
It's a great name. It's one of the things I miss about The Simpsons. Even though they're still making seasons, I haven't actually watched anything in like,
What are you talking about?
10 years. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't make any new
definitely
seasons.
stopped at whatever point we all remember it being good from our
Is it, what,
childhood.
season 16 or something? I don't know, around that time probably.
Ooh. This is the terrifying point for Kog'Maw too. Yeah, he's not that crit hyperscaling carry, but he does have a lot of on-hit effects. Runans, Blade of the Rune King, Gwinsu's, even the defensive item now to back it up. 5-0-6. Then absolutely crushing the game. And
How about the 826 Orianna?
Yeah, the 826 Orianna, set up, of course, by the 317 Kha'Zix. This completely different than the last game. It's ROCCAT who turned it on after the 20-minute mark and just started making play after play after play, and now it's G2 grinding this game out.
We've seen 2 Lucian mids in Europe so far. One yesterday from Splice. It did absolutely nothing other than die early game, fall behind. We've seen one today from Betsy. Kind of same story. Fell behind early, couldn't really have an impact in the game. It is a pick where if you have a great start, you can just be super, super hard to play against because you have great amount of damage, you have mobility, you can split push, you can actually skirmish extremely well. But when you fall behind, you are, after all, an AD carry. And AD carries, when they are behind, they tend to not do a whole lot.
Although, to be fair, Caitlyn, an AD carry who is comfortable to scale up even if the Lucian is not, and she has that 3-item point, does have the Last Whisper as well. So maybe this game will not be about Betsy, but it could be about Hjarnan.
Yeah, I don't think this game is about Betsy at all. I think it's only about Betsy if he gets off to a good start. As soon as you lose the early game as Lucian, you have to just look to your other carries. And in this game, the only other carry is Hjarnan. But as we had with Sven in the last game, he's against a Galio sitting right in front of him in the start of the fight. You're not really going to hit anyone else for most of the fight, and then you see your front line die, and then you're left alone.
Just a terrifying spot to be. You have to respect the hook, the potential Kha'Zix with the ball attached,
the taunt,
the follow-up engage from a Galio with that heroic entrance. Pride Stalker now in trouble. Sven just going to QSS out, trying to run down the damage. Spider goes up. Ooh, timing a little bit off there. Pride Stalker going to make it out in the end, but does burn his flash.
See the Storm Raiders again. It's like so easy for Sven to get enough damage down early to get some extra mobility, to just keep chasing, and you just keep landing W-empowered autos again and again and again.
Well, G2 going to do their best to take this one. Can they get it? No. LULEX is going to secure it now. ROCCAT have to back off, have to respect this. G2 not going to push for anything more. Happy to just take the Baron in this exchange. Hjarnan throwing down a bit of pokes.
One of the good things about having Mithy still here. And of course Sven as well, who's actually a very vocal AD carry, which is not always the case. Hard to kind of call things for your team and focus on the micro things. But just like with double for TSM.
Oh,
he's dead.
That's a lot of damage. Kog'Maw gonna drop. Shut down now. Solid pick for ROCCAT.
That was a nice little engagement with
Just
it.
laugh spammed.
I know, he
on the
just
Kog'Maw
he just
body.
came out of nowhere. That was actually a really sneaky play.
I've never seen a man take so much joy in killing a dog. That's a little messed up, Wadid. Come on.
To be fair though, he needs to win this game.
League of Legends.
In League of Legends, in League of Legends, not real life.
For everyone.
In League of Legends.
Moving forward.
That was a sneaky play though.
I mean, I did not see that coming. I thought they would for sure they'd back off. That's what we expect from most of the teams.
Yeah, all of G2 went back to base.
Found the opportunity though, and that means it's gonna be much harder for G2 to press the advantage on the Baron buff. Of course, all they bought is time. It's not a big enough advantage to turn the game back in their favor, but it does mean this Baron won't be quite so terrifying.
Can they get something else? Foxy is in base with TP and home guards. Problem is there's no ulti from Wadid, so he's kind of useless unless he gets the ulti ready and can actually use it in a fight. Flash is down, that's key as well. Malzahar tends to run out of targets very quickly because you don't want to use it on the tank at first, but then you realize later on you have to use it on the tank because you can't really get to anyone else, and you use it on the Galio, and then you trap the Galio, and maybe you can kill him. It's always that.
There's a lot to say there, Deficient.
I mean,
you know what?
You know, when you're playing Malzahar, you're just like, oh, I'm seeing, you know, that flash engage on the Fed Orianna. She can't cleanse it. We're gonna burst her. I'm the hero. Everyone praises me. They lift him up, you know, after the win.
Wadid.
It's all about Wadid. And then you try and get in close enough. Your passive gets procced. You end up taking a shockwave to the face, and you're like, well, could get in range.
Rough life.
And then you just ult the Galio
And then
instead.
people are cheering your name for a very different reason. Oh, Sven. A lot of damage coming in. Still have to respect the ultimate coming in for Betsy. Body blocks all around Sven. Now Blanc, LULEX, they may have set up the early game, but protecting Sven now seems like the course of action for G2.
There we go. You see what he did. He's seeing it right in front of him. He's stepping forward. No flash from him. And really, if you go on Sven, QSS is there. You kind of need to go on Blanc. It needs to be more than just a normal CC because defense is available.
Betsy taking a lot of damage. Stormmeter Surge procced up. Sven is going to walk forward, but does tank a trap. That's a ton of damage. Caitlyn. Big crits, big hits. Wadid in trouble.
What did I say? You get the shockwave.
He saw it, Deficient.
You get the shockwave. Oh, that's the no flash Malzahar life.
Sad days on the side for Wadid. Now G2 just going to like to keep sieging it up, although they keep tanking these traps. And really have to respect the damage coming in from Garnet, but what? Multiple members, all 5 strong.
Yeah, that was 100% on purpose from Sven. Sorry, from Mythic to just actually have an opening for Sven to step in and kill the tower.
Flash forward, taunt in. There's going to be a taunt back in return. Decent damage now going on to Sendo. Betsy can't get into the middle of the fight. Garnet is already dead, and G2 just going to clean that one up. Double kill comes in for the Kog'Maw. Pride Stalker holding on, but that may be the final nail in the coffin for this game for the side of ROCCAT.
Pushing in for this one. They definitely deserve to win this game here. G2 played so well in the early game with the 3 subs. Just Blank. And, of course, LULEX winning that mid lane.
Goodbye, little spider. Pride Stalker leaps out. Does manage to get a kill back onto Blanc, though. At least a little bit of revenge, a little bit of stat padding, but that's G2 striking back in this best of 3.
9-3-10, Orianna in the mid lane. Definitely a good performance from Blank here, showing up on the LCS stage.
You can see why PSG opted to pick him up. That's some mechanical talent there, besting an LCS mid laner.
LULEX helping him, and Sendo on Galio doing his job top lane. We can't really say anything bad about his performance.
And I like him on tanks, you know?
Definitely keep putting him on things like Galio. Your carries will be the mid laner and the AD carry if you are G2. The Shen pick was, as we talked about, hard to really use. Because 1 or 2 bad ultis and then,
It's when you look at Galio's kit and you see massive taunt that can hit multiple people. Okay, Shen has that. Also a knock-up. Also tons of extra damage.
Yep.
It feels just like Galio came out on top there, but G2 has now come back to tie the series in Game 2. Shox and the guys are ready to break down the action.
Much Drake as well. There we go, G2. They did get a win on the board with their 3 subs, and a lot of it was due to their 3 subs, I think, and especially the mid-jungle combo, LULEX and Blanc, they really found their own, and they decided, well, hey, there is more playmaking potential on Blanc. There is an Orianna. Let's try and make something happen in the early game.
Exactly. They kind of look at the fact that, okay, we criticize both teams for not doing anything. Well, G2 said, well, if we start doing things with our mid-jungle synergy, it can work out. And we want to take a little bit of a look at some of the early game plays that EULCS and Blanc set up in the first few minutes of the game, especially that first blood coming through. Important roam out from the mid lane for Blanc to help out EULCS. The casters were talking a lot about this and how EULCS checks into Pridestalker, takes the cocoon full combo, normally means that Elise should win this trade, but the fact that already Blanc is out of the lane, doesn't even take the shortcut through across the catwalk. Betsy just wasn't quite there to react in time, and this was the first instance that we saw that G2 had adapted from game 1.
And you can see that the pressure just continued. The thing about the Lucian into the Lucian into the Orianna matchup is typically, as Lucian, you want to be trying to be in the Orianna's face, very reminiscent to what we saw at MSI, where Faker really struggled against the powerhouse of a Lucian getting those early kills. So you want to be playing forward in the lane, and so EULCS, he prepared for that. Not only was he moving into the enemy jungle to put himself in a position where he could counter that, but he was also posturing around the lane, waiting for the Lucian to dash in, and then he saw an opportunity to punish, and that's how they decided to get Blanc rolling.
I was surprised that it was a Lucian pick for Betsy here. I think he works so much better on picks that, okay, they have been nerfed, but he's always succeeded on like the Ryze, the Swain, the Vlad, these types of picks, whereas Lucian, a little bit more focused on snowballing and actually having that impact you're talking about in the laning phase to try and control an Orianna, and that doesn't really feel like a pick he's ever found comfort with to me.
Yeah, maybe not a real Betsy-esque pick, but it was only one game, so maybe they have had success with it. Also, Pridestalker, yeah, he is struggling to find kind of his vibe on the Rift, isn't he? He's had a couple of I can't say uncharacteristic. I just can't say it, period. But it's not that we have so much history on this player, but it does seem that the jitters are getting to him a bit, or he's trying to adjust.
It's reminiscent of the inconsistency that we were talking about earlier on in the day when we did see him perform in Challenger. You would have games where he would be immensely dominant, he was invading all the time, he was finding ganks all over the map, he was just fully controlling the game, and then other times he was just sitting in his jungle, having his entire jungle taken away from him. And I do think that it's largely just an experience issue. He's still new to the pro scene, he's still developing his understanding of where to be on the map, when to take advantage of the positioning of his teammates, constantly trying to understand the positioning of his opponent. Like, there are so many little things that he's still trying to process, and it's resulting in these inconsistencies that we are seeing from the first 2 games of the split.
And where we saw Pridestalker succeed on his previous team, Misfits Academy, was pairing with CosQ. The mid-jungle synergy was very strong between those two, and they would snowball very effectively in Challenger, but I don't know whether Betsy is just that different style of player, as we talked about already, or whether it just hasn't had enough time. Maybe that's where we see Pridestalker have an impact in a couple of weeks' time when ROCCAT have gelled a little bit more.
Yeah, but to zone in on G2 a bit more as the winning team in this game, they did manage to snowball their advantage quite heavily as we take a look at the next replay where they get a bunch of kills bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's worth highlighting the Blanc having a fantastic game as well. He zones out Betsy at the start of this fight, but you could see that G2, they were very prepared to punish ROCCAT as they try to set up this siege. ROCCAT felt very confident knowing that they had a Shen in their backline that they could just force down this tower, especially with the Caitlyn behind them. But G2 demonstrating that even though they don't have proper practice as a unit and they don't have the same level of communication that they do on their main roster, they still understand how to take advantage of these small positioning errors, and their ability to force these fights was fantastic in this game.
Yeah, that it was. Sven, fantastic game as Pugwa. And I actually didn't know that it barked. He barked. The doggy barked that many times.
Yeah, it does bark a lot. And I'm grateful, personally, because Sven is getting me fantasy points, which means that Trevor's getting trashed. He's going to be absolutely demolished this week, and it's all thanks to that superstar 80 carry. So he just needs to keep performing this well. It'd be wonderful if he just gets a couple more kills and maybe play more Pug more.
Does anyone have Blanc? No, because that would be like, you have to see through the future. But he did have a fantastic game on Orianna, which was a big part of why G2 won this game.
Yeah, a pick that he can play a controlling style in the mid lane, have big impact, and it's just a pick that every mid laner should be comfortable on right now, right? There are so few lanes that can actually bully her, especially when one of them theoretically isn't necessarily being so aggressive. So I think Blanc is a mid laner that when Challenger starts back up will have this big impact. I'm looking forward to seeing the PSG lineup where Blanc will return to actually have that impact, because this is a guy that has a lot of experience internationally now. I want to see what he can do for a regular split.
I think it's, you made a great point earlier when we were discussing that he seemed a lot more comfortable playing this Orianna. When we saw him on the Karma, he just didn't seem to be used to playing around a single player. He seems to be the individual that is about trying to make plays plays himself, trying to be a carry, and we saw a lot of that in his final series against Fnatic Academy. So I think G2 needs to continue putting him on these kind of control mages so that he can have a more comfortable and better performance on stage.
Or just an all-in champion, not just a control mage.
Maybe. I think that the safer aspect that you're talking about is something we'll also see reflected again for Sendo in the top lane. Game 1 Rumble, tricky champion to make work as a team with a little less experience. Galio, very forgiving. All you got to do is find a target, jump in. Still tricky, but Sendo looked a lot better in Game 2, and I think that's something it can draft towards in Game 3.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. ROCCAT, they do have one more chance to take down the reigning champions when we return for Game 3 after the break.
EULCS smiting up. Blanc is here as well. A little bit of an overstay for PrideStalker. He's going to go down. That's first blood for Blanc. Nice sidestep on that. Now going to pull him back. Now it's PrideStalker in trouble. Ignite's taking on EULCS, but it's not really going to make a difference. What goes up must come down, and down goes PrideStalker.
To be ROCCAT getting that mid lane.
Oh, goodbye, Betsy. EULCS going to grab that one. Back in return. Decent damage now going on to Sendo. Betsy can't get into the middle of the fight. Bjarnen is already dead, and G2 just going to clean that one up. Double kill comes in for the Kog'Maw. It's G2 striking back in this best of 3. Welcome back to week 1 of the EULCS Summer Split. ROCCAT and G2 are tied going into game 3, and we are ready for one last battle to decide the series. ROCCAT once again on blue side this time around. Officio, I never thought we'd be here. I'll be honest. I thought 2-0 could have gone either way. Start of the day, I may have predicted ROCCAT. The analyst desk may have, or did predict G2, but game 3 here, a lot more parity between these teams than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, last game was basically decided around the mid lane early on with Orianna Kha'Zix winning. Game 1 obviously was Xayah and Rakan. I think if you're G2 Esports, with your only 3 bans, remove the Xayah. You don't have to worry about Rakan then. People don't really pick him on his own. But they might just ban Rakan as well and just be done with it. We know Zag is not a thing in this game for some reason. So that means you actually just have to ban those 2 champions. And then you can very clearly still play the game despite having 3 subs.
Yeah, I don't really understand why we're not seeing Zach. That one's still confusing to me, and I guess we'll find out as we get ready to move into Champion Select here. But have to keep our eyes on what's going to change, because we saw huge changes between Game 1 and Game 2 in terms of picks and bans. Xayah and Rakan were deemed worthy to be on that ban table. We'll see if that's still the case here.
Yeah, I mean, G2 banned Lucian in the first game, which actually kind of helped ROCCAT, judging from the Lucian performance in Game 2. So no Lucian ban this time if you are G2. Just ban Xayah, heck, even ban Rakan. Just get rid of those 2 champions because you clearly are not too comfortable playing against them. If they're actually leaving both open again, then they're complete madmen.
When I like that G2 are just consistently limiting what Foxy can do, identifying him as a threat. They say, hey, Sendo, not a guy we have as much experience playing with. We don't want to put him into a situation where Foxy can just get control of the lane. They consistently ban that cannon out. Maybe we'll see the Fiora banned again, too.
Okay.
Will be the case.
So it was Lucian last time. I think now, what I would do with my last ban is G2 is just ban Xayah. And say, yes, you might get Rakan then, but he's not as strong on his own. So I'll just get rid of Xayah, personally. And then it doesn't even matter if they take the Lee Sin, because you just get Elise. Like, you can just actually get rid of Rakan. So Xayah should be the first pick for ROCCAT.
More worried about the reliable engage that Rakan does bring to the table. And now we have to wonder what ROCCAT are going to pick up here.
Xin Zhao, of course.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But while we're focusing on what could be the first rotation, we should also talk about the options available to ROCCAT. Xayah, the obvious first pick, but let's set our sights on the mid lane here, because Betsy is a guy who we've seen success on a decent number of champions, but that champion's name is not Lucian.
Yeah, unique champions like Zwain, even Vladimir, who was the only one playing it in Europe at that point. Even the Nasus mid actually had a fine performance, funny enough, against G2. Those have kind of been the picks where Betsy's found success, not on Lucian specifically. We want to see more games from him before we can fully judge it, but last game wasn't great. Good pickup here for Sendo. He was fantastic on the Galio. Why not just take basically the same picks? Like, yes, Lee Sin is open, but the Kha'Zix worked really well for EULCS, trying to invade the enemy jungle here. And we know Blanc can still just take Orianna.
If ROCCAT don't take it here, they already flashed it. G2 thought about it, but the core of the composition could be there. And I like that Sven and Mythio are the guys willing to sacrifice themselves to give these big picks over to the newer members of the team.
Very true. Syndra is also something we want to see from Betsy again. This is a Pride Stalker special.
The Graves, yep.
Okay, yeah. Also a champion he's played quite a lot of, but of course Rengar is the thing he got kind of famous for in solo queue, the one-trick Rengar player. There's a Nasus hover, as we've seen before. Just give me Syndra if you are ROCCAT and you want to play it super safe.
Nope. They want to give you Lulu for now.
They can still pick Syndra later, don't worry.
Very true. G2, of course, no bans in the second ban phase.
Which is why
been penalized.
If they want to stick to the same, Orianna is then an option here. But otherwise, you can pick your support if you don't want to get banned out completely. For Mythi, AD carry as well as another choice. I think support makes a lot of sense here, not to lose everything. And Karma is a flex, can still go mid. ROCCAT with 2 bans. I would get rid of Caitlyn if I'm on the side of ROCCAT. Probably just get rid of Ashe as well, or Varus, and then try and see if you can put Sven down. No, actually, get rid of Caitlyn and the Korgmore. Just get rid of both. Long-range champions, good against Xayah. He carried the last game, or he was one of the carries in the last game. Get rid of both. Give him Ashe or Varus. That's my plan if I'm ROCCAT.
Definitely an option here. Plus the champions like Ashe, the champions like Varus, with the Feather Storm. Xayah does have the option to dodge a lot of those engage abilities, but can't just dodge the consistent damage output that a pick like Kog'Maw now banned away. Count that as a point for Officio.
Caitlyn should be the other one. Trying to secure ROCCAT a good bottom lane here. Orianna obviously is the pick we're looking at for Blank in the mid lane, just like last game. But I think it's okay for ROCCAT to give over and just pick Syndra against it. I actually think ROCCAT will then have a very strong comp. We even see them go with the Graves, a champion that can survive early invades against him. Oftentimes, if you want to fight him in the jungle, he shoots you in the face with a Q that bounces on a wall, and then you just lose the trade. So, Caitlyn ban now, unless they are afraid of anything else.
There
I think that
Caitlyn
makes sense.
Sven, what is he going to opt here for the AD carry? He can last pick it if he wants to see how this composition will go up. But if he does that here, he will reveal where the Karma is going to go. Is it going to be the mid lane? Is it going to be the support?
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you want your Orianna? You take it now then. If you just want to pick AD carry and save last pick for Blanc or Mithy, that is also a very viable choice. And they do go with the Twitch. So, what do we get? Give me Syndra. Simple. Thank you.
Deficio, this is like the ask and you shall receive game. You called both bans. Now you call this.
They're pretty obvious bans. Don't want to get any credit for those. The Foxy Toxy Gnar, is it happening? He's the only guy who could actually play Gnar right now.
Into the Galio too. Can bully out early. Yeah, he's gonna pick it. So this right here feels like a ROCCAT special. Pridestalker Graves, a pick he is comfortable with. Well, Deed on an aggressive early laner like the Lulu, paired now with the Xayah. These guys are set up potentially to dominate here. And once again on the side of G2, feels like it could just be all about Sven.
Ooh, that is showing some confidence in their new mid laner for this game. Giving him the Fizz counter pick against Syndra. It is not that easy of a matchup to play, but Blank here, after going 9-1 on Orianna, feeling comfortable.
Intense spot to be in. Of course, a lot comes down to that playful trickster. Can you use it to dodge the unleashed power? Betsy, we'll see how he does. He's been struggling this series. There can be no doubt there, but maybe this is the game where he puts up some numbers and starts to carry this ROCCAT lineup. Either way, it's set to be pretty explosive. G2, lot of engaged potential with that Fizz, with that Kha'Zix and the Galio, and a lot of damage from Sven to back it up. But on the opposite side, we've got the Xayah. We saw her be so powerful in game one, but will she do the same when not paired by the Rakan?
I mean, that is the champion I would have liked to see banned by G2 and then leave the Rakan open. Xayah is often the one that actually enables Rakan to be picked, so you have them together here in the current meta, but still, G2 felt like they had no experience against Rakan, and it was a strong pick for what they did in the first game, so we can definitely understand why they went this route here. Overall, a great comp from G2 with, you know, once again the Galio top and a counter pick mid for Blank here. However, I think ROCCAT are very happy because they're getting comfort picks in every single lane now. When you look at the carries, they'll be happy with the bot lane matchup, be very happy as well getting Syndra for Betsy.
Comfort pick coming in. Help them win in game one, but pressure is now on the side of ROCCAT, whereas G2 would be happy to pick up a win here. ROCCAT absolutely need to get it against the top European team. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game three. Everything on the line for both these squads. ROCCAT, one win for themselves. G2, one win on the opposite side. And you got to think for ROCCAT, taking down a top team, great way to start. And it doesn't get any easier to beat G2 if you can't do it today. Of course, 3 substitutes coming in. Game one, they really struggled to make an impact, but Sendo proved himself on this Galio. Lulex proved himself on the Kha'Zix. Blanc showed us an amazing Orianna game in game 2. And now in game 3, more pressure put onto him with this Fizz.
Yeah, I love the shift. You know, first game, he gets his Karma, so he can just be a supportive. Then next game, they kind of trust in him a bit more to carry. And then third game, they trust him a lot. And Group A, you see right here, in case you have missed the groups, G2, Fnatic, Misfits Gaming, ROCCAT, and NIP. NIP, of course, the new team joining here the LCS with the Mysterious Monkeys, and it's a pretty tough group. Like when you have Fnatic and G2 already in a group, you know it's tough to go for the number 1 and 2 spots. But even the third one with Misfits Gaming, everyone's kind of looking at them to grab it. But both NIP and ROCCAT can definitely challenge for that third spot, but it would really help ROCCAT then to actually pick up a win here against such a weak G2 lineup with 3 subs, because they're not going to have an easy time next time they play G2 with the full lineup.
And if we're honest, right now, coming into this season, it's hard to imagine any team beating a full 5 G2. Now, of course, teams can get better. G2 could be, you know, people could find weaknesses of G2, but if anyone has a shot right now, it is ROCCAT.
Definitely true. And Fnatic next week playing G2, where it is a full roster, but very limited practice from G2 Esports. I can definitely see Fnatic go in there and really challenge and probably even win this series. But that is next week. For now, it is ROCCAT versus G2. Foxy on his signature pick in the top lane. One of the champions that started the winning streak for ROCCAT last split.
And I like this. It may not be the Kennen, it may not be the Fiora, but it is still powerful in this lane. It can still hit that Galio. Maybe bowling him out a little bit in this early laning phase. He taking a lot of poke there. But poking the champion not going to give you the wave pressure here, and it does mean potentially a faster level 2. Of course, Foxy is Gnar. You already brought it up to Fischio. Something we always have to talk about. 6 wins, 2 losses, 4.8 KDA.
And worth highlighting, ROCCAT as a team picked up 6 wins in the spring split.
Well,
series wins.
Yes, I was going to say, those are game wins. I'm like, all right.
I realized as soon as I said it, as soon as the words left my mouth, I'm like, wait a minute, they played more than 13 games. So that point was super bad. And we will all move on and just assume that Foxy won 3 series.
Guys, we'll give him this one.
Series.
Just pretend he didn't say anything. Foxy's got good Gnar numbers. That's the takeaway that you should have.
Yes.
He's an absolute threat on this Gnar. And Hjarnan a little bit more comfortable to be aggressive in this lane because he's no longer playing against that Caitlyn, who was able to so easily mitigate a lot of what Xayah wanted to do.
Yeah, also has Lulu next to him, a stronger laner for him to back him up and support him with these early trades.
Fun fact, Twitch's poison doesn't actually do damage to Xayah until it has 3 stacks. Otherwise, the Doran's shield regeneration cancels out that damage perfectly.
Add in a little shield as well from Wadid, and then you are pretty happy if you are Hjarnan. Once again, Sven breaking his promise on Twitter, going for Doran's shield. He is, after all, a meta slave, just like the rest of us.
You're really adamant about calling him out about that.
I mean, I saw LOL Esports tweeted it, I saw Quickshot was tweeting it. When you make those big statements...
Like, I'm not going to use Doran's shield?
Yeah, you can't go in your first series and pick a champion where you build Doran's shield and do it twice. It's almost like it's really good, especially on these scaling 80 carries.
Very, very good. For now, though, neither team really are opting to trade too much. Mithy, though, still sending out a decent amount of damage. Shield from Wadid. Oh, going down. Root does come in.
I'm still thinking about that Gnar point.
You see that number 6? 6! Let me tell you about another number 6. It's series wins. Has nothing to do with this, but I want to talk about it.
Yeah, I always felt like it was a 7-game win streak they had, but no, it was in fact 6. And it was obviously a win streak that got a lot of people hyped about ROCCAT and the lineup. Well deserved, because they actually played really well with these like 1-3-1 comps. Funny enough, in a game like this, because they have Syndra, they don't actually want to play pure 1-3-1 split push, which is normally the style they find a lot of success with. They have to surrender the lane where Fizz shows up, unless they move the Xayah down with a support to try and like 2v1 Blanc later on. Irrelevant for now. Hjarnan is doing just fine in this lane.
When you talk about the pressure on ROCCAT, if they want to find a win here, one man that they are going to need to shut down is EULCS in the jungle. Absolutely crucial in the last game. He was the guy who set LeBlanc up for success. And
he's top lane, baby.
Anything from the Lee Sin, we're seeing it from Kha'Zix. Move forward, does slow him down. Looking for a little bit more damage. Foxy, just a little bit more rage to go Mega. Not going to need it. EULCS trading flashes.
EULCS finding his way top lane to Hellbard. Means Pridestalker invades his jungle though, and Sven taking a lot of damage. 3 feathers not in position to be used properly for Hjarnan to actually get some CC on the Twitch. Wins the trade.
Good for now. The very trade-heavy bot lane, and it looks like Sven and Mithy not coming out on top here. A little bit of an advantage in terms of their mana pools. Maybe can mitigate some of the incoming damage in the future, but for now, just less in the health department. And honestly, Deficio, to me, it looks like neither of these guys are 100% comfortable playing up against Xayah.
Takes time to get used to. I think it's also disrespecting you playing Twitch, and you don't actually have to try and challenge her that much in the early game. Like, your late game range is so superior on Twitch with your ulti compared to hers. But obviously the wombo combos you can do with Xayah ulti and her E is pretty damn effective. Luckily though for G2, have more tools to deal with it this time around. Now they have a big tank in the front.
Foxy going in right as he turns mini, so it makes it pretty easy for him to chase down this kill. 2 stacks of Hyper, not going to go for the 3rd on this tower dive, but is pressuring out Sendo, and it's starting to look a lot like game 1. Now Betsy's hungry for a little bit of blood. EULCS, they know he's a factor. He is going to make it out in the end, and a lot of aggressive plays across the map.
Yeah, we did flash for that one because he knew there was no flash on LULEX, but there's a little travel time on that polymorph, and LULEX managed to get out in time. Very important for him. G2 wants to just push out this bottom lane and see if they can go back to base. Ton of gold sitting on the Twitch. And the slow start is fine for them because they have the scale and comp with Fizz and Twitch. Blanc even looking for a kill top.
Pride Stalker sitting on a ward, gonna get knocked up. That's the Gigalodon, the big old fish coming in, and Blanc gonna make the damage come down. Doesn't even need to reset the tower. Aggro Foxy now the man in trouble. Keep your eyes on the Playful Trickster, not used yet. Blanc now pushing for a little bit more. Where's the Justice Punch? The Winds of War come in, and that's the double for Blanc.
So easy. Fizz leaves the mid lane while ROCCAT is sitting behind G2's tier 1 tower. Seemed like nothing was communicated with Blanc leaving early on, and Pride Stalker and Foxy just got surprised, caught with their pants down, and then that massive fish absolutely destroyed him.
VIT, stun goes in, Unleash Power, the exhaust. Mitigates the damage. That's nothing in the hands of ROCCAT.
Sucks for Betsy. Thought he had a free kill right there. Sven alone in the bottom lane though. Yanin not level 6, but he's going forward to go backwards.
Deadly Plumage comes out, no double daggers, just waiting. Sven sitting in XP range. Wants to keep the lane going, but we'll take another look at that top lane.
So Fizz has been missing for at least 5 seconds at this point, but it seems like ROCCAT thought he was back in base, potentially.
And this...
No way out. And a great knock-up as well from Sendo here.
And while we can criticize ROCCAT for not respecting the Fizz roams, we also have to just praise Blanc. This guy came in, we had low expectations. He's never played with this team before. He has no experience with the G2 lineup, and he just goes off in game 2. And now he's doing it again here in game 3.
They believe in him. Such a great way to show, again, your individual skill.
Yeah, if you guys weren't excited for PSG, Blanc pretty much just gave you a reason. This guy is crushing Betsy, roaming across the map.
I mean, funny thing is, we actually don't need to hype the Challenger Series more here in Europe because we have so many teams that are pretty damn exciting to watch. Schalke, PSG, and so on. Former LCS teams down there as well. Blanc, obviously, in the last game, popped off completely on Orianna, got early kills. Then
32.2 damage share. Would not have guessed that from the way the Kog'Maw was playing, too, so that's quite impressive.
Did absolutely everything in that game. I think he missed one shockwave, and that was it. That was even like a zoning shockwave. Not as a meme, but in fact, actually just a zoning one.
I thought he just missed one, but I'll trust your eyes over mine, Officio.
I saw the one in bot lane, but again, it was to stop ROCCAT from going forward. At least I'm going to give him that, benefit.
When you hit every other one, we're inclined to believe that the one that you miss is...
On purpose.
On purpose.
On purpose. Now he's rushing towards Protobelt on the 2-0 Fizz. It is not fun to play Syndra once Fizz has ulti available. It gets less fun when Fizz gets early kills.
He ults,
he
hits
ults,
you.
Yeah, and then you're
what do you do? Do you stun him? No, because he's going to play full Trickster. Do you stun him in the middle of the Urchin Strike? No, you dodge the ult and you're fine.
All right, Betsy showing how to play the matchup, and Blanc missing that ulti. We'll wait for next one to be ready. You saw LULEX was around mid, because that's the thing. When you get hit by the ulti, it's never just Fizz. It's always this dumb jungler next to him, or a TP happening, and it's like support is roaming, Twitch is roaming.
And, see a little engage here as Foxy continues to trade. Minionar's going to come out again. Foxy continues to get aggressive. Looks like he's going to build a Blade of the Rune King for this top lane matchup. And you talked about 1-3-1, talked about split push potentially coming out. Looks like ROCCAT have some split pushing plans of their own.
I mean, so one of the main ways for them to win is having Foxy really take over a side lane. They know Fizz will take over the other side lane in favor of G2. And I even saw like Jace top lane build Blade the Rune King in the LCK against the Sejuani. So against tanks here, it is actually very, very effective as a first item to try and just win the split push, but it makes you extremely weak in team fights. And that is a key thing to highlight. It's very squishy.
Moving forward, LULEX on the way in. Meganar, will it be available? Rage continues to grow. He flashes forward, gets him down. LULEX grabbing a kill onto Foxy. A little too eager to make an impact on that top side.
Well, 2 games in a row now where G2's top side, where they have the 3 subs, have actually been outplaying ROCCAT's top side. Blanks roam from earlier, and now LULEX with another gank on Foxy top lane. There's almost no vision other than one ward being placed from ROCCAT up there. So G2 are actually playing maybe an unexpected style where they're not playing around Sven and Mythi. They're just playing around the 3 subs, and the 3 subs are actually doing really well. 2 games in a row.
And it's a good look for the team overall, and it's interesting to see how this has worked out for them overall. And right now, it's the right call for G2. Maybe it's just so obvious to the enemy team that they should be playing around bot lane, that they should try to shut down Sven and Mythi, that G2 are more than happy to give it up. And surprising, we can say, to put so much faith in substitute players.
Well, I think they've earned it now after that last game. Fed, Fizz, and EULCS once again with very good early moves.
In this matchup, 2-0 Fizz with the Proto Belt now completed. This feels nigh impossible for Betsy. He's going to have to outplay if he wants to survive here. Leaps forward. Pride Stalker is there. Moving in a little bit more. Blanc taking a lot of damage here. Does have the Storm Raider search for Pride Stalker, but has to reload. Not going to be able to finish that one.
I like that little play from both Pride Stalker and Betsy. Betsy kind of baiting, okay, hey, look, Blanc, you can actually all in me. Pride Stalker hiding around the corner for the counter gank. One of the ways you can deal with the Fizz. Sadly for them, Blanc actually just walked out of it. Didn't even have to use Flash.
Interesting, too, as we see this. We talked a lot about Pride Stalker on this Elise really needing to be an early game factor for ROCCAT. Now, it did not work in Game 1. It did not work in Game 2, and ROCCAT have now adapted. They said, hey, we're not going to put you on an early game champion. We're going to put you on someone who farms. And now, he's more than happy to just counter gank. Pride Stalker can safely farm up, can get to the late game. And while Graves' end of the line base has gotten nerfed, the scaling did get buffed, so he's going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, sadly lost like, a lot of the fun combos you can do as well on him, which definitely does affect him in many ways. EULCS realizing Ocean Drake does hurt a little bit too much. Sven is hiding, but he's alone bot lane. Yana might realize that very quickly. There's a lot of feathers down.
More damage. Using the double daggers, though, just to push the wave. Not interested in trying to all-in. Maybe does not have the mana pool here to keep that fight going. Sven, decently far behind, but has a bunch of gold in the bank. Will be able to buy when he finally gets the opportunity to go back. 2.3K at the moment. Should be able to complete the Blade of the Rune King to match Hjarnen's newly completed Blade as well.
Come on, let's see some kills around mid lane. Fizz, you got rank to ulti soon, halfway there. Betsy needs to take the fight against him. I want to see the junglers join, I want to see the top laners join. We want to see a game like the last one, where we have a ton of fights early on here.
Not because it's the right choice, because it's what we want to see.
It's an entertaining choice. I'm not looking for a macro game when I'm watching a team with 3 subs. I'm looking for fights.
You may just get it, Officio. Blanc has the Shark available. Can just throw it in. Is going to throw it forward. Betsy, no real path to get out. Not going to get hit by it. Barrier up. Throws back some good damage. That's a nice play coming from Betsy, but he gives up both sums in exchange.
I think it's the correct way he played it, though. Like, forward step to dodge the ulti there from Fizz. It won't get picked up once it's already on the ground. And then use Flash Barrier to get up. But now you can just return gank. This is what we wanted to see from G2, to force the summoners from Betsy. Go back once that ulti's ready in just like 40 seconds or something from the Fizz, and it's a free kill.
Hjarnen, though, now in trouble. Not going to matter too much. Neither side has enough damage to all in the other. Too much shielding on the bottom side, but it's good that you point that out, Officio, because Fizz, so much cooldown reduction itemized early, can just continue to spam with those ults and those abilities
Rank
to really
2 now.
Pressure Betsy.
Yeah, so his ulti like is 60 seconds cooldown with the CDR, with rank 2. Every single minute they can force a play and a kill mid.
Oh, Hjarnen in trouble. Out comes the spray and pray. Shield. Torrents.
Came in just in time.
Oh, that was close.
I know he has heal and everything, but that was a close one. So, you got your ulti soon. They call in even Sendo. At this point, you just need EULCS, that's all. Actually, you could probably even just kill Syndra alone. No flash, no barrier. I'm looking for a play bot lane, though.
Taking advantage. Sven may not have been able to get a kill on that all-in, but now is able to get a ton of free tower damage down, which could help the team, and has set EULCS up to take this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and with the push bot lane, with the pressure mid due to Fizz and his kill pressure, well, River is open. That means Drake is basically going over to G2 for free now, and this is good use of just knowing, okay, we will win any 1v1, 2v2 right now, so the enemy team needs to just play passive, and we therefore get the free objective. You can even switch top now and look for Rift Herald if you want to be very aggressive in the River.
Sven taking a bit of tower damage there. Hjarnen's starting to lose out on these trades pretty hard. Not maybe where he wanted to be. And definitely not going to win a scaling war against a champion with range like Twitch.
Yeah, and we have to remember there is no Rakan with him to actually force the engages. Lulu can't force an engage. She sits back and shields her AD carry, but her AD carry gets out-traded and outranged by a Twitch ulti. So Hjarnen can't actually like kill Sven at the moment with his defensive support. ROCCAT under pressure in mid and bot lane, and there doesn't seem to be a way out right now, because they don't have any ways to like set up a gank properly with the Graves, they can't force a fight properly with the 2v2, and they have no summoners mid with Syndra. Very tough spot to be in, where all you're basically calling as a team is try and stall it, stall it, stall it. We need summoners back, and then we need Foxy to maybe make a play with us.
Block now roaming down. Maybe this is the catalyst that could start the play in favor of G2, but ROCCAT are ready. ROCCAT can make a play happen. Foxy has TP. No rage built up, though. Means he's not in a great spot to respond.
Yeah, it's fine that G2 are pushing for tower, but they don't actually want to fight 4v4. Because they know if they just split it up, they're much stronger right now due to Fizz. No reason to take like an open team fight, because that's actually where ROCCAT might still be able to do something. ROCCAT wants to just buy time for Foxy on this fancy Gnar skin. Trying to split push all day long, but it takes time. Because Galio, for some reason, is a tank with damage reduction, half global ulti that also offers damage reduction, and ton of wave clear.
And a ton of AoE CC.
Why does he have a ton of wave clear?
You know, sometimes someone needs to have everything. Again, just Galio's just got it all, you know?
It's just so annoying to play against him and like split push against him. It's like the old AP Gragas. You're like, yeah, I'm pushing the tower. I'm waved out to 1Q.
Remember that montage showed up on Reddit? The old school Gragas plays where you just pushed R and they died.
Yeah, that was when he had like 1.0 AP ratio on both Q and ulti. Back in the day when Shushe started playing AP Gragas. Old school name.
Body slam cooldown was ridiculously low.
You know, before that, it was actually, it's called Locket, I think it was called back then. The item we actually didn't remove.
Oh, intervening Locket? The
exactly.
Udyr item?
The Udyr item. It actually worked on Gragas as well, because you were just spamming so many abilities so often, you would just constantly get HP and mana back, and you could just run around as like a tank Gragas that was basically unkillable at times. But then we removed it. Because it was a really obnoxious item to play against.
Is that probably the worst balanced item in the game in the history of League of Legends?
Well, no, because for 95% of the champions, the item wasn't good. It was just for like very key select champions that spammed a lot of abilities, it was good.
Yeah, I guess we have to remember Heart of Gold. We have to remember the days of Ancient Bulwark. You guys may not remember, but Aegis used to give an AoE MR buff, and he used to upgrade into an item which gave an even bigger AoE MR buff, which meant most mages were just bad. But Sven, not worried about mages. He's worried about the Feather Storm, though, and is going to back off here on the bottom side.
I'm actually surprised Betsy didn't die. Like, he sat there with no summoners.
EULCS. Going on to Pride Soccer. Betsy coming in to back up the team. It feels like both teams just want to play around bottom side, but neither one can really find the opportunity to execute.
I like the Banshees here from Betsy to obviously help him. The long-range fish won't really be that effective then from Blank side. Easy enough to pop it though, like in a teamfight later, but at least now it helps Betsy just wave clear, step away.
Whereas in game one, we kind of wanted more damage from Betsy. Now I feel like the Banshee is the right choice just because of how much kill pressure the Fizz has.
And his team has a ton of damage already with Graves and Xayah, and even Gnar. Like, you got to respect the Gnar damage.
I mean, essentially 4 damage threats on the side of ROCCAT. No real tank, though. We can safely say
You're
Gnar.
on a ward.
They're going to find out in about 20 seconds.
The most ward bot lane brush was, funny enough, warded when you sat there. It's fine though, they actually just want to pressure them off for tower. So they didn't care about a ward being placed.
End of the line used.
Oh, Yarnan!
Definitely end of the line for Yarnan, though. Out comes the fish. Down he goes. And Block now on a killing spree. We wanted to see it in the mid lane, but we're going to get it on the bottom side.
Is it a fish with a rabbit costume on, or is it a rabbit?
It's a fish with a rabbit costume on.
You sure?
Who throws a carrot. Well, Blanc, turn around, buddy. No,
I mean more his ulti.
Oh, I think it's just a giant, scary rabbit.
Pretty sure it is.
Giant, scary rabbit.
But everything else is a fish.
That's the greatest Fizz analysis I've ever heard, Deficio.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Blank got his kill, and G2, just like last game, are just taking full control. And we know that shot calling is great when they're ahead, because, again, they have Sven and Mithy here with them. And they have this split-pushing Fizz with 3 kills. They're winning their 2v2 matchup as well. And Sendo, while he will lose his tower eventually, he's just trying to buy enough time. And it's actually looking great once again for G2. And ROCCAT, they need to make plays.
A lot of pressure on them, and they have a lot of the tools to do so. Gnar can just throw that Galio into the wall, can get the backup, maybe coming in from Bridestalker, who has more than enough damage here, but they're both AD.
Yeah, and you see Frozen Heart and Ninja Tabi on Sendo, so that dive is actually not easy to pull off, also with the damage reduction of Galio W. At this point here, you're kind of relying on Foxy to be strong enough, fast enough, but that's one of the problems with Gnar. He is fairly slow at really hitting a massive split pushing power spike. Now with 2 items completed, he can definitely start doing more damage to Sendo, but you actually have nowhere else on the map where you're winning as ROCCAT. So you have nowhere else where you're actually making plays, and I believe
that's the replay.
That is a giant rabbit.
Ah, got it.
Unless there's a fish underneath it, we don't know.
Pushing the rabbit up. Could be a teamwork effort. Well, solo effort coming in for Sven. We've seen this play before. Both times not going to work out. Just ult traded for ult here. And it's so awkward when we look at the top lane matchup, because if you're Foxy, you just want to stay mini Gnar 100% of the time when you're fighting the Galio. Because when you turn Mega, that burst damage just... Galio doesn't care. You throw that guy into the wall, he just hits you back. He's fine to battle without melee. So you're just in this awkward spot where you can't really get the tower.
Oh, super awkward moment. I asked Youngblock if that was a new suit. He was like, no, it's actually super old and I've been wearing it so often. I'm like, oh. Oh.
Dang, that's so awkward, Divisio. You're right. How did you recover from that?
I just kind of walked away and I was like, I don't want to talk to you.
That's a classic way to deal with an embarrassing situation.
I don't want to have this conversation. You know, I was wrong. See ya.
Wow.
And now Youngblock,
that's good to know.
We don't speak anymore. We don't talk, I guess.
Like you used to. Well, Lulek's going to grab another dragon. And Foxy finally going to break that top tier tower. So Dragon traded for tower in the end. Once again, no Rift Herald this game because it's 23 minutes. Baron on the table, the only objective available for the teams. And neither side has opted to group yet at all. It's the 23-minute laning phase. And finally,
we're North America now, baby.
Now if we could just A-rail down the mid.
Well, we won't, because the Foxy Taxi, he's in one lane. And the Blank Taxi is in the other lane with the Fizz. But I guess we will get some fights in mid. Lulex is sniffing in the enemy jungle. Smelling Pride Stalk on the way out. Oh, Phantom.
Ooh, not going to connect on the Void Spikes. Isolation would have guaranteed the slow there. Pride Stalker could have been in trouble, but Lulex just waiting in the bush. Those ones are going to hit.
I still hate these teams for playing the slowest games possible when it's with subs.
We'll see. You can choose between the carrot and the stick here, Divisio, or you can be like Blanc and pick a carrot on a stick and a hard carry for the mid lane.
Well, that's what he's doing. A few claps for G2 getting another turret down. Foxy's moved himself to another lane where he knows, okay, now it's my time to kill another tower. Yes, he's 2 items he needed. We talked about he needs 2 items before he really takes over, and it's slow and steady for these guys.
Tortoise in the hair, as the Fizz skin just appears to be more and more relevant. Foxy mini near, just going to continue to harass. We'll rinse and repeat the same pattern. This will eventually even out the gold if he can just keep sieging these towers. And Baron now potentially on the table, the next objective that both these teams have to consider, and it could be the major breaking point in this game. But for now, it's just more laning phase.
No, he's hitting a tower.
Oh, that's good.
Betsy is touching the enemy turret.
Cannon wave is there.
Now he's getting punished for it. First time the poor guy stepped forward.
Then coming to the side, but there's a lot of members there, dishing out as much damage as he possibly can. Damage reduction from the Galio, going to keep him alive for now. Blanc going to lead onto Betsy, goes golden. A little bit more damage. Got an extra assassin in the back pocket, so Lulek's going to pick that one up.
You got a bit of your ARAM mid right there. Betsy finally felt like he could actually step forward, and then G2 engages, but Foxy, he's pushing the bot lane. There's a massive wave as well. He's probably going to get a lot of damage to the next one. G2 needs to go down and defend here. Foxy's going to be so annoying this game, just trying to push.
And Hjarnan hoping to buy a little bit of time there with the Blade Caller, but not able to find the snare onto Lulex. Means he's going to walk away with his life. 5 kills up on the side of G2, but not a major difference in gold. The Infernal, the Ocean, may be a bigger factor than the difference in gold at 26 minutes when it's only 2K. Bloop. Have you ever considered a Divisio, like, voice pack?
I once said on air that I would make one, and instantly there was like a Reddit thread that came up, and I was like, I feel really bad because I'm like, well, I'm not gonna make one because it would be really terrible. but suddenly people actually thought I would make one, and I kind of lied to everyone.
Give me your best pentakill moment there,
No.
Deficio, from the Deficio voice pack.
It was really bad. Really bad.
That's part of the appeal. Well, we look at the fight again. I mean, this is the difficulty. No place for the Syndra to go. Double assassin on the enemy team, and no tank front line because Fox is pushing on the bottom side.
Let's try again though. Betsy with the Banshee is his only saving grace. That Banshee's gone.
Well, a lot of damage. Mythic can back him up. Blanc just gets the kill.
I'm telling you guys, playing Syndra in a game like this is just the worst feeling ever. Because everything will just try and kill you from super long range. And you have that little Banshees to help you.
Oh, Blanc going in, Sven on the side. Has used the rat-a-tat-tat. Smoke swing is going to mean he doesn't have the line of sight to fire the shots necessary, but it does mean the tower's going to drop. Collateral damage comes in. Foxy's ready with the rage, but he's going to go mega way before the fight's going to start. Yarn and Hungry has the Feather Storm available, the Blade Collar as well. Maybe going to look to find a snare here. Can they get the Wombo combo? Rage dropping. I don't think we're going to see it this time.
No, Foxy does not want to be with the team right now. He wants to keep pushing in a side lane. I realize we haven't seen a Rift Herald in any of these games. Not been prioritized by these teams. No Zac, no Rift Herald. Actually just not adapting at all to the new patch. It's like we're playing back in spring, except for Xayah, I guess, being here.
And Doran Shield.
Doran Shield, at this point, we don't care about Doran Shield. Also, Galio was enabled. Nope, that was MSI. It was LPO players. Because you know me, I'm always thinking LPO
Yeah,
terms.
I was thinking LPO.
Yeah.
Get your hand back in the game, Deficio. It's EU time.
It's my bad.
Oh, man. Well, here we are, 28 minutes into the game, 6 kills in favor of G2, but once again, not the end-all be-all. A very close game as ROCCAT continues to put the side lane pressure down, utilizing that Gnar, the Blade of the Rune King, and Black Cleaver, making it all too easy to bully out Sendo in those exchanges.
And we do see, as we talked about earlier, it is Xayah and Lulu going top to try and deal with the Fizz, push in the Fizz, and then roam towards the mid lane to try and make a play. But Sven and Mithy already here to try and wave clear. And ROCCAT, they gotta be fast if they want to pull the trigger here. There's no TP on Blank, so it's the point where you gotta roam in behind Mithy and Sven and actually just threaten to straight up dive them on the tower with the 4-man advantage.
Trying to find the position with the stealth. No rat-a-tat-tat. Does get hit up, though, in the stealth. Nice moves from Betsy. The Foxy-Toxy on the way in. Can he pick up the team and put him to victory? That is a very sad-looking carrot.
I feel like it kind of fit the tone of the game.
Vegetarians always tell us it's more humane, man. That didn't look humane.
Didn't even hit any minions. And he's back top, and he's actually just gonna push out that lane. And ROCCAT are trying to push in, but there's wave clear from the Galio. It's not enough. They should get tower here. Mithy might get caught.
One stack, but he's got the Blade of the Rune King. Snare gonna come in for Mithy. They're gonna back off. ROCCAT gonna take the tower. 3K gold advantage still for the side of G2. And they're hungry for blood here. Sven still running forward on the front lines, has the Runeans working towards that IE. That's going to be a massive spike for him.
Come on, Foxy. Meganar's running out, though.
But he has a Blade of the Rune King. Can he chase down Sven?
It's not as flashy when he jumps in on Mininar for a fight. Gotta respect Blank as well being here. I'm glad the towers are dying. Opens up the map. Means there's a higher chance Blank will find like a long-range catch of some sort. And 30 minutes in, like, should start looking at Baron as well, Drake. So once again, just like game one, be ready for the one explosive fight.
Do you remember when we looked at ROCCAT when ROCCAT was struggling last season?
Yeah.
We looked at them, we saw even CS in most of the lanes. But what we saw was big differences in kills and plays being made around the map. And right now, ROCCAT's kind of starting to feel like that same old ROCCAT. They're going even in lanes. They're doing fine. They're making moves, but they're not making crazy plays. They're not doing anything crazy together as a team. And kind of expected to see more development from these guys coming into the season.
Yeah, again, losing Maxlor obviously sets them back a bit from the team that went on a 6-game win streak. As we saw perfectly highlighted earlier in this game.
I like that Wadid is still spamming Laugh on Lulu, though. Bringing up the team spirits, reminding them, guys, it's all okay.
Not the game to do it, though.
Probably not.
Not the game to do it. Your team is down 6-0 against a scaling composition on the side of G2, and you're going to have to respect that Baron is going to be set up now against double TP as well. It is really hard for ROCCAT actually to do anything on the map. Like, that's one of the reasons they're so passive right now, because they lost mid, they lost bot lane. and only had the winning split pusher. So they didn't want to move out of his lane, so he was stuck top lane. That was the strongest member on the team. The other 4 couldn't actually deal with G2, so that's why they had to just surrender basically most of the map on that bottom side and lost so many things, and that's why there's a 3k gold advantage for G2 as well.
We have to remember, though, if ROCCAT ever do get the opportunity to fight on their terms, they have the potential. They have that sort of shotgun-style composition. They may only get 1 shot, but if they take it, it's going to deal a ton of damage. Right now, we're going to see a fight start up, though. Kjarnan's chasing down Sven. Heal burned up. Doesn't want to risk the Blade Caller coming back in. Good start for ROCCAT to get control over this Baron Pit area.
Yeah, they're trying to do this just to start the Baron and force a fight around it, because they need to force this TP from Blank. If they don't actually start the Baron here, then G2 will get to push in that tier 2 bot tower. ROCCAT invested a lot of time to try and make a play here. Mega Knight's running out, so they're not forcing anything. And they just got a heal from Sven. I actually thought they would just start the objective, force TP, and then disengage after TP had been used by Blank, and it could give ROCCAT a small advantage. But instead, they're going to lose this bot lane tower and trade it for basically Twitch's heal.
And that Lich Bane on Twitch just makes him such a huge threat in the side lane, where normally you don't have to worry about those AP champions like a Ryze or someone else you may see in the side lane. Fizz absolutely can just tear through those towers.
And now you also just gave up the river completely, because you all recalled. You all went back to base. G2 can now push out a lane, reset, get new wards, get new control wards, return out on the map, and make basically the same play. Once again with the Fed Fizz going to that side lane and pushing it all the way out.
And we look at it, more globals too on the side of G2. Not only do they have the Galio ult, that semi-global ability, they have double teleport. Just much easier for this team to move around the map to outmaneuver ROCCAT, despite ROCCAT being...
Oh, he's ganking Foxy.
Kind of reliant.
He's gonna take the blast gun into him. Oh, he took it the other way. The crowd's like, no, fight.
Yordle battle, or whatever. It feels like a Yordle. I don't understand. He's like a fish person. All right. Not important right now, however. ROCCAT just going to start at the Baron here. Going to look to push for more, but in comes
This is big though, Dragos. This might actually decide the whole thing.
Foxy trying to build up rage, trying to be ready for the fight, but he misses the boomerang. That's a crucial cooldown. LULEX, you want a moment to shine, you want a resume moment, it's going to be to steal the Baron, but you're not going to find it. In goes Blanc. Betsy going to miss the scatter of the week. They're looking for more. LULEX goes over the wall. Pridestalker looking to find the shot. Down comes the Galio, but it's too little, too late. Sven's dishing out the damage. Foxy knocks him back, but he's just going to keep firing away. Rat-a-tat-tat. That's the double kill. Dropping for Sendo.
ROCCAT still got the Baron here. Very important for them because they were behind. Also forced double TP from G2. Yes, you lose Faxi and Pridestalker, and probably your mid tower will take some damage, but I think all in all, a good trade for ROCCAT because they were on the back foot. They managed to actually make a play here.
Getting the Baron could allow them to break open a lot more towers as well. They may have lost some members for now, but they'll be up soon. Foxy's still an absolute threat in the side lane, more so now with that Baron buff on another member of the team to pressure other lanes out. Unfortunate that he won't get it to push forward. But for now, ROCCAT...
He still gets to build up a wave where the rest of his team can join him at that tower. So this is the rush in. Obviously, yes, it ends up being like that 50-50 Baron play, but if you are behind already, sometimes that is a fine play to try and go for it. Say, if we get the Baron, we have a way back into this game. LULEX goes down after, but obviously with ROCCAT being so split up, there's actually no way for him to really take the fight. Blank's ulti was used before this on just Faxi. Really big opportunity missed for him to try and get it onto an actual squishy member. But this is now ROCCAT getting an objective to try and get back into the game. They're still behind.
And we have to look at that last fight and praise Sven. Excellent positioning coming in to punish ROCCAT for getting over-aggressive on the chase to LULEX. ROCCAT maybe had backed off there, not been quite so hungry to turn a small advantage into a much bigger one. It could have gone differently, but Sven ready and in position to punish that choice.
Let's see Blank here from the side. No flash on Yanan. If he hits the fish onto him, it is almost a guaranteed. Actually, no, Yanan has his ulti. He's going to be okay. It's more someone like Betsy we're looking at. It's on Pridestalker. It's a small one.
Rex. Stealth may help. Blanc leaping forward, leaping out. Featherstorm goes in, pulled back, so the snare is going to connect onto LULEX, but he's still going to live. Mythic keeping his team healthy. Quick shields, but now Sven ready to get into position. Foxy on the side. Where's it going to go? Not going to be enough. Sven gets the damage reduction from the Galio. The ult is interrupted, but he still gets the reduction to keep himself healthy. He's running forward for more. Mitty flashes over the wall to speed him up. Keep your eyes on this Twitch. Does have to back off now. Foxy all alone on the side. What was supposed to be a play is the end for ROCCAT's team fighting hopes.
Yeah, it was G2 who started the fight, but then Foxy came in a bit later. Yanan, he's all alone.
Bye-bye, Yanan. Down he goes. Blanc now unstoppable. Elder Dragon in the sights of G2. All too easy for them to pick it up. And with 3 dragons backing them up, that's going to be 4 stacks. 180 bonus true damage.
Yep. It's another game where we actually see better team play from G2 with the 3 subs here. Good start to the fight. And then as soon as they actually realize, okay, we're not getting anything on the first engage, they respect the Gnar, waits for him to actually use his Mega Gnar, jump in, they realize he's not a threat, and then Sven opens up on Betsy and kills him. They're going for more.
Pushing for a little bit more now, going to break down this tower. The leadership of Mythy and the veteran members of G2 paying off dividends for this G2 squad as they continue to make the right calls. And we were worried about ROCCAT when we saw the new lineup. What will they do without the leadership of Maxlor? And right now, it does not look like things are going well.
No, so Betsy is kind of left alone at first. And you see now they're respecting 4 man on the side of Foxy. Sven realizes, okay, Foxy's not going to get close to me. I can just all in now on Betsy. Opens up and just destroys him. Mythy wants to be part of it. Flashes over.
Wants to speed him up. Thought maybe they could get a little more.
It's a great play if you want a better KDA. Can definitely recommend it for people in solo queue.
Or save your flash, because believe it or not, solo queue is by winning, not KDA.
I don't know, Yanin. I don't know, Yanin. Just kind of ignoring the fact that everyone was in River.
Well, Fischio, the odds are certainly mounting against ROCCAT. 7K gold difference. Elder Dragon still ticking. Still plenty of time left on that buff. And that means no team fight is going to go in the favor of ROCCAT, short of a miraculous wombo combo.
So what we talked about, though, again, ROCCAT needing time with Pride Stalker. I think he's not had the opening series he was hoping for as a new jungler, rookie jungler on this big stage. I think Blank on the other side got contacted yesterday. He's been very happy.
Yeah, for a
with
man
today's
who rolled up to
performance.
LCS with 1 day's notice, this guy is on a tear.
0 scrims. 0 scrims. 1 day's notice. Showed up in the studio today and actually been playing some really nice League of Legends.
I mean, Sendo as well. Solid role player on this Galio. LVP has to be happy to have him. G2 Vodafone, clearly a strong member of the roster. Borrowing from a sister team within the organization, working out well for the squad. Looks now to run to safety. ROCCAT doing what they can to hold on to this inhibitor. Baron power play, negative 3,600 gold, not where they want to be. Oh, that.
Welcome to a late game Fed Fizz.
No magic resistance on that Gnar either, folks.
There's one more, but that's really not enough for him.
Wow.
At this point, he itemized so much armor to try and deal with Sven in a fight.
Storm comes out. Gonna save the day, but Sven bowling off multiple members of the team. G2 just closing this one out cleanly, slowly but surely breaking down ROCCAT, and they're running out of chances to fight back.
Tier 1 bot lane, falling as well. Blank's ulti is soon ready for another engage, so look for that one. Betsy, no flash, pretty easy target for him.
Lulex taking a lot of damage. Blanc running forward.
Okay, that was...
goes out. Betsy's still in trouble, however. Xayah, such a huge influence in the last game. Looks like Rakan may have been the bigger factor here and the right choice to ban out on the side of G2. No reliable engages for ROCCAT, making this much harder. No one to set the Gnar up for success in a lot of these instances. And 1-5-0 the score for Foxy. Massive CS lead for him, but it just doesn't matter. Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Runan, or Randuin's rather, not Runans. The Abyssal Scepter, Frozen Heart, that is an unkillable Galio, and that means Foxy's really never going to be reliably able to get that ult off if he walks face first into a taunt.
Yeah, ROCCAT really have no way of killing him. What we talked about as well, like Twitch's long range in a fight, so much more effective than Xayah's low range now when there's actually a tank in front of Xayah. And Sven is going full reckless in this game as well with Frozen Mallet completed. Blank is finding a random Pride Stalker who is all alone.
Yeah, it's going to hurt the Pride. Leaping forward, auto up, waiting for the passive to get ready, going to walk forward. Lulex going to grab that one, though. Kills keep coming. Foxy running for his life. Sven Jarn's in the pinch, but no, it's Sven on the backside. So much damage. Lulex getting the double. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Looking to get a little more. That's the triple for Lulex. He wants to make it a quadra. Let's keep it up, folks. Let's follow him down. That's 4 kills for Lulex.
And 5 for G2. They're going to just finish this game here. 17-1 in game 3 with 3 subs for G2 Esports. very, very nice for them to actually get a win here. I don't think they expected that.
11K gold lead. Proof in the power of leadership and solo queue mechanics. G2 coming in clutch, ladies and gentlemen. That is the 2-1 victory for G2, starting off on an undefeated season.
I mean, what a start. I think a lot of credit to LULEX, Blank, and Zendo in the early game. They were actually the ones winning in game 2 and game 3. Bot lane would be farming. It was actually top lane and mid lane with LULEX winning against ROCCAT, and that is a problem on the side of ROCCAT. That your solo laners and your jungler gets outplayed by 3 guys who are actually not in the LCS.
And maybe they should be with performances like that. Big show of confidence from so many of these players. Zen and Mythy definitely still got it, and we got 3 new names to keep our eyes on. Sendu for all you LVP fans, Blanc for the Challenger fans.
LULEX for, I don't know, I haven't
He's currently listed
seen.
as a sub on the G2 roster, correct?
I believe he's a sub on the G2 roster. Obviously played for Schalke last split, but didn't manage to make it into the promotion tournament. Schalke has changed the lineup as well. And if you are G2 Esports, I mean, you sat in kind of a nightmare scenario yesterday where basically half your team had gone missing. 2 guys on holiday, 1 guy sick all of a sudden.
Have to field an emergency sub, have to lose your bans. Down 2 bans in every game, we can't forget that.
And then you actually, in the last game, end up stomping ROCCAT basically, and in the second game, you were also dominating for most of the game.
I mean, we were talking to Joe this morning, and they were panicking, trying to find an option. They're like, well, Blanc was in town, we could get this as an option, and it worked out. Well, G2 started the summer split with a win. Let's go over to the analyst desk for a closer look at that game 3.
Thank you so much, Dracos. Yeah, G2, they defeat the odds and they defeat ROCCAT and get a win here on the board. Well, quite impressive for them. And I think I can share this now. I didn't want it before the series, but I saw Mythy when he was getting makeup and I was like, you know, how are you feeling about the match? And he was like, I'm just here for the food, man. But then turns out that things might have gone a bit better than expected in G2. Yeah, wow, what a convincing game. It was like they were playing with their original roster.
I loved seeing Mythy's face at the end. Like, he stands up, he looks at Sven, he's like, well, we won that game. Great job. Like, that was a pretty convincing victory. The fact that LULEX ended up getting a quadra kill at the very end as well. The whole lineup really putting on a spectacular performance in that final game.
I think it gelled. We know, obviously, that Sendo and LULEX had been practicing with G2 for a little bit. They announced it ahead of time. I think it gelled once they realized ROCCAT weren't punishing them, especially in the jungle role, and you put Sendo on something that was very easy to facilitate the rest of the team, and then just get Blanc something comfortable. Don't necessarily have him play around Sven, but get him something he can win the lane with. And from there, G2 didn't really look phased with 3 substitutes. That shouldn't happen at the LCS.
Jean-Victor Burgevin. Amazing name from LULEX, and fantastic. We do have a couple of replays we want to take a look at, most notably starting in the top lane where G2, they get off to a fantastic start. Not quite as early, but great moves.
Gotta criticize ROCCAT a little bit on this one. Nice roam from Blanc, but no wards to anywhere on the top side of the map. And Faxi is pushed behind the tower. Pridestalker is pushed up with him. This is the kind of play where if you know nobody is roaming, you can make, but even then it's still risky. ROCCAT just not really doing their diligence. Blanc punishes very effectively with that roam. There's nothing once you're stepped behind the enemy tower that you can really do to escape.
It surprises me because you would expect that if a Fizz is missing in the middle lane, especially around the level 6 mark, you would either expect him to have gone back to base or moving around the map, but regardless, he is not visible right now, and the duo in the top half of the map from ROCCAT should have been aware of this. They should have known that this kind of a play was coming, and instead, they weren't able to react in time. So this started the snowball, which resulted in Blanc pretty much tearing up that game.
Yep, we did see here some stats on Pridestalker. If we kind of look at ROCCAT's first impressions overall, we said they might need a little bit of time to adjust, but I feel like this is worse than we can forgive a team that has had some time to practice and that is going up against a weakened G2. Or is that too rough?
So I think that there's a couple of things about this. I think it's a step down from where we saw them with Max Law significantly. These are weaknesses that it doesn't matter whether they were playing against subs, it doesn't matter whether they were playing against the full lineup. If ROCCAT aren't doing anything in the early game, not warding and playing over-aggressive, any team should punish this that can look at the minimap and say, okay, well, we know we can actually get the kill here. But yes, it is a little bit more damning that
Yeah.
this isn't the full G2 roster, but I think ROCCAT have a lot to work on, clearly.
I personally feel that the reason why we saw such a massive upswing for ROCCAT was a lot of the other teams in Group A were not having the best of performances, but also like there were meta changes and there was a big confidence boost. Like so many things were going in favor of ROCCAT, but now we're back at the start of the season, we're resetting and we're identifying some of the core weaknesses that ROCCAT still plagues, like communication, their ability to work together, their setup. A lot of it does not seem optimal, and a lot of it seems like desperation plays, random TPs, trying to force fights around the map that aren't really optimal, and it's just a lot of question marks for me as to how good is ROCCAT, especially when you're going to lose against a lineup which on paper still is pretty strong, but should have been underperforming.
Yeah, we definitely want to see some improvement out of ROCCAT. I think that's fair to say, but we also want to sing the praises of Blanc in the mid lane there for G2, subbing in at the final hour, so to say, and having a very, very good performance. Hopeful for watching the PSG games and just really finding himself, it seems like, from that second game on, finding the synergy with EULCS, even though it was a thrown together combo.
I just love the fact that there was trust in him, right? The fact that he was able to play the Fizz into the Syndra, commonly known for being a favorable matchup. We saw the Nami hover at the very start, and I thought, are they going to put him back on the Karma in the middle lane? But no, they actually ended up giving him that confidence, and he had a fantastic performance overall.
Fantastic performance, a saving grace, one of them of G2. I think that's a big sigh of relief for the entire organization. In theory, next week, back to business. Full G2 lineup for the rest of the split. So that's going to be an interesting one when the true Kings of Europe.
Yeah, let's absolutely hope so. Of course, our best wishes to Perks, and hope he gets better very quickly and we can see him in his lane kingdom again. But now for more on G2's win, Kickshot is ready to kick it with their support.
I am indeed ready to kick it with Mithy. Starting the split on maybe a little bit of a surprise win. I heard you say 2 shocks in the makeup room that you're just here for the food today. How did the series go and why did you win?
I must say the food is really good.
Okay.
But I think everyone just came in with no expectations, seeing how we can do. We had like 4 games of scrims and we played with another mid laner because, we just came in, did our thing, and it ended up working out. I think we adapted well. Our comp on game 1 was horrible, so yeah.
Comp in game 1 is horrible. We'll have to see if that's your fault or Young Bucks' fault. We'll talk about that later. 2-1 in the series. Game 2, game 3, much better. Is G2 plus 3 subs that much better than ROCCAT? Or was ROCCAT just that bad today that it was so one-sided?
Well, first of all, our subs are actually good. We took the time to get good subs. And I think the main difference between I would say us and maybe some other top-tier UOLCS teams and just like the bottom-tier teams, there's like very little mechanics and it's a lot more about game knowledge. And I think even though our 3 players were gone, we were able to kind of just calm everyone down and they were not playing very fast-paced, so we were able to play controlled and just tell everyone what they have to do. So we didn't really we were still a top team in the sense that we played good macro. So I guess ROCCAT really couldn't handle that so well, and their early game communication was horrible. I think they didn't even call misses, so yeah, that was pretty sad.
Well, it worked out in favor of G2, picking up a victory with the subs, of course. Let's step back and talk about the team. It's a little bit of a rarity that a squad starts off week 1 of Summer Split with Worlds on the horizon by saying, yeah, you guys go to Korea. Obviously, Perks being ill is unexpected, but what was the team mentality like coming to Summer? When are you guys planning to ramp up and prepare to hopefully defend your throne?
Well, we didn't really have much time to take a break because of MSI and so on. I know that other teams went to bootcamp in Korea and so on, but every team has a different
like approach style prep?
No, not approach, more like anemic state. I'm translating from Spanish here, but it's more about how you can handle like playing 12 hours a day every day. You know, sometimes you need to take a break. Sometimes your like learning spike just gets into a stalemate because you just play for too long and you don't really take a break to like step out, step back in. So what we're trying to do is trying to get a motivation curve where we ramp up slow and build up high and get good at for Summer Split and like most importantly Worlds. So yeah, our plan is to start up slow. Like we haven't scrimmed with the original lineup obviously, and we probably won't be getting much scrims for next week. But yeah, the idea is to not burn out and just take it slow.
I like it. Just get good when it matters. One last question, Mithy. If you remove yourselves from the equation and you look at the other 9 EULCS teams, does it look or feel like Summer Split will be more competitive than the top 6, bottom 4 we saw in spring?
Well, the meta right now is very similar to the meta at the end of Spring Split. Looking at, I didn't really see many games, but looking at Fnatic at least, they are playing the same style. They've implemented a few things, but they're playing the same kind of style, which worked for them before, so it's probably gonna keep working for them now. I think every team has their style still, so nothing really changed, it feels. But I feel like teams, I mean, the meta is gonna change a lot coming to the end of the spring split, I mean summer split, sorry. And then it's when we're gonna see how teams actually adapt, you know, and fix their macro, because that's really what translates into different metas.
All right, so sort of starting on similar position from spring, we'll see how they ramp up. Congratulations on the win, picking off some surprises for your fans, and unfortunately probably costing me fantasy, so not happy with that. Anyways, we're gonna head to an ad break. When we come back, Unicorns of Love take on Vitality.
It's all right. That's not used yet. Blanc now pushing for a little bit more. Where's the Justice Punch? The Winds of War come in, and that's the double for Blanc. You want a moment to shine, you want a resume moment, it's going to be to steal the Baron, but you're not going to find it. In goes Blanc. Betsy going to miss the scat of the week. They're looking for more. Lewis goes over the wall. Pride looking to find the shot. Down comes the Galio, but it's too little, too late. Sven dishing out the damage. Foxy knocks him back, but he's just going to keep firing away. Rat-a-tat-tat. That's the double kill. Blue's giving the double. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Looking to get a little more. That's the triple for Lulex. He wants to make it a quadra. Let's keep it up, folks. Let's follow him down. That's 4 kills.
C'est the first squad.
G2 coming in clutch, ladies and gentlemen. That is the 2-1 victory for G2, starting off on an undefeated season.
everyone, with our second series of the day, the Unicorns of Love versus Vitality. As we say, Yamato Cannon and Vander in the, revamped Vitality huddle. He's speaking his famous words of encouragement. And there, is that a gremlin unicorn? What is that? This is Roman holding
that's
it.
the manager. I think that's
No, doesn't that look like one of those? You remember you remember those? A Furby? A Furby? That's what I mean.
Yeah, a Furby was a very common toy in British culture, which terrified a lot of small children.
Right, and something that terrifies a lot of teams in Group B, they are the Unicorns of Love, because they went all the way to the finals in Hamburg, and, well, we have high expectations for them, and they have high expectations from themselves. They're going up against Vitality and the Unicorns of Love. Just to reiterate, fantastic spring split. They had the MVP of the split in VIT. They had the rookie of the split in ROCCAT, and they just had their best split so far. So we are expecting a lot from them. They went to Korea to boot camp. What will we see? How far can they go?
Utter destruction. That's my expectation of them. They went away to Korea to hone their own solo queue skills. So individually, I'm expecting a higher quality of player caliber coming out from the Unicorns of Love. But I'm excited to see what they do with the meta, because these are players that love to be creative with their picks. We know that they are bring out all this new and interesting things, and they always make it work on the LCS stage.
I think we're going to see a Unicorns of Love team that looks a lot like the one we saw in spring. It is very hard to kind of keep, adding on to a lot of good things you're already doing. You start adding just like small things, like the 5% increases. I don't think we're necessarily going to see like a completely new team. Like they should play the same style, still rely a lot on like an Exile and VIT as the two main carries, the solo laners. And then I think we're just going to see Unicorns of Love that will once again be favorites to take first in Group B, and then try and challenge like Fnatic and G2 over in the other group.
Yeah, definitely. So they got all the bases covered in Spring Split. They just could play standard and could play those games out in a really good fashion. Now they're up against Vitality. They are favorites in this matchup, but Vitality have made a couple of changes. After a disappointing Spring Split, Vander is in that lineup in the support role, as well as Yamato Cannon is now at the helm of the team as a coach. So what are we expecting? Maybe starting with Vander, who, from Schalke, has now joined Vitality.
I think Vander is a really good upgrade over Hachani. I think almost any support, was an upgrade over what we saw from Hachani last split, where nothing worked for him and Vitality individually. Vander is considered by many of the pro supports one of the absolute best in Europe, even after, of course, he's split in Challenger for Schalke. I think that's a good change. Should make the bot lane much better. And then Yamato Cannon, like, as a coach, he's a guy who's good at teaching like the basic macro to teams and make sure they kind of get some discipline and use it in game. I just don't know if he can do it fast enough, because Vitality kind of starting from zero.
Yeah, one of the big things for me that we've been talking a lot about as a broadcast is, for a while, Vitality was considered kind of the super team when it first joined Europe. Like, a lot of the star players, we were looking at players like Nuke Duck and
I think there were more super teams. They were one of their...
Yeah, but like one of the super teams, rather, yeah. But to this day, I feel like that they haven't lived up to that superstar name, and I don't think it's fair to continue calling them those kind of superstars anymore.
Nobody is, though.
Yeah, because when you look at... Perkz is definitely a superstar here in Europe.
No, I mean, I don't think we've been talking about Vitality as a super team.
Right, of course.
In the recent history.
And that's the point, right? Because who is now going to be stepping up on this Vitality squad? It's exciting to see Vander rejoin the LCS and when he can contribute to the team, but it's difficult to say which of the players will really be the standout on this Vitality roster.
Yeah, because after now basically 2 splits, we have so many questions about Steelbike, Nuke Duck, and Caposhot. Like, some of these names are big names in Europe, or used to be big names, but they haven't recently been able to actually play at the absolute highest level. And the thing about, Yamato Cannon and Vander is we hope it brings a bit more consistency to Vitality to become a smarter team that can then enable some of these carries. But then you also got to have the individual performance to kind of take all the help you're getting and say, okay, now as a Steelback, I'm going to be that main AD carry that can really pull Vitality forward. I think they're going to be in quite a disadvantage because it's so early in the split. They need way more time, where Unicorns of Love are basically coming from Spring Split that was already, as you highlighted earlier, Shock, so successful, and they should just keep going forward with the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's the absolute key there. The time will be so pressing for the side of Vitality. It is an all-European lineup, though, something that also Yamato Cannon had the advantage of working with Splice, and it may be easier to just get the bases down for the team.
100%.
Well, exactly. I think I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do at the start of the split, because we do know that Splice, they took a while to ramp up to that point. In the first season, they ended up finishing in 7th, and then in the second split, they made it all the way to the final, right? So we shouldn't put all of these huge expectations on Vitality from the get-go, but we do want to be tracking their growth and how well they can progress throughout the split.
Yeah, I really want to highlight that I think this roster will be better than the Vitality we saw last split, and better than one we saw last year in the summer split as well. I think they're going to be a team that can really compete for that third place in Group B against teams like Splice, who obviously didn't look very good yesterday. I'm sure aware I'm only judging from one series, but I think Vitality have the potential to go up there and actually match Splice.
Yeah, we are just waiting a second for the players to get into the lobby, but as you say, it's going to be about that third place. You have H2K, who looked fantastic, Unicorns of Love, who we expect to be looking very good. Then you have Mysterious Monkeys, Splice, and Vitality, so that is what they are aiming for. But let's focus a bit in on those Unicorns of Love, because it's very easy to say, well, they were great all spring split. Well, we got to remember, the end goal in the end, they didn't make it. They couldn't beat G2, and it wasn't that close either. So what would we like to see from the Unicorns of Love? We know that some of their players seem to be on peak performance already. Obviously Xerxes, obviously VIT. So where is there area for improvement?
I think judging from the final specifically, Exile actually struggled quite a bit against Perks. That is obviously not a bad thing when it's Perks you're playing against, but if Unicorns wants to become the #1 team in Europe, Exile needs to really perform in playoffs at a slightly higher level. And obviously, when you also look at Samax in the bottom lane, he's not been the guy they relied on to be a main carry. So I feel like they have less tools right now than G2, who can kind of rely on multiple lanes. But they still have so many good tools to actually make it all the way to that final and be the second best team in Europe.
I'm also looking at Hylissang down in the bottom lane. His consistency has been a question mark throughout the spring split, because he's either making these fantastic plays where he's netting his team a lot of advantages, or he's putting himself in a position to just freely get caught out and then just give his opponents advantage. We actually saw it multiple times throughout the finals, which we highlighted, and it's an issue that he as an individual has not really been able to rectify for a fair amount of time.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, they always talk about kind of learning from their mistakes, and they're fine making mistakes in these games and then go back and VOD review them, and Sheepa will kind of go over the macro once again. They keep talking about kind of getting better and better and smarter in terms of just the macro knowledge, and that's the thing to track again. Now they keep the same lineup. It is an organization who's made a lot of roster changes in the past. They get to keep the same players and the same infrastructure. So I want to see them add on to the knowledge they actually gained in Spring Split and just slowly get even better, because these guys, I think they're favorites to go to Worlds and represent Europe together with the G2 Esports, based also on all the points they picked up. Like, if they make top 4 this split...
Oh, this is their year. This is their
exactly.
season.
They have never made it to Worlds yet.
No.
And if they can keep improving this split, add on to what they've already built so far, they can actually be a team at Worlds who can also do a lot of damage. But that's obviously a long
that's
time in the
looking
future.
far down the line, but it's very interesting to think about it. Yeah, and it's very interesting to think about seeing what we saw from H2K yesterday. Yes, we know it's only one series, but it's kind of fun to theorize the fact that obviously G2 looks in prime position, Unicorns of Love, this is their season. H2K, fantastic start, had that fantastic run. Fnatic, what will Misfits grow into? So it is, the pressure's also on for them, because I think they also realize, I mean, G2 is now turning into a dynasty that's been winning and winning and winning, but I feel like for the Unicorns, that peak performance is not something that can we expect that they will hit as easily, just as easily from the start of next split again. This is something that they should capitalize on, or try to.
I think it's worth remembering that there's still a lot of young talent on Unicorns of Love for them to grow as well. Like, Exile only joined, I believe, last summer of last year, 2016. They had Xerxes and Samax join this split, and they've already made it to a final. The fact that we've had this much growth in such a short amount of time, I just have to echo exactly the Fisher's sentiment. The fact that this growth is so rapid is fantastic for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think this meta as well in the summer split should be pretty good. Like, there's so many carries top lane you can play. You can see Vizicachi from Renekton to a Fiora to a Camille. Like, there's so many different options for him. And then also, if you look at something like the bottom lane, we still see some of the utility AD carries being used like Varus and Ashe, and that's fine for Samax. But he's also a man who showed a lot of things on Lucian, trying to play more aggressive. And I'm hoping to see like a Xayah maybe from him, and of course, Rakan from Hylissang, but that is going to happen.
We'll see what happens. I got the cue that the players are ready for picks and bans, so let's head over to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Shucks, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined at the cast stage by James Stress O'Leary.
This is going to be a great series. The second place team from Spring are back. The Unicorns of Love, the Love Hurts crew, everybody's here, everybody's ready. And this one, I'm really looking forward to.
I am indeed. So let's check out the players hitting the rift in this series, starting on the blue side with the Unicorns of Love. Returning to the top lane is your Spring Split MVP, Vizicachi, Rookie of the Split jungler Xerxes, Exile in the mid lane, Samax AD carry support Hylissang, and their coach, Sheepy.
And the team that has selected the red side for game number 1, opposite the Unicorns, are Vitality. In the top lane is Cabochard. In the jungle is Joko. Mid lane, Nukeduck. AD carry, Steelback. Support comes in as Vanda, of course, previously on a lot of different lineups. And it may be a change of coach to Yamato Cannon, but he's still mellow in yellow. From Splice to Vitality, we'll see how he can improve the Vitality lineup.
Keeping the color scheme, you can see Yamato on stage right now, of course. Parting ways mutually with Splice at the end of spring. And now he's joined a pretty veteran, pretty experienced roster on the Vitality squad. One of the things we talked about is how Yamato helped shape a very young Splice last summer. Now we need to see what he can do with more experienced, maybe longer struggling players on the side of Vitality, get them back to winning ways.
And as we enter the first draft between these two teams, this is where we could get a few of those answers. How will Yamato's influence on the veteran players actually pan out as we have the first 2 bans coming through? The analyst has talked about how Xayah is one they aren't expecting to see for Samux, and Hylissang Samux on his public account has been spamming this champion in solo queue. So out goes Xayah. That means Rakan does not really need to be banned anymore, and the duo is off the rift for game 1.
Yeah, unfortunately the case. Not going to be able to see that one yet in terms of the rest of the band. Still the power picks that we're seeing in the EU LCS meta here for week 1. Kennen, Lee Sin taking away Malzahar, removing that from Hylissang. It was his most played champion this year.
And remember how much more effective Unicorns looked when Hylissang was flash ulting people. Yes, there have been adjustments that make Malzahar as a champion and a pick a little less successful in that bottom lane, but when it's a player style thing, get it away from Hylissang. Don't let him play that big playmaking support.
Yeah, gonna take that one off the table. Last ban here, the Varus, targeting that to Steelback. So Ashe is still up and available. Zac removed from the pool, and the Unicorns of Love got a lot of options available, but I think the Lulu is screaming out. We've seen Thresh first picks a couple of times. It's gonna be Caitlyn instead.
For Samux, the Caitlyn, it was synonymous for them throughout spring. You gotta look at Elise. Thresh suddenly go up in priority here when you look at the remaining champions. You mentioned the Lulu. I wouldn't be surprised to see Unicorns pick it up on this rotation. The poke champions into Thresh are still okay. They're still pretty strong in that bottom lane, but if you get all in, Vanda on this Thresh we've seen in days gone by has punished you very severely.
Vanda used to be called Vanda Life for at least a split. For at least a split. Going all the way back to his ROCCAT days where he arguably overtook Gosu Pepper as one of the best Threshers in Europe, but now that is a long time removed, and Vanda's going to have to step up with Vitality to help them out. It's a Gragas Syndra for UOL.
And of course, this does have the ability to flex into the jungle here. We don't see a whole lot of jungle Gragas, a game here and there, but the important thing here is this is UOL saying, okay, we will win at least one of our lanes in phase 1 here, whereas Vitality, they need to pick up an AD carry or they risk getting poked down heavily in lane by this Caitlyn. That's why they go for the Twitch, something that maybe can't quite live up to the Caitlyn in lane, but when you look at scaling potential all in with the Thresh, if a hook lands, Twitch is one of the best champions at punishing.
Oh, it's going to be terrifying though. Unicorn, Samux and Hilly, they had a very surprising spring split. They kept showing up against very strong duo lanes, very rarely got very heavily punished, and even in phase 2, Vitality decide to ban the Rakan. So that's a little bit of a shock. Normally we don't see that in this order.
Well, looking at reasons why you might ban Rakan out, we saw earlier how good in lane his ability to get on top of targets and actually disrupt skirmishes. I wonder whether that's an attempt here that denying the all-in potential by a Rakan knockup or something like that. Vitality just don't want that possibility to come out. That might be one reason that we're seeing that. But Unicorns still staying focused now towards the mid lane. The Syndra, of course, already locked in for them. Away goes that Lucian, typically picked into Orianna. Fizz still available. Echo we've seen fall off in the recent patches, but is still a good matchup into that Syndra specifically.
It is indeed, and I'd like to see Nukeduck back on an assassin. Didn't see too many of them throughout the course of the spring split, and hell, the name Nuke is in his name. Like somebody that can blow something up. Last 2 bans is going to be the Tom Kench and the Galio. So Vizichachi and Cabochard, 2 guys with a lot of depth to them, but come on, carry v carry, make this exciting.
You can flex Fizz here quite effectively. Fizz can play into Gragas in the top lane quite well, and it's a good matchup into Syndra. One that Nukeduck should be very comfortable with. So this would be one pick. However, Nukeduck, the last few games of Vitality, In the spring split, we saw Echo performances come out from UOL that were insane. It was the best Vitality we were really starting to see. Wasn't enough to save their split. But again, a comfort pick comes out. Vitality maybe looking to set up for 1-3-1. That's what Yamato Cannon did very well with Splice.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because, of course, the end of spring when the pressure was off Vitality, they played their best. They've got an all-European roster now to start off summer, new coach, and we'll see how well they play. Rounding out Unicorns of the Love team composition, it is Shen and Brom, so we know that's a Gragas jungle.
It's in line with the Rakan, the Tahm Kench that was banned away, something that can play protective now. Alongside this, Caitlyn has a fair amount of dominance in lane, but where Vitality go next surely has to be lane strength. Kled would be one option. Does eventually start winning trades against the Shen, can have a lot of presence. So Vitality, you would be excused for thinking that with yellow overlays and a 1-3-1 setup, we were watching Splice from 2016 summer, but this is Vitality with Yamato Cannon. I'm excited to see how this team composition can run up against the second place team from spring.
Absolutely, Unicorns team comp has the option to be very, very reactive, and the Unicorns are coming back to the European stage after a little over a week in Korea, spending a lot of time with the ROC's Tigers and playing solo queue. Sheepy and Yamato will be shaking hands once again. This time, however, Vitality, new org, new players. How well have they prepared? How much practice have they secured? Because they're coming up against the same 5 Unicorns who, as you said, took second.
And a Unicorns lineup that has some of their real big ticket picks from spring. The Shen for Chachi, the Caitlyn. This is a very solid draft out of the Unicorns for their style around team fighting later into the game. So Vitality, they're going to have their wits about them if they're going to control all 3 lanes of this map.
Yeah, and of course Vitality with their Kled, the Thresh, the Echo, Elise, those are sort of playmaking champions. Great in skirmishes, great if they can get that 1-3-1 down. You guys know what to do. Jump onto Twitter, and if you support the Love Hurts crew, hashtag UOL win. And of course, if you think the Bees will start the split with a sting, hashtag VIT win. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the summer split. Unicorns taking on Vitality.
Gonna have to see whether the Weedle of Vitality is turned into the Kakuna into B-Drill now, or whether it's not quite going to be enough. Need a little bit more time hibernating. But I think there are higher expectations on Vitality here. But it's a tough task. Unicorns have looked so good this whole split.
Yeah, and I think just to be the caveat, and not to start on a Debbie Downer, but this is a team that has been struggling for a while. So for Vitality, the all-European roster, the new coaching staff, let's see what they can do. But my excitement is definitely a little bit more around this UOL squad. We talked about how it's the same 5 players. Stress, this is the first time in 2.5 years that the Unicorns of Love have gone from one split to another with the same starting 5. The only other time that happened was spring to summer in their debut. Nuke gets tagged, but goes to phase dive. This should get him to safety.
Yeah, he's okay here.
3 seconds for the next phase dive. Forces the flash. Nuke counting down the queue until Hilly could fire again.
Respect just in case Xerxes body slam flashed him. It wasn't super likely, but Nuke playing, knowing he has teleport in lane. He will now sacrifice a little bit of lane presence. Of course, it's only post 6 that this Echo really has the effect against Syndra, so it shouldn't be too damning unless Xerxes gets to mid lane before that flash is back available.
Damn, as if Echo into Syndra wasn't difficult enough.
In the early game, yeah.
Now you've got to deal with not having flash. And I'm glad you mentioned Xerxes. He's got that Gragas. Started to pick that one up towards the end of the spring split. He and Vizichachi had phenomenal performances. Vizichachi ended up going MVP of spring. Undoubtedly the best top laner we had.
Oh yeah.
And Xerxes blew everyone away with consistent performance and growth, earning that Rookie of the Split title.
He was putting up massive numbers and great performances as well, and you look at this first game of the split, I look at a Gragas and I say that's exactly what Xerxes likes to do, is he can play the engaged champion, he can determine when the Unicorns go aggressive, and Chachi, he's going to try and control the side lane. Difficult against Kled, but then bring him into team fights. Get onto Samex with the Stand United, and again, tip the numbers in Unicorn's favor. So Vitality have given Unicorn some very comfortable picks for the opening game for them this split.
Yeah, absolutely. Exile's going to use that force of will. Dark Sphere and Nuke just gets obliterated his HP. It's a level 1 versus level 2, of course, and NukeDuck's just going to have to farm up under the tower.
Yeah, he's going to sacrifice a little bit, but Time Winder will help him out when he decides to use it. Obviously, after level 2, he took Phase Dive first to jump over the wall. So now he should be okay, and that's where the TP we were talking about comes into play.
Ooh, look at this. Death Sentence down onto Hilly. Vander and Steelback got themselves some good early damage.
And there's a difference here between that trade and a lot of the trades we were seeing in yesterday's 2v2s where the Thresh Hook would land and suddenly they'd trade evenly. Samex didn't have too much of an opportunity to return fire onto Vander or Steelback, and that's going to be an interesting thing that we look at when we go further on in this lane. Hylissang forced to use a potion already. We do have a Doran's Blade on Samex, so it means if they're not dictating the trades in this bottom lane, that's where the Doran's Shield sustain will actually outweigh the added damage threat the Blade brings.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see how it progresses, of course. These scaling ADCs with Doran's Blade working in their favor. Bear Trap on a rope there for Cabochard. Just getting some trading down. But I did like seeing Steelback and Vander working together. Steelback, one of the most hyped AD carries from last year. Transitions to Vitality, and unfortunately had a plethora of supports at his side. So he wasn't really set up for success, right? But we still know the ability. We know the high highs that Steelback can reach. And let's see if a more consistent bottom lane with Vander helps him out.
And I look at the support pool in Europe, and if I'm an AD carry, I'm saying I want Vander next to me because Mithi, he's on G2, but if there's a guy that is at least second best here, Vander at the end of 2016 was putting up big performances for H2K, so I think this is a big steal from Vitality to pick him up off the failed Schalke roster that were aiming to get into the LCS.
Yeah, the amount of experience you're talking about, 193 LCS games, semi-finalist last year. Here's another Death Sentence catching out Hylissang, pulling him backwards. A lot of minions being forced into though as we jump to the mid. No flasher. NukeDuck Xerxes sets up a play. But the parallel convergence dissuades the engage. And there we go. Love Hurts ramping up the volume here in Berlin. There's Vitality in UOL. They just keep trading back and forth, but nobody's cracking yet.
Yeah, they were trying to capitalize on the fact that NukeDuck had just TP'd back into lane, so trying to double down, no flash, no TP. Maybe we can put him super far behind in the lane, but it wasn't quite enough. NukeDuck maintained his health for a lot of that. Parallel convergence came down and he was easily able to get out. But look, Unicorns didn't expend anything but time for it either. Cersei didn't flash in. He has the opportunity to do that again in the next couple of seconds, but NukeDuck doesn't really have too long left on that flash cooldown.
No, and he's going to have access to the Chrono Break shortly as well. So another get out of jail free card for NukeDuck's mid lane Echo. Looking at the summoner spells, it was the flash teleport, sorry. So that's, of course, helping him out. In actual fact, earning NukeDuck a CS advantage despite being flashless. Exile, on the other hand, he's opted to go for the flash heal. So looking to mitigate some of the burst damage instead of the cleanse, which is something we've seen a couple times into Elise's, but normally a little more hard CC for that to be valuable.
Yeah, a couple of items we got to look at here as well as Joko's coming down to the bottom. It's Steelback. He's back in lane.
Vander gets the two-man play. Joko's looking for Samex, sinks the fangs in. Vitality trading damage back and forth. It's Steelback with the kill. Cocoon catches Hylissang and he gets a concussive bow down and is able to escape. Vitality sting first.
Yeah, Vitality able to get back to lane very quickly off the boot spy from Steelback. They're able to get the first kill.
And it's so important and something that Joko has done all split long. Joko was involved in 18 out of 19 first bloods for Vitality. First game on the stage, and he gets it again with the bottom lane.
This guy is trying to gun for Jankos' moniker. We'll see when they end up playing against H2K whether Joko maintains that. Jankos back on form as well, but Joko has gone from strength to strength. From a guy that subbed in for the Unicorns and people had a lot of questions outside of his rec side to now a seemingly more reliable jungler on Vitality. We're only 6 minutes into the first game for them with the split, but I think this kind of performance out of Joko, if he can keep it going, is what they can build off. Here comes the stealth in the top lane, not expecting this.
Steelback yells, surprise! As the charge damage goes down from Cabochard. Vizicachi takes a lot of damage. Flash forward with a bear trap on a rogue, but Vizicachi breaks the tether. And Vitality, they start the early lane swap. They get Chachi's flash.
We've seen this happen across other leagues. LCK have done this a few times where you get something down in the bottom lane and then swap up towards top, put pressure on the top lane. And look, now that Chachi had just hit 6, he can't really utilize that for a while now. Unicorns are pushing down in the bottom lane. Chachi can't really defend top on his own. There's 3 people from Vitality already up there pushing towards that tower, and already Vitality with a breath of life compared to their spring split team.
Yeah, great start to the game. We're in a race for tower first blood. I redact the statement. Vitality will get tower first blood. They are much further ahead. The tempo advantage of the initial play, and they're actually going to give the goal to Cabochard as well.
And now what they can do, if they can end up getting in 2 minutes time that Rift Herald and break mid lane as well, this is where a 1-3-1 composition can come alive, because typically you don't get that mid tower until a lot later into the game. Now if you have control through mid and through the jungle, that's where Joko can move from lane to lane, just assist where they need it.
And so can steal back.
Yeah.
Throw down the ambush on that
exactly.
switch. The roaming death squad that Vitality can put together. All right, Nuketak, he's gone in with a parallel convergence. Dragon still not secured. Samax will join. Exile and
TP's coming in.
Big fight breaking out. Infernal Drake is the objective. Joko, no smite available. He's in the pit. That's a 2-man stun. Vitality forced to repel up into the air, but they get the Dragon as well.
Vitality getting objective after objective here. It's only a minor gold lead for them, but still, this is so much quicker, so much more involved than Spring's Vitality were, and it's all off the back of first Joko making the first set of plays in the game and then dragging their bottom lane up to the top side, bringing them down to Dragon. They're being very active on the map.
And I think it's very important that Vitality secure those objectives because they are still even in gold. Stress for a team that got first tower blood, first Dragon, the CS differences that were in top and middle until a few seconds ago is what's keeping UOL relevant itemization-wise.
Chachi has had a little time to soak some farm up on the top side. He was a little ahead before the swap as well. That's where some of this gold disparity is being made up, but the same Xerxes has been farming up quite heavily himself. I want to see Unicorn's next move on this. Where do they stem the bleeding? I think they have to play a little bit around Rift Herald now because that first tower cracking so quickly in favor of a 1-3-1 comp. I think you have to be a lot more aware of an on-spawn Rift Herald take, especially when it's an Elise, a champion that's very good at taking Rift Herald quickly. That's what I got to watch out for.
Yeah, and looking at the vision, not really a whole lot invested there yet. UOL obviously had a lot of Dragon-based vision because they made that move for the Infernal a few minutes ago. And we're getting closer to the 10-minute mark. The map slowly starting to open up. And we always talk about the setup of the 1-3-1. That's what Vitality want to do in order to activate it. And for UOL, with the likes of a Shen, they obviously want to try attack that setup, prevent it happening. And that requires having good vision and maybe sort of anticipating where Vitality go.
Yeah, Nuketak did just use his TP, so it's a little more difficult to set up a 1-3-1 here. But this is all focused again at pushing mid lane back out, making sure Exile doesn't have the ability to look elsewhere because Vitality, they're going to start up this Rift Herald, as we said, on spawn. This is what a composition with 1-3-1 is aiming to do. It is so much higher a priority than any kind of Dragon, apart from Infernal, would be, and the Infernal Drake already dropped in this game.
Yeah, and of course you're gonna anticipate the Herald being dropped in the mid lane.
Yeah,
maybe trying to deal with Syndra's wave clear. A little bit of a slow response here, UOL. They've grouped up mid, moving into the river, but it's too late. Vander, a lot of respect with that flash early.
Yeah, and this is Unicorns actually preemptively responding to this. They push mid out and say, okay, we know you need to stack a wave to have the full effect from this. Because remember, Rift Herald will not break a tower from 100% of the way. You have to facilitate either damage first or damage alongside to crack the tower. And that's why Unicorns are saying, okay, it looks like an ARAM for now, but we need to make sure they cannot get a free mid tower from this Rift Herald.
Great reactive play. Unicorns marginally ahead in gold. They're still farming up a storm. Advantages in top, middle, jungle, and even a 10 CS advantage for Samax. And of course, dissuading the potential push. Look at the timer on that Rift Herald for Joko. A little over sort of minute 45 seconds left before he can activate and summon her to the lane.
One thing that may hurt Unicorns for a little while in this game, at least for the next 3 minutes where the Rift Herald item is in effect. If Samux and Exile are both sitting mid lane, where a Caitlyn wants to be, and where a Syndra likes to be, you're sharing fun, you're sharing experience and getting further behind. So while they have leads right now, keep your eyes on Steelback, who's happily sitting out in the side lane, farming up, making sure they can keep on top of it, but Vander might be spotted.
Oh, flash from Hillisang. Remember, Vander, he got caught earlier. Death sentence is not going to be enough. And unfortunately for Vander, he goes down. Unicorns on the board.
This is the perfect way to neutralize any mid lane play, and of course now they've got to be careful that the NukeDuck isn't just on his own. They've said, okay, just mid lane, yes, it's important, but let's just get any tower here. Let's unlock the bottom lane for NukeDuck and Cabochard. Let's go down to the bot tower, but look, Samux and Hillisang and Xerxes are on their way down to the bottom lane to defend against this, but it might be all a ruse because Vitality is still heading towards mid lane.
All right, Steelback bailed out of the lane. There's some support. Gigantic burst as the Rift Herald hammers down with the charge. Now she will get killed. Steelback, surprise! He gets tagged, chunked, not killed though. Out of mana from Exile. Stands United buys a few extra seconds. NukeDuck has to run away and visit Shachi saves Exile.
Vitality try and throw everything. It's still trying to break this tower. You saw the ineffective Rift Herald in the bottom lane because Unicorns had retreated, and there's the strength of the Shen pick. The Vizichachi stamped his name into that MVP trophy from the spring split. It's easy to save Exile, and suddenly Unicorns really have taken a lot of the bite out of Vitality's composition for the next few minutes.
Yeah, 10 games played on Shen this year, 7 victories for Vizichachi, and an instantaneous shield once Exile flashed away. But crucial to note that flashes being down have been ganked this game. Early on, Xerxes attempted mid. It was unsuccessful. Vander being caught out. Maybe walking into someone. You can argue the semantics of that. But either way, it's the Unicorns that are just marginally ahead. And I just keep going back to, you got to give some kudos to the Unicorn squad. They lost first tower, first blood, first dragon, but they're ahead in gold. And it feels like this comp can react very well to Vitality when they're not surprised.
And they have done. Putting everybody in mid lane, stopping any kind of play off Rift Herald, then moving towards the bottom lane to deny it again, then defending a play and now pushing on to mid. Vitality might start struggling with where their plays should go because 2, 3, 4 plays have now failed.
Yeah, and such a good charge there from Hillisang. Actually jumped over to a minion and blocked the Time Winder to allow the minions to just keep hammering away on the tower. Take a look up at the top lane. Black Cleaver's been finished for Cabochard. He's sitting in the Tiamat into Kim's Razor. Gets stun onto NukeDuck. He's going to decide to go forward. Unleashed power from Exile. Wow! Thunderlords and Dark Sphere takes him down. NukeDuck didn't even use the ulti. Now Vander's in trouble. The box and flash are available. Neither are used. Unicorns get 2, and they get the tower as well.
He couldn't use it because it was 1 second away from being available. As his corpse fell to the floor, it came back off cooldown. Unicorns of Love finding the slightest of margins to punish Vitality, and now it's Unicorns taking down the first mid tower of the game when it's everything Vitality have been aiming for the last 5 minutes.
There's been so much talk about mid laners in Europe in the spring split, and Exile is one of the guys that just performed phenomenally. Look at this great start.
So looking at it the first time around, this is actually, the indicator is incorrect on the replay here for Echo. It was 1 second away from being available. NukeDuck undoubtedly would have hit it if he could, but Exile getting that sphere just underneath Echo, taking down the kill.
And that just means UOL stamp control on the game, Stress. They get that outer turret while we were in the replay. Looks like they're going to secure this dragon here as well. Vitality will arrive in a moment or two. Hilly may need to yell, stand behind me. He does. Gets behind Xerxes and easily escapes. And that just means Unicorns, they take charge. You know, they've got the lead, they've got the items, and Exile, he set up the picks.
This has been an interesting game where we've seen strengths and weaknesses from both teams. Where we saw Unicorns maybe not quite prepared for the bottom lane setup with the Twitch, with the Thresh, then Vitality moving towards the top side, but then they've kind of run aground.
is
Yeah.
probably the best way of putting it. Everything they've tried hasn't been as successful as they'd planned, so now this should be an easy take on the bottom tower. They'll be able to defend the top side as well as Nukeduck's heading up there with his TP, and this is where double TP can start to take over. Unicorns, they can only bring Shen across the map. They can't bring Samix's Caitlyn, and this is where they can start to really pressure towers.
Oh, look at that!
Oh.
Joko, goodbye.
I was watching to see whether Chachi was flashed off after the taunt, but just Joko too close, didn't have a chance to repel, didn't have his flash available. You talk about flashes being punished when they weren't there. Joko gets punished for treading too far to the tower. They should have just taken the one tower and been done with it.
That is why Chachi got MVP and why Zexy was rookie of the split. The combo, man. The combo. Oh, they just made that look, they're just good. Like, no hesitation. Insta-gib under the tower. A little bit of maybe disrespect from Vitality going very far forward with limited vision. But I want to praise the play from UOL. No hesitation and just great communication, which is something they did exceptionally well all split long.
Yeah.
The team, when they went in together.
They were always there together as a team. And that's another interesting thing with another split to have more experience. They've already got the second most championship points you can get. They surely are jumping at the bit to get to Worlds. This is a team that I think actually could do very well against a number of internationals. They will, of course, be playing, I believe, some others. Oh, hang on, Xerxes going in.
Yeah, exactly. Nukeduck's going to be forced to flash. A lot of threat in the tower. Look at the ring of vision in the top quadrant. Unicorns making it very clear they can play around that tower very safely. And I'm going to go back to what you said a few seconds ago. Second place, most championship points, same team, Korean Bootcamp. This is the best Unicorns of Love we've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know, they've made playoffs every single split. They've made finals twice. And they've kept the roster only for the second time ever between splits, which is a big deal for a team that has kind of been plagued, you know, losing some players, some unlucky situations, some visa, etc. And there's very, very high hopes for the Love Hurts crew here and everybody who is a Unicorns fan online.
What a fine Xerxes was as a jungler. I mean, a lot of people, obviously, he came from the TCL. A lot of people didn't really rate him as a jungler, and comes out and does a fantastic job. And it's really showed up one of the biggest problems Unicorns have had over a long period of time, that they've fixed now a consistent jungler who genuinely looks to be one of the best junglers that Europe has.
Yeah, reliable performer, deep champion pool. After some experimentation, struggled a little bit throughout the course of the early weeks of the split. And as we get to 20-minute stress, it's a 2,000 lead for UOL. They've now stamped control on the map. And you mentioned some of the rosters, and we talked about UOL over time. Joker and Steelback once wore the pink, proudly. Yeah. Not exactly a revenge game.
No.
Death sentence goes down. This is a pretty tanky Vizichachi who gets the Stand United out and quite easily escapes. So Vander uses the box for that one. A little bit of an optimistic attempt.
I think there's one thing to say. I don't think a player's ever left the Unicorns with any malice. I don't think we've ever heard any behind-the-scenes stuff. So certainly, as you said, not a revenge game for them. But an interesting story nonetheless is Cabochard is going to get stunned up. Nukeduck may not be able to react in time.
That means retreat! But Cabochard can't retreat. He gets blown up. The man on your screen, Yamato Cannon, definitely helping Vitality in the early game, giving them a breath of life. But now Vitality showing some weaknesses against a very veteran, battle-scarred Unicorns of Love squad.
And this is becoming reminiscent. If I remember, it was an H2K versus Splice playoff series. I know that doesn't seem too relevant, but Splice playing 1-3-1 under Yamato Cannon couldn't break mid-tower for 30 minutes of the game, and their composition fell apart, and it feels like the same weakness for Vitality here. They tried, they overextended, played into the Unicorns' hands, and now they don't have the room on the map to play this composition out.
Yeah, and of course, you know, you have to give some props to the Unicorns. Once that Rift Herald went down, they instantly responded and went, oh, I know what to do. This is where you ARAM mid, guys. Samix is going to get out of range of Nukeduck's convergence, and there's no real threats. And now all of a sudden it's UOL setting up what looks like a 4-1.
They have a cut right in towards mid lane that they can push down towards this next inner tower, and Vitality can't react in time. Twitch has been out on the side lane trying to play with the 3-person stack out there. However, Hook does land.
But it catches Vizichachi. That's not who you want. Unicorn definitely enthusiastic backstage.
That thing looks evil.
Sheepy's trying so hard to be serious, and he's like, Romar, come on.
He's
behave.
saying, we are playing an EU LCS game right now. This is serious business. But Unicorns are looking fantastic. We talked about their preparation coming into the split. We've talked about how they've stayed together. Looking at Vitality on the other side, I guess the question is, how much are people expecting them to contend with the second place European team? Because I think to some extent that what we saw in the early game is actually commendable out of Vitality. And I think against other teams, this might have been a lot more successful that didn't know to defend mid tower with everything. I think teams, maybe the performance we saw out of ROCCAT in the previous game, may have crumbled at that strategy.
I agree, and I also think it is week one. Each team's played one series so far. We absolutely love to make sweeping statements. I know I do. I'm particularly well known for my sweeping statements. But I will have tempered expectations. Because, of course, Vanda's going to catch out Xerxes. Xerxes with that frozen heart, very tanky right now. Vitality still unable to find a kill. And Samux is untouched. Vanda goes down, Chrono Break, simply not enough damage. Samux with the red buff, and the ace in the hole not even needed. That's a double kill for UOL's AD carry.
The Unicorns team fighting looks as clean as ever. Vitality throwing everything at the engage, trying to get right into the mix. And, you know, cool, calm, collected. Chachi comes in with the stand united on Xerxes. Unicorns take out 2. Now they're looking for Baron. Stun lands.
Look at this. Unleashed power not even necessary. Exile takes down Steelback with just the combos. Force of Will once more. Gets Scatter the Weak out and Joe goes down. Exile with a double kill delayed ace on Vitality.
He's starting off Summer as he means to go on. He had some of the highest kills per game of a player in any league in Spring Split, and Exile already 5 on the board. This guy is a machine. As Unicorns of Love with a good turnaround here. Looked like Xerxes was caught, and maybe they couldn't take it. But remember, the Shen ult comes through instantly on teams. Hylissang, you'll excuse me, and then they keep Hylissang alive. Cabochard runs into the fight, tries to escape. Nuke can't even get the kill with a Chrono Break, and from there, it's an easy double kill for Samux on this Caitlyn. How comfortable is this guy when he's given the Sheriff of Piltover?
Oh man, it helps when you've got a Gragas, a Shen, and a Braum to soak everything up, but that's the team. You know, they've built around Samux, who is arguably a defensive laner, but he's definitely a great team fighter. And Unicorns have leaned on Samux throughout the year, and he has not faltered. He's not buckled under the pressure, and just Unicorns, look, they were the favorites this matchup. You know, they are playing well. They are, you know, expected to do this, and just they didn't stress. It hasn't felt like they were scared at all, despite Vitality getting some early advantages.
This is what you would expect a team that invested in a boot camp to look like. We saw it out of Fnatic yesterday as well, looking very clean, very crisp, prepared for the split. And you can see the teams that seemingly have invested in this growth in between spring and summer split legitimately look prepared, legitimately look like contenders in their group. And as you said, Unicorns were expected even before we saw what they would look out of the boot camp, but this is looking good.
Yeah, it really is. Only one death on the Unicorn side. It is Samux from early in the game. I am hoping Xerxes dies a little bit more on a personal level, because Vedius has him in his fantasy team. And I need to win this week. I'm taking fantasy quite seriously. I've not won, ever. So Exile needs to kill everyone.
Not even that time when you drafted all TSM players?
No, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped, actually.
Surprise! Should have stuck with Europe at that point.
Exactly. Unicorns of Love are going to take down their 5th tower of the game with the help of Baron buff. Still a minute 20 for Chachi.
Chachi doesn't care.
He's straight up
He
ignoring.
really doesn't care at this point, pushing with Baron buff. Cabochard gave up. He actually gave up. But I want to look at how Vitality's composition can actually play from behind, and it's very difficult. You look at a Thresh support when playing from behind, you basically have to catch somebody, flash hook them, try and outplay, and that's why what Vanda's kind of been trying to do, but it's so tough to actually play from behind against a team fighting composition for a team fighting team that have done it very well.
I am glad you mentioned that, though, because yes, it is a gigantic advantage. However, there's only 2 damage sources on the side of UOL, so if Nukeduck and Vanda can somehow find a target, it'll buy them time. There's a Chachi Got himself that goggles stone plate, so good luck killing him anymore.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be able to jump on the front line and steal back. Only 2 items to his name. Hurricane and Blade of the Rune King going up against iEdge, Zeal, Hurricane, and QSS for Samux. So, pretty significant difference when it comes to itemization.
It is, of course, Caitlyn. Everybody talks about being 4 items. Well, if you're ahead of the enemy AD carry, generally, a lot of the time you'll be doing well, but in the sense of team fights. But Exile himself is perhaps the more vulnerable one, as I say, that Samux gets jumped on.
Exactly, look at the damage, but there's no support for Nuke Duck! Exile is dominating!
Comes in, sweeps up the kill, says, Samux, you got jumped on, doesn't matter.
Get me them juicy fantasy points. Anyways, Exile and the rest of Unicorns, they've got no more Baron, but they don't even need it. Stand United and teleport still up for Chachi in his bottom lane.
Chachi didn't even ult, and his AD carry got jumped on by an AP Echo with Lichbane. That's how cool these guys are playing out all of these team fights.
The base has been broken open. Visit Chachi's bringing the conga line up in bottom lane. The rest of Unicorns of Love gonna take down the inhibitor to some golf claps here in Berlin. And
this looks clinical.
Just an easy move over. This is just great, you know. It is beautiful to see a team win ahead, so easily close it out. Vander's gonna get popped down. Unleash power, not enough to get the take it back. Xerxes gets the kill. Now Xerxes running for his life as he's being chunked down by Steelback. Cocoon connects from Joko, but not a lot of damage. Exile is godlike. That's his 7th of the game. Continues to move forward. Steelback forced to flash. Inhibitor number 2 is the target. Parallel convergence could cut off the retreat path. The Nuke Duck can't follow it in. The taunt connects and Nuke Duck's down.
Again, Unicorns with another clean skirmish. Only 1 death in the entire game. Vitality came with good strategy in the early game. Good basis on a 1-3-1, but they didn't quite execute. The Unicorns punished them very hard.
13 kills for the team. 11 of them have been involved with Exile. It's a stun onto Steelback, and the Nexus is destroyed. Unicorns pick up a couple extra kills under Joko. Samux on a killing spree. They're not done yet. Exile is legendary. 9 kills, and Unicorns outclass Vitality in Game 1 of Summer. For what it's worth, Exile did not get the 10th kill. There are bonus points for the 10th kill.
People are already going to be saying, I hope Quickshot doesn't talk about fantasy for the entire split. But what people should be talking about is Unicorns looking great, because it was just more of the same we saw from Spring, which is fantastic for the Unicorns fans.
Yes.
And the Love Hurts crew. And honestly, for the European region, when you look at a team that's able to coordinate quite like that, I'm looking forward to seeing the second game in this series. Of course, it's not all over yet. Vitality, that was only one of their strategies.
Yes.
I don't think it's unthinkable to say they could come back in the series, but honestly, this time they just couldn't break mid tower, couldn't break the game open.
It was great seeing huge smiles on the side of UOL. Visit Chachi 107, Xerxes 106. They gave up 1 kill the entire game. Just simply no real pressure after those first few kills. And it's surprising because Vitality, they got first blood, they got first dragon, they got first tower.
And they got Rift Herald. And they were looking to push, but getting Rift Herald is only half of it. Utilizing it is the other. And Unicorns denied the Rift Herald beautifully. It was what Splice were trying to do against H2K yesterday, but couldn't quite do.
No, they definitely could not. Unicorns, they are looking exceptionally well. They got off to a great start this series. We're going to leave it up to the analysts to take a look at game number 1.
Well, hot damn, the Unicorns of Love. It was like they didn't miss a beat between Spring and Summer. What a very convincing game from them. But we do have to pay some tribute to Vitality's early game because they didn't seem disheveled right from the start. They did seem to have kind of a plan and some moves early.
Yeah, there were a lot of question marks as to what would Vander be able to bring to the team. Well, he brought off a fantastic start to the side of Vitality by netting themselves the very first kill. I mean, like, things are looking really positive. The fact that Vitality, they made a very smart roam up to the top side of the map. Yeah, because bear in mind, like, you push in bot and you think, oh, if you've got an advantage down the bottom lane, you try to keep pushing that advantage. But instead, Vitality choose to make a roam top. And if Vander was a little bit faster to the lane, they could have even gotten themselves a kill onto Chachi and then gotten themselves that first kill. And you deny this level 6 Shen play, which mitigates a lot of the power that UOL's comp has.
Yeah, everything right now is actually looking so good for them. They even get first tower. They give all the gold to Kappa Shot on the Kled. They play this 1-3-1 split push. Comes like, okay, Vitality, decent start.
They got Rift Herald?
Better than expected, they got Rift Herald. And funny enough, when they got the Rift Herald, that's where I really felt like Unicorns of Love kind of won the game already. Even though it's Vitality getting Rift Herald, because what you will see is a massive macro mistake from Vander and Vitality. So at this point here, when we pause the replay and we can see both mid and bot lane, what you ideally want to do as Vitality is you want to actually push out bot with Steelback and Joker as backup and Vander obviously nearby. And then you want to move these 3 guys to mid lane where you place the Rift Herald and you take the mid lane tower, you break open the game so you can really start pushing deep into the enemy territory. The problem here is that Vander doesn't wait for Steelback to actually push this bot lane out, because then they could move together into this river here to get vision. He actually just walks in without flash, without any backup, without minions being pushed. Look at mid lane, Exile already pushed in Nuke Dog. Why is Vander walking into this river when no one is around to help him? And his mid lane is even pushed to his tower.
And bear in mind, like, he doesn't have flash either. He's basically asking to be caught out. But the additional part of this is UOL, they'd moved all 4 members to the mid, expecting this referral play to come out. They left the bottom lane open. There were many avenues for Vitality to take advantage of, but there was just a severe lack of respect coming out from Vander, and he was just too quick on the trigger.
Exactly, and because he died right there, Vitality couldn't actually utilize Rift Herald. Because now they didn't have enough members to go mid and place it. They couldn't push out bot lane because they already lost their support, so they would just get ganked and killed. So then they just kind of half-assed place it down the bottom side and be like, oh, I guess maybe with the minions we can get some damage on the tower. And that's all based on Vander moving into the river without having his lanes push first. He dies, and then no Rift Herald play.
I feel a bit bad for him. We're ragging on him pretty hard, but it did turn the game around, yeah.
Because at this moment, Unicorns of Love just turned the game completely on its head, right? They are the ones to get themselves the mid tower. They're the ones finding so many fights going in their favor. And this 1-3-1 composition that Vitality tried to set up for themselves could never really get off the ground. And this is really the determining fight that really swung things in the favor of UOL.
Yeah, and there's already a bad thing that you have to team fight with this combo Vitality. At this point in the game, you really want to, you know, you want to split versus VIT is highlighted. Fight breaks out and all the damage is on Hylissang at first, who's obviously a tanky support, and this now means Exile Samex, almost full HP that is sitting on during the fight. So not only is it tough to team fight at this point with a 1-3-1 comp, you also focus all your engage onto Braum. Probably the guy you actually want to hit the least in a fight like this.
Yeah, and I also feel like, obviously this was the mistake we highlighted from Vander and from Vitality of not pushing the advantage. But if we think about the teams that can punish that the hardest, Unicorns of Love, it's very reminiscent of how they push through advantages all the way through Spring. They choose a moment, they get that one advantage, and they know what to do on every front.
Yeah, they're pretty good at riding the momentum. You know, you'd expect that being that you are a horse, in fact. So, Unicorns of Love.
I'm pretty sure you're a unicorn.
Yeah,
okay. Not a horse.
Have you not been paying any attention?
I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
Semantics, the visual semantics.
Who's Samantha?
Coming back to the game at hand, Unicorns of Love having an impressive performance. However, their early game definitely had points of weakness. The fact that Samex and Hylissang were pushing up that aggressively in the lane, leaving themselves open for that initial gank to play out, really gave a big avenue for Vitality to capitalize on. If they had played the map a little bit stronger, this could have been a very different game.
We've seen some games now here, week 1 EULCS, where our top teams have looked very, very good. And some of the middle tier teams have actually looked quite weak in comparison. Yes, okay, it's week 1, but like think back to H2K versus Splice, game 2, Fnatic yesterday, now Unicorns in this game, like it ended up being quite a stomp in the end. So I want to see the top teams keep going, but we also need these middle tier teams to really start like catching up the next few weeks.
Yeah, it looks like one small mistake because that the top teams are so good at this time already, just know how to convert it into a win very quickly. And the punishment for those mistakes that you might get away with against other teams or in other scenarios are punished a lot harder. So we'll have to see. And of course, Vitality can't make those mistakes. We can see if, I don't know where I'm going with anything, but we'll see if they can win the next game, right? Oh my God, we're going to take a short break. Can you read that for me?
We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have game 2 between the Unicorns of Love and Vitality.
Stick around.
Nailed it.
He's back in lane.
Vander gets the 2-man play. Joker's looking for Samex, sinks the fangs in. Vitality trading damage back and forth. It's Steel back with the kill. Kim's Razor gets stun onto Nuke Duck. He's going to decide to go forward. Unleashed power from Exile. Wow! Thunderlords and Dark Sphere takes him down. Vitality still unable to find a kill. And Samex is untouched. Vander goes down. Chrono Break simply not enough damage. Samux with the red buff, and the ace in the hole not even need. Unicorns pick up a couple extra kills under Joko. Samux on a killing spree. They're not done yet. Exile is legendary. 9 kills, and Unicorns outclass Vitality. And welcome back to European LCS Summer Split, where Vitality are looking to force a Game 3 against the Unicorns of Love. Now, just a quick reminder, we'll be starting our broadcast at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime from tomorrow, and when we have those Sunday games, like next week. And tomorrow it'll start with H2K versus the Mysterious Monkeys.
That means our NA viewers can get an extra hour's sleep, or our Night Owl EU viewers can get an extra hour's sleep, depending on your schedule for yourself. 5 p.m. for some people is an early start.
Hey, some of our pro players, it might be middle of the day. That's lunchtime. No, but seriously, yes, Saturdays, Sundays when we have them 5 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock. That's the change. Stress, Unicorns of Love, they got side selection. They picked red side. We're about to jump in to pick some bands. What do you think will change? Are we still going to see Xayah, Zach, like we have a lot?
Yeah, I think we're going to still see a lot of the bands maintained. I'm excited to see what Vitality are going to do, actually, now. We saw an interesting style out of them, looking for 1-3-1, which did look very good at the beginning of the game. The opening was actually great for Vitality. So now as we look through the first few picks and bans, that's a ban that I'm not too surprised to see in the Shen. Vitality saying we don't want Chachi on that.
All right, next one is an Ivern. Very targeted, of course. Reminder that on the side of red this split, or at least this week, we're expecting a couple of those priority picks. Syndra taken away, don't want that one to get in the hands of Nuke Duck. So Zach's still up, Zaya's still up. In actual fact, Rakan got banned in phase 2, which is a little bit of a surprise to us.
Yeah, I think we were talking about how it might be that secondary engage in the bottom lane where you don't want a champion that can protect an AD carry very well. And Vitality say, okay, we don't care about the meta, just get rid of what the Unicorns like to play here. And that has worked well for some teams. Braum was the champion Hylissang played. But remember, Malzahar was banned out in the last game. He may just default over towards that. The Lulu is there as well. There's a Rakan ban because Unicorns don't want to have to pick Rakan themselves and don't want Vitality to get it if they first pick Xayah.
And we've already seen a Xayah has in fact lost. If Xayah gets locked in here, Samix just goes Caitlyn, is very comfortable.
Yeah. And that's why I think Elise or Zac may be the priority here. Maybe not the Zac, but Vitality may not want to put themselves in a lane that could be tough. I say that. They're going to play into the Caitlyn.
Now, Xerxes has played Zac before the rework. Yes!
Oh,
yes! Yes!
It's in!
I am so excited to cast Zac. The Unicorns of Love have gigantic smiles on their faces. And yes, just to go back to that, Xerxes has already played it twice this year. He won one game, he lost one game. It's even better than when he did it last time.
I think Unicorns now will last pick Caitlyn in this rotation or it'll be banned away, but Vitality now need to put pressure on. Pick at least one solo lane here with something very, very solid that can actually compete. You compare a lot of supports with Xayah, but if you don't force Unicorns into a tough situation on their solo laners, they will take full control of this draft. And Vitality pick up Graves, who can farm alongside Zac, but has a completely different presence in teamfight. We'll get into it during the game, but Zac has insane potential in teamfights.
Yeah, to go back to that Graves pick very briefly, 5 games played for Joko. Only got himself 1 win on the champion. Of course, the team did place 4th in the spring split, so a number of reasons for that. Tom Kench and Caitlyn, the last 2. Tom was also a champion that got banned out in phase 2, but it was by Vitality last time around. They've secured it for their bottom lane.
I feel like they missed a trick here, although it's not a champion that Cabo necessarily plays. Galio would have been a pick instead of the Tom Kench to force the Unicorns of Love to give something up in favor of picking this Caitlyn, because with Shen already banned, there's only a couple of matchups that could do well into it. I would expect it to be banned out by Vitality here, because Chachi surely is going to pick Galio if available, and then they counter pick mid lane. There's a lot of options still there.
Yeah, I mean, with the Fiora banned away, that's one of the champions that has been run into it a number of times.
There goes Rumble.
Rumble's taken out top lane. They're very, very heavy focus. Solo laners are still up and available for both teams, and we need to see what they prioritize. Jarvan taken away.
So Gragas Galio is likely to be our top lane at this point. Looking at what is left available, I would anticipate that Galio is the way better pick. Like Galio, Zac, with a Caitlyn, this is near unkillable if this composition even remotely gets ahead.
What does Cabo want to run into Galio now? You mentioned the Gragas. We know he has played carries in the past. Admittedly, a lot of them are banned out that are good into Galio. There's a few seconds left to decide. Nuke Duck's gone Orianna.
There's not many matchups left that are available outside of carries. We've heard whispers of Yasuo in the top lane, but specifically into Galio, I'm not too sure. Bit of a teasing on Nuke Duck there. I was expecting the Gragas to be the pick we were talking about. It's kind of a neutral lane where Gragas will always have presence when it comes to starting fights, but Galio sure as hell will make his presence known at ending fights, as he's unkillable in the grand entrance just kind of crashes to the ground.
Now, Stress, with the last lock-in of LeBlanc, I am reminded of probably my second favorite team from the mid-season invitational.
Okay.
The Gigabyte Marines.
Okay.
And the reason I love them, the Zac LeBlanc engage. Get the Mimic down from the ultimate, send her forward, and let Galio jump onto a backline. Yes! Yeah. Galio jumping onto the LeBlanc clone. Let's see if the Unicorns can pull it off. If there's a team that can, it's going to be them.
You've got a Zac that can do exactly the same thing as well. So there is so much potential for the Unicorns of Love to get fights started. Vitality maybe with a little bit more of a consistent lineup from what we've seen in patches gone by. The Gragas should do fine. Orianna will basically always do okay. It's up to Steelback now on this side to maybe do a little bit more to get Nuke Duck later on into the game.
All right, Sheepy just forgetting his death note or his notebook on stage. as he grabs that one to run off. The team comps are on your screens. I see gigantic team fights when I look at both of these team compositions. And I see 80 carries that want to be protected. The biggest flavor difference gonna be in those mid laners where Exile's gonna be looking to flank, and I feel Nukeduck's gonna be looking to stay central with the team.
Big difference from what Vitality were looking to do last game. If they have the same impact in the early game, maybe that's the platform that they can build to take down the Unicorns here in game 2.
Oh, let's see if they can. Vitality need a win here to force the decider. We're loading up onto the Rift with Zach in the jungle for your spring split rookie. Nukeduck and Exile going toe-to-toe. Orianna versus LeBlanc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on the Rift for game 2.
Good save. So, Zach, why is Zach so strong? Well, Zach can still do everything he used to do, annoyingly entering mid lane through all these weird different paths that no other jungler can, but he now has better clear, he has a better teamfight presence in his ult. You see, he just spreads out a little bit like a trampoline and just pulls everybody wherever you want them to go. So this guy is a team-fighting machine. Oh, Cabo. Oh, Cabo. Oh, you've walked right into the trap.
This is terrifying. Cabo's going to place the ward down. The support is out. He's already flashed. Exile started E, though. That is important to note. Cabo's going to make his way through the jungle, taking Unicorns on a bit of a walk. Okay, so no summoner spell in the top lane. And Exile started with those chains. Not terrible on LeBlanc. We've seen that a couple times. And of course, he's going to be able to back away. It looks like Nukeduck also got a ward, I expect.
Yeah.
Got one CS2's name. Didn't see where it was, though.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the last game. Nukeduck's flash being down didn't hinder Vitality too much. There was a gank that went that way. But now Unicorns have themselves the Zac jungle, which can enter lane from a long distance. Obviously not that early on. You require a lot of levels in the Elastic Slingshot to have the big impact, the jumps that come from 2 screens away, but still have that impact of getting into lane early.
Oh, all of a sudden, Vitality, they fancy their shells a shot. Body slam onto Vizicachi. Both top laners missing flash. Vizicachi not going to get those winds of war down to help out Xerxes in the jungle, and Joko playing very, very forward.
Yeah, importantly, while Zach is good at clearing Raptors on his own in solo queue, it's still possible to do it in competitive, but if you get a little bit of help from the likes of a Galio, it speeds up your clear astronomically. However, Chachi now has to sacrifice some of his laning presence. Didn't opt to recall and TP, but just goes back into lane, uses 1 health potion, and sits in the top side.
All right, Hylissang playing into Steelback. The wave is pushing up Steelback, and Vander not going to get the advantageous position, likely going to miss out on level 2 here in the race, and instantly backing away the moment Hillian Samax do it. That's a flash for flash. Hylissang sending a message.
Hylissang has been a Thresh player for a very long time, and I'm excited to see him back on this champion. You can see what Unicorns were doing there, zoning away the Xayah, because her auto attacks cut through the minion wave and actually push very effectively. And it's difficult to race the Xayah to level 2 if you don't zone her away. So Unicorns very aggressive in the bottom lane, pushing back, steal back, and making sure they could secure themselves level 2 and the flash from the 80 carry.
Yeah, very nicely done indeed. On your mini-map, you can see that Joko is making his way up into the top lane. He was involved in that first blood in game number 1 of the series. Looking to do this again, going underneath the tower, body slam, end of the line. Graphics team, I love you. Team first blood participation for Joko. That is now 20 out of 21. And his jungle proximity, 50%, spends a lot of time with his laners. That's why he helps out with first blood so often.
Yeah, easily converts that flash being down into the kill. And second game in a row that you're looking at it, Vitality getting their jungler very close to some of their lanes, but it works out very well here. And this is the Vitality we saw in game 1 that we were saying, hey, maybe this is what they needed. They've got a lineup that is contending in the early game. No longer are they the Vitality that did nothing the entire game.
Yeah, indeed. And Nukeduck's going to take a lot of damage from that Shatter Orb from Exile, but you know, Joko, you go back to his ability to help with First Blood, secure First Blood, work with the team for First Blood. His problem was never the early game. His problem was always once you get to the mid game.
Right.
But that's also a team problem, right? I'm not pinning this on him. Vitality as a squad all throughout spring, they didn't really do a lot. They just kind of lost slowly. They weren't bad enough to get crushed, but they didn't seem to be good enough to grow, and that's what Yamato's going to need to change this split.
Not only Yamato, but Vander as well. He has a lot of experience helping to shock call on H2K. He was one of the big voices that we heard being talked about. But we had the question ourselves of, can you teach older players with perhaps bad habits on where to be on the map? Can you actually improve that from a coaching stance? And so far in the early game for Vitality, it seems to be working out, but they ran into a wall quite quickly in game one when Unicorns actually had an answer to that push.
And it was a couple of key mistakes between Vander and Steelback. Admittedly, some of them communication, some of them mechanical and positioning. Regardless, Unicorns of Love once again, they give up first blood to Vitality. Steelback gonna chase forward. It's a lot of damage down with that deadly plumage and those double daggers.
But that's why I like Caitlyn into Xayah. There's almost no kill pressure, but kill pressure mid lane there is for now, as Joko and Nukeduck looking for Exile.
Yeah, Exile's gonna use the distortion to safety, luckily for him. Wait to clear out that wave under the tower, and Death Sentence, that connects onto Vander. Vander's the man with the flash, remember, and it's the Tahm Kench. So you kind of have to focus him, force that gray health down.
Yeah, you can see just how far Unicorns are sitting back. Samux just lays out an auto attack once or twice, never really being touched until the jungler comes bot lane.
Well, very good positioning from Hilly. Connects with a Death Sentence as well as a teleport coming down from Chachi. Hylissang follows the Death Sentence, manages to get the flay. Exile instantly exhausted and goes backwards. Vander uses the gray health and stays alive a few seconds longer. And he manages to walk away, but Unicorns with a 4-man stack, they've got the tower in sight.
Utilizing that TP from mid lane, we all thought it was Chachi for a moment, but then you realize it's a LeBlanc, and instantly the response comes from the exhaust. No exhaust this time.
Oh, Exile's got so much damage. Shatter Orb gets the kill. Unicorns on the board.
Unicorns maintain the presence with 4 people in the bot lane. It wasn't necessarily the Zac getting into the lane. It was utilizing just the sheer numbers advantage for the Unicorns to push that down. Vitality thought perhaps they could at least clear the wave behind the tower. Hook lands on Steelback, no flash, remember.
He gets pulled backwards onto a trap. Vander in the right spot at the right time. Forced to pop that E. Now Samux running for his life. Nukeduck's got Shockwave, Flash, Cleanse, everything available. Nukeduck needs to nuke Hilly. Sends out the Shockwave. It's flashed. And Unicorns survive.
Really, really tricky timing from the Unicorns. Hylissang's flash was available 1 second before that play actually came through. They were trying to buy as much additional space as they could on the Thresh Lantern. So Hylissang flashes, Lantern comes through, Samux gets out alive, dodges the gauntlet of the Shockwave, which was a nice attempt out of Nukeduck. That could very well have spelled the end of the Unicorns' AD carry. But now Nukeduck back in lane, has to face up against Exile.
Look at this! Exile's looking for the solo. May be able to get it. Flash Cleanse from Nukeduck. Summoner spells down after Nukeduck did so much work in the bottom lane. Exile is the guy we started talking about in the previous game, just showing up once more.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, everybody has put him behind Perkz and Febiven. At this point, in my eyes, second best mid laner is not too far out of reach for the title for him. Xerxes now trading. Oh, smashing to the blue buff.
Does indeed. Stretching strike onto Joko. You see the new rework catching the blue Sentinel as well. Slamming the Sentinel into Joko. We've not seen Zac at all, despite me literally jumping for joy when he got locked in. But we will see more of him. Let's Bounce is available. Elastic Slingshot, that E starting to scale up. Look at it being charged. Remember, it's one of my favorite spell names. I like to yell. Stretching strike, minion, Death Sentence. Hilly sends his regards.
Unicorns able to utilize the Zac. Doesn't even matter that Zac landed in amongst the minions and didn't catch a champion. Just drags them together. Hulk Hogan style, smashes the heads and gets the first kill on that one. Nukeduck down in the mid lane on Orianna. Now his blue buff's in trouble. We're still a minute before Rift Herald. This would be the opening where they could go over towards Rift Herald and look to crack that tower behind the Orianna.
Joko tried to steal a collateral, with collateral damage. Unable to do so. And Unicorns, they've just got themselves a bunch of kills. It's still a fairly close game, gold-wise. Stress, before we carry on talking about the game, quick reminder to everybody watching, the new Saturday and Sunday showtimes for EULCS is 5 p.m. Central European Summertime. It is no longer 4 p.m. like it was in the spring split. So tomorrow, you can check out H2K, Fnatic, NIP, and Mysterious Monkeys all taking to the Rift.
Some new teams taking to the Rift tomorrow and some new champions in this game that I want to talk about. Steelback on this Xayah. The first of our AD carries taking Xayah to actually max E, which is quote-unquote the more conventional way that people are doing in solo queue. Now, what maxing E does, or at least putting a few extra points, reduces the cooldown of your ability to stun champions in skirmishes, and it gets down to 8 seconds at the highest rank before cooldown reduction. So if you can get a couple of stuns in team fights, you can catch people where they're really not expecting those feathers to be, and that's why Steelback is perhaps looking for this. We'll watch out for that as the first few fights of the game actually involve Xayah.
Yeah, and of course, Steelback going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, lots.
Zach, Galio, LeBlanc.
He's going to wish he had a lot of stuns.
Oh, yes. A champion with no innate escapes or mobility spells, yes. That ultimate, the Featherstorm will, you know, at least delay the inevitable. But you land back down. Anywhere, Steelback needs to get devoured. Stepping forward, LSang throws down the Lantern. Samix takes a ride to farmland, unable to set anything else up. And Joko now coming around. Okay, we passed 10 minutes. It's still very close, very even tower damage. Pretty actual even for top and bottom lane, but it's in favor of UOL. They're shoving into Vitality over and over.
Casting our mind back to one of the last points of engagement, though, was Vitality pushing in the bottom lane, and out comes the TP. Well, look at what is nearly available for Exile. A couple of seconds away, there are wards in that bush, so if Vitality stray too far forward, they actually are just putting a pink ward down to clear that ward out. So doing their due diligence to deny Exile's ability to get down there, but that could be another opening for the Unicorns.
Yeah, it really can. Is it Chachi, if the fight breaks out anywhere in the jungle, going to be able to play forward. Hillasang connects with the death sentence. Pulls Vander all the way backwards, and this looks just very, very easy. Ace in the hole going to get body blocked by Steelback as he's like, I got you, bro. Xerxes farming up a storm. Looking at the minimap, by the way, Chachi and Xerxes were setting up to flank Steelback. Remember, his flash was lost earlier in the 1v1. That would have been a very, very easy kill if it had landed.
As Xerxes building, obviously, towards the tank items on Zac, a lot of the tank items now that were introduced just have a lot of synergy. Gargoyle Stoneplate on this guy is ridiculous. You can end up having like 5-6k health. TP just came through from Cabo Shard. Exile caught him with the first chain.
It looked like it was trying to set up something onto Samix and Hilly. Cabo's going to be a little disappointed with how that worked out. Gets the little bonk onto Exile's head, and Exile easily able to use that plant to escape.
Disappointing set of TP advantage usage for Vitality. They had the TP up when Chachi didn't have his and couldn't get anything to work for them. They are going to push onto the bottom tower. They don't quite get Xerxes as he was recalling out.
So close. Xerxes could have at least bought a little bit of time with his ultimate ability. Anybody that listens to me cast Kled, you know how much I love Bear Trap on a rope. Let's Bounce is probably a close second for one of the most fun names. Exile gets chunked down by Nuke Duck. Vander's going to deliver Nuke Duck to help out defend this lane. But yeah, 12.5 minutes in. Tower First Blood was picked up by UOL, was at least onset by Vitality, and it's just Unicorns with a small advantage at the moment.
Here's Zac from, oh, here we go, where's the Let's Bounce?
Stretching strike connects 1 and 2. Vander goes backwards, delivered by the Let's Bounce. Samix takes a shockwave to the face, but there's not enough damage yet. Ace in the hole, channel blocked. All of a sudden, Vander, he's eating everybody's ace in the hole. Cabo Shard unable to kill Exile. But Exile losing the 1v1, we didn't quite see how that played out.
Yeah, two not quite successful engages. One from the Unicorns in mid lane. They bounce onto Vander. Couldn't quite get the kill, who's kind of tanky already, but it's still quite early on. Interesting to see the Unicorns actually looking for these set plays where they're coming in from the two angles with the Zac, with the Thresh. I want to see more of this from them. But Cabo Shard having a much better game here on the Gragas than the Kled we saw in game number 1.
Yes, Vizichachi, his Galio still scaling up. He's got Abyssal Scepter as his first item. Obviously changed recently, but I also want to bring our attention to the AD carries again. Samix, of course, using those ace in the holes, unable to find his target. But Samix took off after 15 minutes in the previous game. He was protected, the team comp was built around him. Steelback, unfortunately, didn't get a lot of chance as the game fell apart around him, but you can see they're at 15 CS, pretty close. just the damage per minute as the game rolls out.
And they were utilized in two different ways. Steelback was out on the side lane, gathering a lot of farm, whereas Samux was pushing mid, trying to deny a lot of that presence from the Rift Herald. But this time, it's Samux in mid once again, where is Steelback again side lane. So it is similar to game number one as Unicorns want to push him to mid tower.
They are indeed. There's no support yet. Joker's going to come in from behind. Teleport's not available for Cabo. Hilly's going to take an auto to the face. Xerxes
All this is 2 if they go on this.
decides not to pull the trigger yet. Let's bounce just about to become available.
One thing I want to talk about as we head towards a fight, I don't think I'm going to have time, it's just that Essence Reaver, when built, will have better late game damage than the Blade build that we've seen. But they're against the Caitlyn, here comes the fight.
Charge it up! He looks for the stretching strike, but misses! That's a gobbledygook as Vanda runs with Nuke Duck in his belly, spits him out to safety, and the big fight's yet to break out Stress.
Which of his abilities is a gobbledygook? Just for clarity's sense, I'm just trying to check.
You see, I went with Goop because there was a Zac in the middle as well.
See, that's what confused me for a second, man. I'm just looking for clarity.
Okay, I'll clean it up. I'll clean it up, all right? Devour into Nuke Duck saved his life. I'm so sad that stretching strike missed. Unicorn still waiting for that explosive fight as they maintain the small lead. But the game is not out of Vitality's hands yet. We didn't see the same sort of miscommunications in play. Look at the mini-map. That's a flash body slam. Samux running away. Lantern from Hilly's in a good spot. Xerxes catches Cabo and escapes.
Okay, praise on Xerxes, blocks the body slam flash, then realizes you can't crowd control me while I channel Let's Bounce, so I'm getting away from this. Samux is safe. That was pretty nicely done out from Xerxes.
Reworked Zac is officially the goofiest looking champion on the Rift.
You saw
he has overtaken Ivern. No, because you see, Pugmore's just a bit silly. He's not goofy or cute or weird. Looking at like Zac's Q and Zac's R, it's just so weird.
The voice is great though. When he gets really tiny and he runs like this. Have you ever played against a Zac that you just can't kill, but he's running around laughing at you forever?
I have many times. It's lost me a lot of LP stress.
No, I think that was because you were trying to learn Xayah for a while.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
You needed to find Rakan. That was the problem.
Couldn't find my Rakan in solo queue. Not even an R. I know it is. I tried to go for it. Didn't work out. But the Unicorns of Vitality, the problem is every time a fight breaks out, there's enough disengage in like life-saving tools between, you know, Vanda's Devour, come on, Protect from Nuke Duck, Xerxes on his Zac, despite having a 50 CS advantage over at Joko. I need to have a look at exactly how much gold that equates to. But as it stands, just doing a good job of being with his team, and I think Unicorn's pretty happy to continue scaling Stress.
It's an underwhelming 200 gold
okay.
between the two. It looks impressive, as you said. But Joko's been doing a decent job himself. As, at least he got that kill, so it makes up some of the difference between the two. It's been a bit of a slower game than the first one, perhaps. Unicorns, of course, with a very low game time at the end of it. One Baron buff pretty much ended the game for them.
Yeah, really well played. Unicorns just flew ahead. As Chachi might need to fly. It's the shield of Durant. Justice Punch is flashed away from, and he rides the lantern to safety.
And we haven't yet seen the play you were talking about, the Mimic LeBlanc or the Zac going in before the Galio ult. Well, they got to be careful around mid lane. This is where Zac and Galio love to fight.
They do indeed. Elastic Slingshot being charged up on the right-hand side. Vizichachi doesn't fire the flash taunt. There goes Let's Bounce, and Xerxes needs to get out to safety. Unicorns, they get the tower. They get a 2,000 gold lead. But once again, a sub-optimal engage. Flashes up for Xerxes. Cabo may need to look for him.
That didn't quite hit the mark. Exile's on a ward, although it's a ward off to the side. The control ward for himself. Vitality are doing a good job of pushing Unicorns away from the Rift Herald here off that exchange in mid lane. They know that with the Let's Bounce down, the engage is a lot less impactful than potentially could be out of Xerxes.
Yeah, and slight misspeak from me earlier. I said Xerxes, I meant Samux. Regardless, a minute to go before Rift Herald passes back into the ether, and Vitality are grouping up all the way around. No support yet.
Yep.
Hillisang's going to make his way up. May just spotted going down. I do not think it's worth engaging 1v5. Hillisang says, nope, you are quite wrong. Catch catches Vander with a death sentence, shield of Durand. Flash engage! Here comes Xerxes! Shockwave catches on the back end. Xerxes looking for a target. Let's bounce still on cooldown. Doesn't matter. Exile's got the kill. Samix gets another. The play for days from Hylissang. A heroic entrance to close the door on Vitality. That's the third of the fight before Hylissang goes down. Caboshot sends his regards with the explosive cast before he's forced to burp and run away. Gets caught by the stretching strike and Steelback running low on mana. His Essence Reaver not keeping him topped up. Another taunt comes down. Exile's looking for the kill. Steelback continues to chase forward and Unicorns 1 for 3 fights.
Yeah, 1 for 3. It looked like it should have been more from the Unicorns, but until Exile was back in the fight, there was no real way of them dealing out enough damage. They have to be careful of a counter engage here. Pings in the top lane from Caboshot.
They don't know he's there and Exile escapes.
But here comes Caboshot. This is the real danger.
Alright, Xerxes going to be forced to jump away. No flash for Vizichachi. Shield of Durandal by a few seconds of time as a Justice Punch catches the Tahm Kench in the gut. Vizichachi goes down and Vitality, they at least get themselves a backup kill and it goes to Nukta.
Now, summon the Rift Herald in the top lane. It's the best play Vitality can make at this point because Samix had shoved mid out already. That's actually what has happened during the live engage, and Unicorns are looking to fight to actually disengage this. In the live picture, Unicorns are fighting Vitality.
We've already jumped back out. The Devour, not enough to save Nuketax. Like Exile's in trouble. He's going to need the distortion soon. Flash has already been used. Distorts forward, can distort backwards by a few extra seconds, decides not to. He manages to escape. Xerxes, Samix, Hylissang, shut down Joko, and Exile is still alive. Death Sentence finds out Caboshot. The Unicorns have phenomenal team fights. Joko is able to take down the tower thanks to the help of the Rift Herald, but it's Vizichachi killing, cleaning up, shutting down Vitality for the ace.
Vitality with the Rift Herald unable to make it work for them once again because Unicorns have a good defensive set of fights, and now what's Rift Herald to the bigger brother of Baron Nashor right now as Unicorns, they're going to be able to take it down. That was a clean ace. Vitality, I love that they threw whatever they could at the Unicorns to try and make that Rift Herald play work, but in the end, Unicorns team fighting way too strong, and again the Unicorns coming out significantly further ahead.
Just a really good mid game from UOL. They understand their team comp, they understand their opponents, and here's this replay that started while we were in a replay.
Yeah, this was the engage that Unicorns managed to get back into at least a fighting stance against Vitality as they were looking for the top side. That chase and killing Chachi took so long that the Unicorns of Love were already back and ready to fight. That recall got back together, and Samix is able to just output so much damage here. Joko unfortunately pushed back onto a trap there, able to take him down with ease, and then Chachi says, hey, I'm back. I TP'd in, I'm Galio, I'm unkillable. This is why you shouldn't have let me have him in the draft. You banned the Shen, didn't matter. Easy team fighting tank. Chachi making it look so, so good.
Yeah, the whole team just stepping up. 21.5 minute Baron buff. Unicorns have a 6,000 gold lead. And Steelback's Xayah just hasn't had a chance to scale. Only on a Zeal and Essence Reaver. Samix, on the other hand, about to finish his second Zeal to go along with the Hurricane and then Infinity Edge. And just, there's no threat. Samix is so safe in all of these fights.
And honestly, I feel like this is a position Vitality shouldn't have put themselves in. They should have taken the Galio, in my opinion, in the draft where they took Tahm Kench. It would have forced Chachi to give up a good matchup in favor of getting this Caitlyn in the bottom lane. And Vitality pick up the Tahm Kench, they allow the Galio through, and suddenly they're saying, oh, how do we kill Chachi? He's too much of a front line. Oh, Exile and Samix, they've killed us because they have so much room. Not anymore. Exile's dead.
All right, we didn't quite see how that one sets up. I don't know if Exile was trying to go for a play. I don't know. Regardless, Unicorns get the tower, and Steelback gets a kill onto Exile. Xerxes waddles himself away. Abyssal Voyage is gonna at least deliver Caboshot. Samix, no flash available. Gonna rely on that 90 caliber net. Even cheekily, Gets himself an auto attack off stretching strike onto it. Now Kiss is what he yells. Xerxes waiting to wind up on the let's bounce. Vander forced to run for his life. Hilly comes over the wall with the flash. Where's the death sentence?
Let's bounce!
Let's bounce, baby! Samex gets another onto Nuke Duck. Taunt up in the back end, and Vizichachi's not done yet. Xerxes sent packing by the explosive cask, and Unicorns do another.
And Exile's coming back again. TP into the exchange means that he's looking for the kill that started this entire thing off. Unicorns can just push the bottom tower through now, and then it's going to be the inhibitor. Again, this is the same thing as game number 1, where Vitality looked to have some sense of fight in the early game, and maybe against a different team, they'd be able to carry the lead through. But Unicorns' team fighting is immaculate today, and this has looked so good.
Indeed. Mirror games with Vitality doing a great job early on, but just this. 1, 2, now Kiss, and then Unicorns finished up.
The elastic slingshots here out of Xerxes. Gets one here, is able to at least get one target and zone back Joko. Gets the let's bounce through. Okay, that looks okay. He's used his full combo, surely. Oh no! There's another elastic slingshot that's available. This is one of the reasons why Zach is so strong, is his impact in team fights is so difficult to shut out in the early game, that without putting more pressure on him than Vitality did at the beginning of this game, it's almost impossible to take full control of the game.
Yeah, I absolutely love the confidence that Unicorns are playing with. No fear, no regard, fully understanding all stages of the game. So much so that Vizichachi's got himself a Magi Soul Stealer on his top lane Galio.
That.
As if he wasn't obnoxious enough already.
Also, going for a completely different build to everybody else. Everybody else has been going Abyssal, into more tank, you get yourself a Stone Plate in there. No, Iceborne Gauntlet wants to be able to duel down. Unicorns are going to look for 2 kills.
Look at that, the Shockwave catches 2, but Exile gets the kill. Ace in the hole will shut down Cabochard. And Samex is dominating 6, 0, and 4. Choco tries some collateral damage, but the collateral is his teammates.
Yeah.
Actually, am I reading that right? Is that 6 or 16? I need to double check how many stacks that is. I can't see on the font.
I believe it's 6.
It is 6. It is 6.
Okay, he must have bought it recently. I didn't see when he actually picked it up.
Oh, just Unicorns. Great play.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, this game looks out of reach for them at this point, because Unicorns of Love, they have team fought so cleanly with this composition that, again, is built for team fighting. And with the adjustments to tanks in the mid-season, so many of these picks actually benefit a team like the Unicorns, who are comfortable at fighting, comfortable at giving maybe early leads up, but coming back into the game when it suits them. And it's a very, very long summer split until Worlds, but if this is how the Unicorns are going to start it out, I'm excited to see how far they can go.
Indeed. Xerxes was channeling up the elastic slingshot, decided not to jump in. Exile's going to get out of range of the barrel roll, because in the middle lane, Unicorn's going to knock over this third inhibitor.
Vander just used his ult into the top lane and has to recall out, because Vitality can't find any exchanges that can go their favor. And Unicorn's second inhib now is down. Third inhib, excuse me, the bot lane was already taken. Unicorn's going to look to close this with one more fight.
Yeah, they are. Stretching strike catches on Cabochard. He tries to flash away, was pulled backwards. Shockwave catches down onto Exile, and he's shut down by the collateral damage. It's Samex that cleans up Nuke Duck on the back end. Now Vizichachi with those stacks on his Soul Stealer, looking at finishing up. There's 3 inhibitors down, and all for the style points now. Unicorns of Love already taking one of those Nexus turrets down. Let's see, Cabo, no ultimate to speak of. Zaya is doing the best to defend. Xerxes jumps in. Let's Bounce is available. Goes flat. Brings back Steel back in Vander. Gets knocked up by the heroic entrance. Xerxes re-engages once more. Gets yet another kill. Vander killed off by Hillisang. The super minions are pouring into the base stress. And Unicorns of Love, they're just looking fantastic to start open the summer split. It's not done yet. Another one for Vizichachi. 14 stacks on the Magi's, and Unicorns 2-0 Vitality.
The most prepared Unicorns, we said at the beginning of this series, and preparation paid off, because that was a very clean series against a revamped Vitality roster that did have some more bite at the beginning. I liked what they were bringing to the table, but it wasn't enough to face off against the Unicorns.
Just so you're aware, Ramar has stolen the head from the wall of our studio. It was hanging up in the coach's room, and he's liberated it for the cheer.
I feel like we have to give less props when the Unicorns are around. They're bringing their own. They got hats. They got like Furby unicorn things.
And I don't want to ham up the Vitality performance. They struggled in the mid game.
Yeah.
But their early game, their laning phase, their decision making was pretty good. It got them first blood, got them a couple of first objectives. It's the next steps where they've got to clean up their play. But unfortunately, against what is arguably the best team in Europe right now, because they've kept the same. They've been boot camping. They've been to Korea. In theory.
The best week one team. Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Sweeping statements. That's what I'm all about. I'm all about stress.
Still got to see 2 more teams, but I think you can call it that for now.
Very quickly, of course, we saw both Joko and Steelback hugging a couple of the members of UOL. Vizichachi and Hilly in particular. Yeah. As we mentioned, that storyline, the guys, they played together on a team once upon a time. And now they got stomped by UOL, who just looked great.
Unicorns team fighting looks on point, and it's actually a really interesting prospect now. H2K look to be back on form themselves. That's a real nail biter. We've got Fnatic, they're on a good performance over in Group A. I think this could be one of the most competitive top of each groups we've seen here.
I mean, we hope so, right? Yeah. We hope so, and time will tell. I was speaking to Mithy a little bit earlier and said, what do you think of the squads? And Mithy's like, well, it depends on how well the teams adapt over the next 10 weeks.
It's for sure to say, though, that gone are the times when people would, tweet or whatever saying, oh, Unicorns, do we really want them representing our region? I want team fighting like that representing us, because Unicorns look very, very strong, consistent, solid as a unit. That must be terrifying around the house.
Oh, yes.
If Romain is like trying to scare you into practice certain things.
Yes, indeed. And well, no pressure on the Unicorns team now, as we've mentioned many times today. Let's see how well they can continue to perform throughout the course of the split. That does it for us here on the cast today. So we're head over to Shox and the guys to take away the post-game lobby.
Thank you so much, Trevor. Indeed, welcome to the post-game lobby. Well, completely full of analysis, laughter, jokes, Telestrator segments, recaps,
you just spoiled it?
Spoilers.
Interviews, so many interesting things. And we're going to start by breaking down the second game and also the series overall of the Unicorns of Love taking on Vitality. As said from game 1, the Unicorns of Love just picked right back up where they left off in the Springs, but also in the results versus Vitality. And Vitality just didn't have a lot of chances at all in the series.
Nope, 2 one-sided games, and I think game 2, it all started in the pick and ban phase. I think Sheepy came in with such a good plan, and he completely out-drafted Yamato Cannon here. The cool thing to look at is the very first picks, where you have Zac, Thresh, and Xayah, all 3 available. And this is because Vitality banned Braum to first pick Thresh, and they expected Xayah to be banned by Unicorns. Unicorns are like, nah, you know what? There are 3 S-tier picks now. We can just trade. We get 2, you get 1. And Vitality felt forced to take the Xayah as an early pick, with Caitlyn also open as a counter pick against it. So not only did Thresh and Zac go over to Unicorns, they also got the best AD carry against Xayah as well. They literally got everything.
Yeah.
And bear in mind that third ban was a Rakan too. So even if Vitality say, oh yeah, we'll get Xayah and Rakan, Unicorns of Love were saying, well, you can have Xayah, but we're going to take a lot more in exchange for that. It was a very impressive draft. And at every single point, it seemed that Unicorns of Love had the answer. Getting the Galio later on too to just facilitate the composition, and then getting Exile on a comfort pick in the middle lane. It just felt like a very well-drafted Unicorns of Love comp.
And we got to see why Zac is perm banned.
Did we though?
I think we saw enough big Zac plays in this game. Just show like how hard it is to play against him. You can engage almost from anywhere, and if he actually lands onto you, well, the amount of CC he brings in his own ulti is so good in fights.
And this, after game 1, I thought, is this where Unicorns of Love take over the game again? And it did happen.
Shox did actually say, she did actually say, as soon as Vitality went for Rift Herald, I'm like, game is over now. Literally 30 seconds
Yeah,
after.
but Exile actually had a fantastic flank. We got to point that out.
I mean, I think the team fighting overall was just great from Unicorns of Love. I think that it's something that we praised them for in the past, and they've continued to maintain that level of play. And really, once they've gotten the ban, things just continue to get from bad to worse.
Yeah, and I actually just think Vitality couldn't really win with their draft here. No. Like, they had to so outplay Unicorns of Love, because in these fights, Xayah is a low-range AD carry. dealing with Galio, Zac in her face, and she also went Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
So she didn't even build to kill the tanks, and it was just almost impossible for Unicorns of Love to lose these big fights with their draft, and how they just managed to get fantastic early picks in the first phase that won them the entire thing.
Because we thought that maybe if Vitality went for like a carry in the top lane, that could be an avenue, because if you snowball against the Galio, you can then play towards a side lane and you have at least some kind of way back into the game. But then they lock in the Gragas and you think, okay, well now Gragas is not going to be the champion that wins this game for you. You have an Orianna and the Xayah, and just comes back to the points that you were saying, like these low in mobility champions versus the Galio and a Zac, you're just asking for disaster.
Yeah, we see it there. Exile, we were calling him out a bit, saying, well, what, and truthfully so, didn't have the best performance versus Perkz in the finals, but in this first series back in Summer Split, he is definitely on form. Immediately did get his hands on the LeBlanc in game 2 and get a great team playing around them. But, you know, that's what we want to see from him. This is also his split. That's where there's room for improvement still for the Unicorns of Love.
Of course, and that's the kind of stuff we want to see from Unicorns as a team and him individually, because we knew they just came from a good spring split into a boot camp into now this split against a lineup who made changes in Vitality. So obviously, not really a big surprise that the Unicorns of Love will 2-0 here, and both games 28 minutes, both games just broke wide open in like one team fight, and that's all they needed to win the series.
For sure, and the Unicorns of Love indeed great, off to a great start in the Summer Split, and we're going to send it over to Quickshot for a word with their top laner and their jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm joined here as we kick off the interview with Spring Split MVP and Spring Split Rookie of the Split, who just had a phenomenal performance. Xerxes, you didn't win Player of the Series. I thought you deserved it for Zac. It was Exile. Did he deserve Player of the Series?
To be completely fair, I don't think he deserved it.
Oh, so who deserved it?
Zac was exceptional.
What was it like playing Zac on stage, and what was it like playing against Vitality? It felt like, despite losing early, you guys were never really under threat.
Maybe in the first game we lost the early game, but we had a better team comp, and playing Zac right now is like the most broken champion, obviously, and like I don't see any counterplay to this broken thing, and so yeah, it was pretty easy to play.
It definitely looked that way. Vizicachi, how was the games for yourself? Obviously the Shen and the Galio, it didn't really feel like you had a lot of pressure on you.
Yes, I think blind picking tanks is kind of pretty safe for top lane right now, because there is like not many counters. And Vitality banned Fiora themselves, so it was like a free route for Galio, which I felt like would fit our team comp really well. So I liked that I was put on these champions.
Yeah, it definitely looked that way. Gigantic smiles on your faces all game long. Vizicachi, let's talk a little bit about the meta. We'll step away. How are you enjoying 7.10? How are you enjoying... I saw some tweets. Irelia works in Korea, doesn't work here. So what's it like playing two different regions, playing in this meta, sort of the same patch, but different players, different regions?
I think the Korean solo queue was way more quality than the EU West one, and I'm kind of missing it, but I feel like you can still practice in the EU West solo queue as well, with the right mindset if you are like focusing on practicing and not on your teammates. Other than that, I think the meta is pretty wide right now. I'm playing like 8 or 9 champions as well, so you have like a lot of blind pickable champions and counter picks as well.
Yeah, it's very entertaining and very interesting, especially for some of the jungle champions, a lot of the top lane. Xerxes, what was the boot camp like? What was playing over on the Korean server and spending a lot of time with the ROC's Tigers, like we saw you guys publicizing?
It was a really fun and unique experience, like playing with 7 ping and with all those LCK players, and everyone is tryharding for their life was really nice.
How important is it, that experience, you know, as a team, training and whatnot, looking forward to the summer split?
I think it's important to like bond with the team and get more experience together, so we can have a chance against G2.
Have a chance against G2. Okay, that's a big statement. Vizicachi, got a few more questions for you guys before we head back to the analyst desk. Let's look forward. There's probably more expectation on this Unicorns of Love than there ever has been. A lot of statements, best spring split, same 5 players. It's only the second time the team's ever done that between splits. What does that feel like with so much faith and so many fans looking up to you and the team?
I think it puts a bit more pressure on us. However, I think this is more like a motivating thing than something that would discourage us, because we have so many fans behind us that are cheering for us game by game. So it rather motivates us and pushes us forward, and I think we will challenge G2 again for the title this split.
Challenge G2. What about some of the rest of the teams? I asked Mythi a little bit earlier today. Obviously, G2 not in the best scrimming habits at the moment. What's your opinion on the current strength of EU? Has it gotten stronger from spring?
I think Fnatic is looking really strong as well. They're probably around the same level as G2, and I expect them to fight a lot for the first place in Group A. Other than that, I think V3 are the top teams, and the rest we will see how they can catch up.
Interesting, interesting. One last question. Xerxes, you guys second in spring, boot camp in Korea. Will you and the Unicorns of Love go to Worlds this year?
For sure.
And on that note, we're going to head back up to the post-game lobby with Shox and the boys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Quickshot. Well, I'd love to hear that from them. They have to be confident. They have all right to be confident, especially since winning their first series so handily. I do want to kind of... Did you have anything? I thought you just wanted to add it.
I was nodding, saying I agree with you, Shox.
Yeah,
the point you're making right now.
I just wanted to kind of wrap up the series and touching on Vitality maybe, because obviously this wasn't the best showing from them. They do have a new coach, they do have a new player, so it is to be expected that they hit the ground running a bit. They have to figure themselves out. But again, same footnote as I made with the ROCCAT performance. You want it to be a bit better, even if you're kind of... I don't mean it's the flame, but you do want it to be a bit better and that you can show a bit more in those
I think it's important to remember, though, that Unicorns of Love are also coming off of a big momentum train, right? Like, making it to the finals of Spring Split, maintaining the roster. They don't necessarily have the same sort of problems that Vitality has as a new roster, with a new coaching staff behind them, with a new environment. I think that there are more things that Vitality need to develop in terms of their core that UOL already have. So being able to try and challenge that kind of level of a team right now, I think they did pretty well in game one, and I think they still have a long split to develop these things.
I mean, I still wanted to see a bit more. Like, I always talk about how this off-season, these teams have had multiple weeks to prepare for a week one. And I'm hoping to see them come in with maybe something unique in a pick and ban phase, or have something that's really working well for them in the game. Like, the first 5 minutes is not enough. I want to see then maybe some good team fighting, or hey, there was actually some pretty decent macro. They used the Rift held well. Like, all these things kind of fell apart for Vitality very quickly. And then, of course, the draft in the second game where they just got completely outdrafted. So obviously, it's hard against Unicorns.
Yeah.
I'm not going to judge Vitality based on this one series, but same as with ROCCAT, I was hoping to see a little bit more for a lineup that's been preparing for this week one for now a few weeks.
Yeah, especially when we touch on kind of the mental aspect of the Unicorns of Love. Everyone's expecting so much from them, and it's kind of propelling them forward. On the other side, a team like Vitality, who people have expected so much from, or every time giving them that hope again when the splits have started, but they've never really been able to fill it in recent history. So that much also start to weigh on the players. Like this, you know, when's it going to happen?
My counter argument to that idea is very much that UOL have been prepping super hard too, right? So when you have these two prep teams, you actually see the gap in terms of their preparation and the things that they had planned and come in prepared. And to me, it just felt like that. I don't think Vitality were underprepared coming into this split. I just think that UOL were in a position where they looked extremely prepared and ready for a match. Like, because we looked at that draft, right? They seem to have that down and they understand what is strong, what they play extremely well. And as a team, they seem on top of their game.
And the gap in preparation was not an issue in G2 versus ROCCAT, because G2 had basically thrown together a team. They played with 2 subs initially already for Trick and Expect, and then Perks unfortunately fell sick, so Blanc had to sub in. So ROCCAT, wow, even with the loss of bans for G2, this was the best possible scenario for them.
Or maybe the worst.
Or the worst.
Because now they're losing, and it just puts so much pressure on ROCCAT. Like, game one, Rakan and Xayah were like the reason they won that series. Obviously, G2 realized that and just removed Rakan in the following series. And game 2 and game 3 were actually extremely one-sided in favor of G2 Esports. And the thing Dragas and I noted in the cast was that the 3 subs, so mid lane, jungle, and top lane, actually outplayed Betsy, Foxy, and Pridestalker on the side of ROCCAT. 3 guys who are not actually in the LCS and have not scrimmed a lot with this team, managed to do better than ROCCAT's top side. And that was something that really made me kind of concerned. I know it's only week 1, but that should not have happened.
No, it shouldn't have. And for the players, well, just also for the individual players when they take a step back now. Lulexendo and Blanc, awesome. Great experience. Kind of great praise winning for G2.
On their resume, right? Just like, won a game for G2 Esports.
Lost
Best team in Europe.
Yeah, no, indeed. No, but that's fantastic for G2. And I almost feel like next week when everyone's back, they'll be like, imagine if we lose with all our original members back. And you said Fnatic might beat them, so.
Yeah, I think the game next week with Fnatic versus G2 is going to be insane, because I think Fnatic will come in much better form much better prepared as well compared to G2, who's now finally getting, the full roster back. But they're barely scrimped with this roster since MSI. Things have changed a bit in the game, and also you gotta catch back up.
Yeah, you do. A lot of changes so far, and some changes in lineups we've seen so far, and tomorrow will be no exception. A lot of new players on the board. Dracos is here for the full breakdown.
Thank you very much, Shox. This summer, we have 2 teams joining the European LCS. Newcomers from Germany's Meisterschaft League, Mysterious Monkeys, and after a long hiatus from competitive league, Ninjas in Pajamas return to the LCS. They take the stage tomorrow, but let's take a chance now to get a quick overview of each squad. Let's start with Ninjas in Pajamas, a long-standing Swedish organization who purchased the Fnatic Academy slot following the promotion tournament and has put together an entirely new roster for the start of the summer split, featuring some brand new Korean imports. Let's get right into it. In the top lane, a former member of SKT Profit, the veteran European jungler Shook, old school Season 3 World Championship contender. Some of you may know him, he's a master of assassins. It's Nagne, former Giants AD carry Hikyu, and rounding out their roster is their support Spraddle. Now, there's a lot to be said about this new roster, a lot of opinions to be shared, but to keep this short and sweet, let's take a look at who I believe is the player to watch. And of course, former members of SKT just aren't easy to get your hands on these days. So it's no surprise that we're keeping our eyes on Profit. He's subbing in for Huni 9 times over the course of the LCK Spring Split, and he's an incredibly reliable player who made the meta work for him with picks like Nautilus and Rumble when he was playing in the LCK, but his history in the LSPL shows his roots as a carry top laner with an incredible proficiency for Fiora, and we're going to find out whether or not he'll be the carry top laner his team needs, or maybe a tank to support the rest of the squad as he battles it out against Soaz and Fnatic in our second series this Saturday. Now, onto the opposite side, the Mysterious Monkeys. This German org is a newcomer to the LCS with a history of success in ESL Meisterschaft. And while NIP has opted to field a completely new roster, Mysterious Monkeys have kept 5 of the players from the Misfits Academy lineup that qualified through the promotion tournament. Let's take a look. In the top lane, it's going to be Jisoo. Jungle is Llama Bear. Mid lane is KazQ. AD carry Yuki 60. Support Dreams. And of course, all of these players are going to be coming from our own European Challenger Series. But if there's one player you should know, it is their man in the mid lane, KazQ. He's a solo queue, Katarina god, and a Kali king. He is the type of player who can go off early game and end a game entirely on a whim. And in the promotion tournament, he reigns supreme, showing some incredible performances on picks like Syndra, Katarina, Orianna, and more. And if KazQ is looking for a chance to prove himself, he's going to get it as he has to go toe-to-toe with H2K's Febvin in his first match. You can catch both of these teams on stage this Saturday starting at 5 p.m. Central European summertime as the Mysterious Monkeys take on H2K. I'm Daniel Dracos telling you to set your alarms because it's going to be bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Yes, okay. There we go. Yeah, fantastic. One thing about that, obviously, Mysterious Monkeys, Llama Bear is there for Pride Soccer. I'd had some experience before. And the NIP rosters where we highlight Profit. Let's start by talking about NIP. I gotta come to you first, of course. Deficio, once upon a time on the NIP roster, so you know everything about this organization.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is last time NIP actually won a game in the LCS, it was me and Björkson on that roster. And then stuff happened and they actually never managed to make it back
Definitely about you
in.
and not about the Danish one.
It was totally not about Björkson, who obviously became some player in North America.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is, it's season 3. That's a long time ago. Now the organization obviously is back, and I think it's a really good organization to be with. Like, they support the teams a lot, so the infrastructure should be a decent around these guys. But obviously, when you are NIP and you feel a completely new roster, it's kind of like survive in the summer split and then look forward to 2018. That should be the big mission for these guys, but they're in a very tough group as well, and they need to show something early on.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. We're always like highlighting Profit and obviously the ex-SKT member rather, but the lineup is not something that is, that impresses you straight off the bat.
No, when you look at the bottom line in particular of NIP, you have to remember that Hikyu from Giant, Spraddle from PSG, they're not exactly names that you remember from last split. They're not the names that made stand out and you were like, oh, this was the highlight individual that really carried that team. And while sure, they certainly had good performances and they were able to contribute to their team, they're not the memorable bottom lane duo that you think can really carry that lineup. And when you think about some of the stars that they will be going up against, you have to wonder how will they be able to hold their own, especially in Group A.
Yeah, I think for NIP, like the bot lane needs to survive, and Nagne in the mid lane is a man I have a million questions about.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Nagne has done anything worth mentioning for the last few years, and I don't even think like at his peak he was that great of a mid laner. So I have a lot of questions about him and his performance. I think it's Shook and Profit who needs to carry everything. And obviously, Prophet can't do it on his own. And Shook, when he was in the LCS last on Vitality, did have a lot of success focusing the top lane. It was Cabochard back then. He can try and do the same with Prophet in this meta. That might be a way for NIP to really win some games.
Yeah, a lot of question marks. We'll see tomorrow they're up against Fnatic. When we talk about possible star quality and people that can draw much attention and do a lot in these games, when we look at the Mysterious Monkeys roster, which of course is the same for Misfits Academy for the most part, Cosq, that is someone that you're like, oh, you know, this is a guy that could pop off and do certain things in the game. And it just seems like, although it will still be difficult for them, they're getting off to a great start with that same roster.
The cool thing about Mysterious Monkeys is they do have a fair number of playmakers. In the middle lane, they have Cosq. A lot of people may not have heard of Jisoo, but he's known for playing these off tanks too. And when during the Challenger Series, they actually surprised a lot of people. Very low expectations were put on them during the regular season, during playoffs, and during the promotion tournament. And every single time, this team was able to surprise. Now, obviously, they did have Pride Stalker back then, and now they are bringing on Llama Bear. For those that don't know, the last time we saw Llama Bear was actually on the Misfits lineup when they were playing in the promotion tournament to qualify, and he came in alongside Wisdom, and he did not have the best performances on his Nidalee.
Yeah, they subbed him out after they actually lost to Origin in the first promo game, and then Wisdom played the last one. And back then, I remember them talking about how Llama Bear on stage didn't perform too well compared to Scrims. That's obviously something to track now, because you need a good jungler in this meta. He's the kind of guy who's like very famous for his Nidalee, which of course is like not the meta pick, but it's decent. You can play it if they want to try and play some comfort picks here. And I think Mysterious Monkeys, I believe more in them right now than this completely new NIP roster, just due to also that former synergy we already know is there from these guys. And I think actually Mysterious Monkeys can be annoying to play against for some of these LCS teams.
Yeah, and we should certainly also look at it in the context of the groups that these teams find themselves in, and we can also look at the standings after the first 2 days here in the summer split and how things are shaping up. And then you look at Mysterious Monkeys, who find themselves in a group where Splice and Vitality have not managed to impress us so far, even though it was only one series. I'm so sick of saying that. I'm just going to say what I mean, which is they didn't impress us so far, as well as the Ninjas in Pajamas, who didn't find themselves, well, actually, those teams have also not shown that much, but you feel like Misfits can ramp up to be a bit more.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Misfits will bounce back with Maxlore, and once they get a bit more time. ROCCAT kind of the same with Pride Stalker, but yeah, there are definitely some teams that these guys are looking towards, because I think for both NIP, as I said earlier, and Mysterious Monkeys, it's about surviving in the summer split. Like, it's a very competitive top field we have, and the goal doesn't have to be make playoffs and maybe Worlds. It can just be make sure you're here for 2018 and you've had now, you know, more time to really figure out if this is the correct roster and everything you need to make a better team.
And while there are a lot of question marks around the new teams, what we don't have question marks around are our top four.
Absolutely.
Unicorns of Love, Fnatic, H2K, and G2, they all seem to be, excluding maybe G2, to be in a good spot right now, right? But it's exciting for me as an analyst to see that Europe has four top teams right now. The fact that G2 are currently right now considered the top dogs, but with three very quickly catching up to them and willing to challenge them for that throne. I think that leads for some very exciting games in the next few weeks.
Hey, you know, G2, they made it to the final at MSI. They took a game off SKT. H2K, Fnatic, and UOL are looking just as strong. We got this in the bag for 2017. Yeah.
So we're going to win Worlds, or?
Oh, at least
Close.
three teams,
We're gonna
three
look
teams
good.
in the top four.
Three teams. Hey, I said that in an interview, and I had to correct it very quickly too. Maybe one team.
Yeah. No, in any case, it's been fun though so far. It's been good. We had some fun games in terms of meta development. We said it, and we had the top teams looking extremely good and a lot of room for improvement in the bottom team. So
yeah, I mean, I think the meta's been looking somewhat predictable. Like, we haven't seen big splashes where we're like, wow, we didn't think this champion would be played at all. It's been like, yeah, we know all these top lane carries. We know, of course, Thresh would be huge in the bottom lane, and that's exactly what we've seen so far.
You know all these top lane carries because you're the prediction god, Mr. Deficio. But
I don't know. I watched your cast with Captain Flowers.
To the average viewer, I feel like that there is still a lot of diversification in terms of what we're seeing in the top lane, right? We're seeing so much variation, and for me, that's what makes the current meta very interesting, especially with the different AD carries that we're seeing and the different build paths. I think that there is a lot more in the meta right now, even though the playstyle and the goals are still very much the same.
I want to see more mid laners and junglers.
Yeah, I want more mid laners.
Less Syndra or Iana. I know they're really good, but they're not that fun to watch every game. Like, where's my Kassadin? Where's my Zed?
Yes.
Give me some of those picks as well.
All right, we'll see if we see that tomorrow, because we still have another day to go. But for now, it is time for us to log off for the night. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow as we close out week 1. See you then.
Today is a battle of the gods. ROCCAT versus G2, the ultimate clash of the best in Europe.
There we get to sync up recalls. I actually like the fact you can just kill the last few minutes and then step together. It's so beautiful. They're gone.
7 seconds saved, ladies and gentlemen.
Sinks the fangs in. Vitality trading damage back and forth. It's Steel back with the kill.
Constantly looking for the engages. He looks like he's going to find one. Ignite does take down. Featherstorm up and available. Flash forward, pull back.
There we go.
The Blade Caller. First blood for the Xayah Rakan duo.
Everything available. Nuke Duck needs to nuke Hilly. Now the shockwave. It's flash.
Betsy does not like Kha'Zix's ganks. Nice sidestep on that. Now going to pull him back. Now it's Pride Stalker in trouble. Ignite's taking on LULX, but it's not really going to make a difference. What goes up must come down.
Fuck, it's my bad.
That's a flash body slam. Samux running away. Lantern from Hilly's in a good spot. Sexy catches Cabo.
Blue's getting the double. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Looking to get a little more. That's the triple for LULX. He wants to make it a quadra. Let's keep it up, folks. Let's follow him down. That's 4 kills.
It's a defense squad. Let's say, Shockwave catches on the back end. Xerxes looking for a target. Let's bounce still on cooldown. Doesn't matter. Exile's got the kill. Samux gets another. The flay for days from Hillside. A heroic entrance to close the door.
The Blade Caller, Mithy though, still gonna survive. Oh, kill. Damage out of nowhere.
Nice. Where's the death sentence? Heroic
let's bounce!
Bounce, baby! Samux gets another onto Nuke, and Unicorns outclass Vitality.
You want a moment to shine, you want a resume moment, it's going to be to steal the Baron, but you're not going to find it. In goes Blanc. G2 coming in clutch. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the 2-1 victory for G2, starting off on an undefeated season.
Unicorns of love. They're just looking fantastic to start open the summer split. It's not done yet. Another one for Vizichachi. 14 stacks on the Magi's, and Unicorns 2-0 Vitality.
For sure.